Good morning. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It is Wednesday, April 13th, 9:54 a.m. The market is already open. We are running about 25 minutes late here, but we have been watching the show here so far, man. Let's get straight into it here. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. This is live ideas of thought and studies on this stream. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's rush right into it here since the market is already open and moving on us. The SPY is up here at 440 here. They started down here at about 437 pre-market. Popped up here at the 440.25, just got rejected here. Now they're fighting. So this 440 level, we know here at LCAOD is the first level of the bear market. If you notice, the past 2 days they entered 440. The stocks got low. Now they're going upward towards 440. So it's looking like that is resistance here. They're not breaking above it now. Notice the difference here. Notice the pattern. Notice what's going on around you. The stocks are not really going that high this time today either, if you notice that. So a lot of volatility is starting to chill out. But that means it's chilling out in the fact that it's about to probably pop here and go higher. So just keep that in mind right now. But I do notice, like I said, they're getting weak right here from the SPY 440, not breaking above it anymore. We're not seeing all that bullishness action anymore. So keep that in mind. A lot of day traders are probably involved on this first pop here this morning, and people like to wake up, get the early bird, and get out of it there. As you can see, they ran Amazon to 3,030, but they already pulled back here 3,010 here now. Amazon is coming back down. So just keep in mind what's going on. We got option expiration tomorrow. Today's Wednesday, so short week this week. Got Good Friday. Remember, still Friday. Market close on. So this is just what's going on here. This is the type of action we're getting here. So they're really trying to win before the Bulls trying to win before Thursday, and the Bears trying to win before Thursday too. Right now, the Bear has took over the market and is winning here so far. But right now, man, things can just go either way. Still, we do know that here. Look how we had some bank earnings here this morning. So a little cheek right there on the stocks there. We looked at bouncing, going back to the VWAP. But we had some bank earnings this morning. J.P. Morgan reported earnings there. They're down. They look like they dropped about to 125 and gave it to everybody in the open market. So they closed yesterday about 131 and dropped all the way to 125 open market. Now they bouncing back up here about $3. So not looking good for the banks. If the banks are selling off, you guys, stocks might do this. I don't know. We got big tech earnings reporting next week, or some of them anyway. We see Netflix reporting next week, and other names like Tesla and stuff like that. But we do got some reporting tomorrow. Tomorrow is very important. We got Goldman Sachs in the morning as well too. We got Goldman Sachs. It's probably going to be your most important one. Wells Fargo's, things of that nature, TSM. But man, just keep in mind what's going on. Like I said, around you, and be mindful and respectful of what's happening. Like I said, the market is definitely changing here. We're getting a reversal. But it's holding up so far so good. So we're getting a lot of sell off sideways chop here. That's what I'm starting to notice. A lot of sell off sideways chop. So yeah, man, that's just what it is here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We're just now tuning in. We just got live here 3 minutes ago. So we just now catching up. Let's check and see if we got any briefings here. That's what I'm wanting to see right now. I don't see anything, no live coverage, no live news, nothing going on, anything live. So we can just check here with the headlines. We're going to take a quick break here. Even though we're just not getting started, we're going to take a quick break, trying to figure out what's going on here. Might make a play today, might not. Not forcing it here. No need, obviously. But the market is in the green, you guys. Do want to keep you guys on that. So you know that the market is in the green. So I can show it to you right here. Stocks rises, earnings reporting season kicks off here. That's what they're saying. So the Dow's up 26% here. S&P 500 is up 26%. The Nasdaq is up 64%. The Russell 2000 is leading the way, 71%. The VIX is down again today at 3.30%, $23.46 here. So that's still pretty high on the VIX, but they're down here today, considering yesterday they went up when they closed. But the spot's coming down right now, man. Spot's coming down here right below VWAP. Stock's moving with it a little bit here, so correlation is definitely on point. It's just a matter of time who's going to get tired first, the bull or the bear. JP Morgan Chase reports 524 million hit from market dislocations caused by Russia's sanctions. So they reported 524 million hit from market dislocations caused by Russian sanctions. So JP Morgan took a hit there, about $524 million due to the Russian sanctions. So that's probably why they're pulled back there a little bit. Now that news right there definitely has the market pulled back there. That's a lot of cash. $524 million loss from JP Morgan Chase. That's a bank. That's a huge loss there, you guys. So a lot of stocks, they're not really going to be moving too much today after hearing that news. Now it can take a huge whale to jump in right now, and they can buy it up. But I don't see it with that type of headline right there, you guys. So just keep that in mind. It is very, very early here. And remember, it's just a short week. So what they're doing is they're just giving us the direction here of what they want to do, probably to end it in the week. All we've been getting was flare gun pops here. And now you see it's fading. As of right now, it's 10 a.m. The market is fading here. The first 30 minutes already fading the gains from today already. So, yeah, man. We're just sitting here chilling. We're monitoring the market here, you guys. Risk management, charts and numbers here with LCAOD. You know. But let's tune into these headlines here. And then we're going to see if we can find some more headlines or anything that possibly might move the market today. And we'll be right back, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're just getting warmed up here.
There were no police officers stationed there. The cameras were not working, at least not in real time. What are they saying about that? How did that fall through the cracks?
Well, there are 472 subway stations in New York City. The cameras work. Sometimes they don't. They say it was a computer glitch at this particular station and two others where that N train traveled on Tuesday morning that also weren't working. In truth, oftentimes subway cameras are turned on the turnstiles to catch fare evaders, not necessarily on the platform, so we're not sure how helpful it may or may not have been anyway. But they sure could have used as many images as possible. It turns out, though, they were able to get a good image from eyewitness video, and we've been playing some of it over and over here. They did capture an image of the suspect that was circulated to law enforcement. So fairly quickly, it seems they understood who they were looking for. They had his credit card, we believe a phone, and other items that pointed to his identity. And so they could start to look at things like social media.
One of the perks that we all have a camera on us at pretty much all times. And I know James is now considered a wanted fugitive, not only by the NYPD, but the U.S. Marshals joined this search. What does that do for the investigation?
It gives a lot more resources. It brings a lot more resources to bear in the investigation. James has addresses in Milwaukee, in Philadelphia, and in Ohio. And so it's thought that the U.S. Marshals can now fan out and try to look for him for wherever he is. But without a car and a credit card, maybe without a phone, how much cash does he have? He's effectively seemingly off the grid at this point, but authorities are still concerned about what he might still have on his person that, if he wanted to, could enable him to do something else. So there really is a priority on finding him. That's why they've put out that new wanted poster, hoping that the public will recognize him and call police.
Yeah, if you see something, say something. Aaron Katersky, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
And turning now to the war in Ukraine, for the first time, President Biden has called Russia's actions there a genocide. The president made those remarks during a visit to Iowa yesterday. He later said the situation in Ukraine seems like a genocide to him, but it will be up to lawyers to formally make that determination. Meanwhile, Ukraine is bracing for a major new Russian offensive. Satellite images show Russian forces on the move near the city of Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine. They're also positioned in fields and farms in western Russia near the Ukrainian border. Foreign correspondent James Longman has the latest from Kyiv.
see the chart.
President Biden suddenly calling Russia's actions in the country a genocide. That's a serious allegation. It was made while delivering remarks on the U.S. economy.
Your family budget, your ability to fill up your tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war and commits genocide half a world away.
After his speech, he doubled down, but argued it was just his opinion.
It has become clearer and clearer that Putin is just trying to wipe out the idea of even being able to be in Ukraine.
In the Kyiv suburb of Bucha, where some of the most upsetting allegations of Russian atrocities have emerged, officials now say they've uncovered 403 bodies, more than 1,200 across the Kyiv region. Inside a basement in the town, we saw 5 men who appeared to have been tortured and executed by Russian forces. Now, for the first time, a relative is speaking out. Galina Matyoshko's son Serhiy was among those murdered. She's been taken in at a local monastery, too scared to go home. For what, she keeps repeating. She can't understand his pointless murder. You can't even imagine this pain, she says. My soul is crying. As we talk, she grips tightly onto the phone with the photos of her dead son. She says, I wanted the whole world to see it and know it's a fact. The Russian leader has dismissed all allegations of war crimes and says talks with Ukraine have hit a dead end. He seems committed to his plan for the East and says they'll continue until the initial goals are fully achieved. New satellite photos show large deployments of Russian troops and military equipment just across the border, bearing down on the Donbass. And now Ukrainian forces say they've captured fugitive Ukrainian oligarch Viktor Medvedchuk. He's been on the run since the invasion began. The pro-Russian lawmaker is a close ally of Vladimir Putin, the Russian leader's godfather to one of his daughters, a valuable asset for Ukraine to use in a prisoner swap. President Zelensky saying, I propose Russia to exchange your guy with our men and women in Russian captivity.
Well, the humanitarian situation that is unfolding in Mariupol could be a sign of what's to come. It is a key strategic city for Russia to occupy, and they have other cities in their sights. Diane?
All right, James, thank you. And Russia now claims more than 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers have surrendered in Mariupol. This comes as the mayor of Mariupol says more than 10,000 civilians have already died in the Russian siege of the city. ABC's Marcus Moore is live in Lviv, Ukraine, with more on this. Marcus, what are you hearing about these claims of Ukrainian troops surrendering in Mariupol?
Well, Diane, it's a detail that we have not confirmed, but we do know from Ukrainian authorities is that the troops there in Mariupol in the southeastern part of the country are holding on. But for how long they will be able to hold on in this defensive position remains unknown. And as James has reported, and as you've reported as well, everyone here is bracing for a new offensive on the part of the Russians. They expect the fighting to intensify there, and that's the reason why President Zelensky and the Ministry of Defense here in Ukraine has been urging the West to continue to provide weapons to Ukraine so they can keep up this fight, and also so they won't lose Mariupol, which would be a strategic advantage for Russia, as well as a symbolic one as well.
And Marcus, Ukraine's deputy prime minister says at least 9 humanitarian corridors are expected to open in the embattled eastern part of the country this week to allow civilians to escape heavy fighting. Now, you've met with several people who escaped through these humanitarian corridors, so what are they telling you?
Well, Diane, their stories, they're absolutely heartbreaking. It's truly hard to wrap your mind around what they have been through. We have met them not only here in Lviv, in Ukraine, in Western Ukraine, a place that's become the safe haven for them, but also across Europe. We've spent a lot of time in Poland, including over the weekend, where we met families who were at a hotel that's been converted into a shelter for them. And they have described losing their homes. They've described intense interactions with Russian soldiers at checkpoints and fearing for their lives. But in the midst of all of that, I did meet one woman, a mom, who actually managed to smile and laugh, despite the fact that she's been forced to leave her home.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One.
Looks like we found a briefing here. It just started 5 minutes ago, literally. This is the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. This is Biden's Treasury Secretary here. She's speaking about global economics. The global economy here. So this is moving the market. I'm telling you guys now. I'm warning you now. So pay attention. Let's tune in.
Russia's horrific conduct has violated international law, including core tenets of the UN Charter, challenging countries to demonstrate where they stand with respect to the international order that has been built since World War II.
Let me refresh my screen.
Therefore, when I speak about a changed global outlook, I'm not just talking about growth forecasts. I'm also referring to our conception of international cooperation going forward. I'll focus my remarks today on the significance of international cooperation in this current environment and for the future. The power of working together with our partners has been essential in confronting Russia. We need to take that lesson on board as we tackle the most pressing global issues we face today. We've seen that swift and sweeping sanctions can have enormous force. The United States, along with over 30 countries, representing well over half the world's economy, has imposed an unprecedented suite of financial sanctions and export controls on Russia. The multilateral approach that President Biden has taken has enabled us to impose significant costs on Russia, degrading its ability to prosecute this war and to project power in the years ahead. We were able to do this, for example, because the G7 plus the European Union account for about half of Russia's international trade, and our financial institutions have facilitated most of Russia's trade and investment finance. We, the sanctioning countries, are saying to Russia that having flaunted the rules, norms, and values that underpin the international economy, we will no longer extend to you the privilege of trading or investing with us. By joining together, we demonstrate that these sanctions are not motivated by any one country's foreign policy objectives. Rather, we are acting in support of our principles, our opposition to aggression, the widespread violence against civilians, and in alignment with our commitment to a rules-based global order that protects peace and prosperity. Moreover, we're carving new paths in our technical work to target, monitor, and enforce sanctions. The work of our team of experts at Treasury is now reinforced by other experts around the world. With Attorney General Garland, I convened a novel task force of law enforcement and finance ministry leaders from G7 and partner countries to advance our efforts. And together, we're learning how to be more effective. We're creating new habits of cooperation, trust, and goodwill to create positive spillovers across the entirety of our relationship. Rest assured, until Putin ends his heinous war of choice, the Biden administration will work with our partners to push Russia further towards economic, financial, and strategic isolation. The Kremlin will be forced to choose between propping up its economy or funding the continuation of Putin's brutal war. At the same time, we're marshaling the power of international cooperation to mitigate the economic impacts of Russia's war. Russia's invasion will have direct impacts on the global economy due to the contraction of Ukrainian and Russian exports, particularly energy, food, fertilizer, and other commodities. When Russia made the decision to invade Ukraine, it predestined an exit from the global financial system. The Russian leaders knew that we would impose severe sanctions, even if they underestimated the breadth, depth, and coordination of the actions that the United States and its allies would take. We're now seeing higher commodity prices that have
so much money involved. Like, please, man, just want to hold it above 3,000. And some people usually definitely trying to get it below 3,000 for you. So
Added.
Again, you guys, this is Janet Yellen here, Treasury Secretary. She's speaking about the global economy here.
Energy and food security, trade. Flows and external balances across many countries. Much of our work next week during the IMF and World Bank spring meetings will be centered on how we can better support developing countries as they weather these shocks, particularly as they're still recovering from COVID-19.
So, you guys, we have another briefing that just started here. It looks like the United Nations Security Council, they're meeting regarding Ukraine. They just started 9 minutes ago. So now you're getting some briefings start here that's starting to move the market here. Amazon's picking up. Damn. Amazon picking up, man. Amazon's picking up. Stocks picking up here. SPY's picking up. Huge pop above VWAP on the SPY here. So as these briefings start, the market is starting to move here.
And domestic food production bolsters social safety
days
nets
after their kidnapping and rape by armed elements in the Central African Republic, where sexual violence has doubled over the past year, particularly against displaced populations who are at risk of being forgotten victims of a forgotten war. Likewise, the plight of over 900,000 Rohingya refugees in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, has become a crisis within a crisis, following the military takeover of Myanmar by the Tatmadaw. This year's report includes the tragic case of two women subjected to gang rape by Tatmadaw soldiers in Chin State, resulting in unwanted pregnancies in both cases. There is also the case of a woman allegedly raped at gunpoint by an officer of the Puntland police force in Somalia, a context where abduction, rape, and forced marriage are rampant, while legislative reform to address these crimes has been stalled since 2018. In Colombia, cases of sexual violence committed against women, ex-combatants, and members of their families were also documented. In Afghanistan, professional women, including in the security sector, have been targeted for their work to address sexual violence, with a female police officer who was 8 months pregnant, brutally tortured and killed in Ghor province. Thousands of civilians abducted by Daesh in Iraq and Syria between 2014 and 2017 remain in captivity, including victims of forced marriage and sexual slavery. In Yemen, harmful social norms exacerbated by 7 years of armed conflict can result in a victim being killed for reporting rape, which persists in detention facilities and displacement settings. In each of these contexts, we see the emboldening effects of impunity. Indeed, the gap between commitments and compliance, resolutions and reality is evident on every page of the annual report. Over the past year, sexual violence continued to be committed as a tactic of war, torture, terrorism, and political repression. The report covers 18 country situations and documents 3,293 UN-verified cases of conflict-related sexual violence committed in 2021, representing a significant increase of some 800 cases compared with 2020. Once again, the highest number of incidents was recorded in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, with 1,016 cases. The vast majority of incidents targeted women and girls, 97%. 83 cases were recorded against men and boys, with the majority occurring in detention settings. 12 verified cases were found to target LGBTQI individuals. The report demonstrates how intersecting forms of inequality based on ethnic identity, political affiliation, age, disability, sexual orientation and gender identity, income, and migratory status increase the risk faced by diverse individuals in a context of historical power imbalances, which are structural and systemic. While the report conveys the severity of verified incidents, no report can capture the full scale and prevalence of this chronically underreported, historically hidden crime. Indeed, survivors continue to be silenced by trauma, pain, and despair, as well as by stigma, insecurity, and the paucity of service provision. There is a relationship between the individual silence and the official silence. Survivors cannot be expected to denounce what the state itself denies. When the perpetrators walk free, the survivors walk in fear, carrying the burden of ostracism and shame. The central insight of this year's report is the need to foster a protective environment that inhibits sexual violence in the first instance and enables safe reporting and response. These are not isolated incidents. They do not occur in a vacuum. Today, we know more than ever before about the security dynamics that cause these crimes to occur and recur, namely mass population displacement, collapsed rule of law, decimated infrastructure and institutions, rising violent extremism, and hostilities waged in proximity to civilian population centers. It is also starkly evident across the world that lawlessness and impunity are tantamount to license to rape. We are aware of the visible drivers, such as arms proliferation, and the invisible drivers, such as gender-based discrimination. We know the context in which sexual violence is concentrated, namely in displacement, detention, at checkpoints, on military bases, and in rural areas where women undertake livelihood activities. And we know that socioeconomically marginalized women in areas beyond the reach of law institutions are at greater
and bilateral. Second, we should implement last year's global tax deal. Some 137 countries, representing nearly 95% of the world's GDP, have agreed to rewrite the international tax rules to impose a global minimum tax on corporate foreign earnings and to partially reallocate taxing rights from countries where companies are headquartered to those where they sell goods and services. This tax deal is necessary to end the race to the bottom in corporate taxes and to reform profit reallocation rules that, by demanding a physical nexus to a taxing jurisdiction, no longer reflect modern economic realities. By ensuring that profitable corporations pay their fair share and operate on a level playing field, the deal will provide governments around the world the resources they need to invest in their people and economies. Third, we must ensure the IMF has the tools to fulfill its role of financial firefighter in the face of modern, potentially more frequent global crises. The IMF evolved to assist countries needing domestic policy adjustments to overcome balance of payments difficulties. It wasn't designed to deal with the novelty and breadth of the last two global crises. As a consequence, the economic and financial response to the global financial crisis in 2008-2009 was too timid and short-lived. With inadequate global liquidity, the crisis caused lasting damage. In response to the pandemic, the IMF acted creatively to support poorer countries. Still, those countries with the resources to do so responded forcefully, protecting incomes and profits, preventing debilitating bankruptcy, and rapidly reversing the decline in GDP. And we were less successful in supporting poorer countries, which has led to a divergence in global prospects. We will also need to consider the governance of the institution to ensure that it reflects both the current global economy and also members' commitments to the IMF's underlying principles and objectives. Fourth, let's revisit our strategies, policies, and institutions to better mobilize capital in support of people in developing countries. We've made great efforts to provide funding to support human development, the creation of needed infrastructure, and more recently, the attainment of climate objectives. Multilateral development banks, bilateral official donors and creditors, and growing private sector involvement deserve credit for these important achievements. That said, the response to date is just not to the scale that's needed. Experts put the funding needs in the trillions, and we've so far been working in billions. The irony of the situation is that while the world has been awash in savings, so much so that real interest rates have been falling for several decades, we have not been able to find the capital needed for investments in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. There's little doubt that there are huge potential returns, both human and eventually financial, in equipping billions of people in developing countries with what they will need to succeed. Going forward, we need to evolve the development finance system, including the World Bank and the regional development banks, to our changing world. In particular, to better mobilize private capital and fund global public goods. However, the multilateral development banks alone will never meet the scale of financing needed. So we also need to revisit our strategies for making capital markets work for people in developing countries. Fifth, we must expedite the global transition to a more secure and cleaner energy future, with more energy access for all. We know we have not yet done enough in terms of mitigation, adaptation, green technology, innovation, and adoption, and funding for those efforts. The recent IPCC reports confirm that our window of opportunity to leave our planet worthy of our children and our grandchildren is even closer to being permanently shut. We must redouble our efforts to decarbonize our economies, recognizing that countries will use a range of tools, including carbon pricing, regulation, and subsidies, to achieve needed emission reductions. Because those approaches will have quite different consequences for the cost of production, we will see differing impacts on trade competitiveness. And we'll need to work together to avoid trade tensions and in time to coordinate and harmonize our approaches. And finally, sixth, we need to complete work on strengthening the global health architecture to boost pandemic preparedness and response. History teaches us that pandemic risks rise with the interconnectedness of the world. And recent history shows us the incredibly high cost of inadequate preparation. G20 countries are now working through a joint health and finance task force to leverage broad country and expert participation to address the current gaps in the international health architecture for pandemic prevention, detection, information sharing, and crisis response. We've also proposed a financial intermediary fund as a vehicle to fill in the gaps in health system investments at the country, regional, and global level so that we are collectively better able to prepare for and prevent future crises. As we gather for the IMF and World Bank spring meetings next week, I look forward to working with my partners to address these big issues. At the top of everyone's minds will be the direct impact and broader spillovers of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We will also advance efforts to mobilize vaccine donations and delivery support. Further discussions on tackling the climate.
Breaking news, you guys. Kathy is pulling out of social media stocks. Kathy Woods is pulling out of social media stocks, you guys. That's breaking news. She's doing a live interview right now with Exchange. Yeah, she's telling everybody she's pulling out of social media stocks. I'll turn it up a little bit.
And switching away from Twitter, more focused on Elon Musk for a moment, because obviously you have been a Tesla supporter for a long time, and they're, I guess,
Wow, Amazon.
For a long time.
We look away for 2 seconds and they did that. Look at that candle. That's a huge candle. Market makers just did that. Whoa, they ODing. It's old, bro.
Is there a point at which
wait. Oh, yeah, it's over. They pulled it back and they just shot it back up.
So
That volatility crazy, man.
carefully about this, and you know, when it comes
So yeah, Kathy was talking about Tesla. Hey, we gonna tune in today. I can pull that up here. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen.
To its barriers to entry, and as long as
Kathy
we see
Woods,
those
man. Kathy
moving up,
freaking
and they are moving
Woods.
up, whether you're talking about battery technology, is going to take a long time to
I'm about to
catch
snatch a
Tesla.
call. I ain't even
And
gonna
what I mean by that is
They gone, bro. They trying to get to about 3,070 though, 3,080. Yeah, I mean that's the 2% they're talking.
autonomous driving taking a leaf from Apple's book.
Still just gotta know that too, like where they headed, you know, so you can make some money.
A computer in our pockets or pocketbooks and
Oh,
change
well,
the
no,
game.
that ain't no.
We think autonomous will change the game. And in terms of artificial intelligence, critical to success is high quality data. And it has more data, orders of magnitude more data than all of the auto and technology companies going after this.
Like Jack's leadership
This is the Kathy
was
Woods
very
interview
important
right
to
here.
evolving
Looks
Twitter
like
to
it's
where it
already done
was.
with, but,
And his idea of even opening up to sort of crowdsource the oversight, of the behavior on the platform, we thought that was moving in the right direction. And Parag's first few things we saw after his arrival was more censorship. So, one thing after another.
Speaking of crowdsourcing about Twitter, Elon Musk, of course, with his back and forth, but he's been doing some crowdsourcing, right? He did some various polls on Twitter asking if there should be an edit button, etc. But what do you make of his back and forth, right? He took the stake in Twitter, was going to be on the board. Then they said, never mind, he's not going to be on the board.
She goes all in when she buys, you guys, and sells.
Both Elon Musk, but also about Twitter.
Well, it probably tells us more about the regulatory environment. It could be that Elon wants the freedom to, speak freely about Twitter and how he thinks it should evolve. And as a director, he might actually be hamstrung. I think that's the primary reason. We don't know the real reason, but I would imagine that's top of mind.
Is there anything that would get you back into that stock or into social media more broadly?
Well, one of the reasons we did hold Twitter is we thought, because of its verification roots, that it would be a good platform
for NFT verification, and they've talked about it to some extent. If we saw Twitter insinuating itself into that world aggressively, we might become more interested. But I am interested in seeing how they do evolve the platform. If should it be a subscription service as opposed to advertising, taking away advertiser fears that they're going to be put next to some content they don't want to be associated with. Subscription, that would be a huge transition. Might be interesting, though. Might be interesting.
And switching away from Twitter, more focused on Elon Musk for a moment, because obviously you have been a Tesla supporter for a long time, and there, I guess by proxy, an Elon Musk supporter for a long time. I'm always fascinated by Musk the troll versus Musk the innovator and leader, because both of those obviously are part of him, his sort of trolling affect on Twitter, etc. Is there a point at which it tips too much and it starts to concern you as an investor?
So we've thought carefully about this, and when it comes down to Tesla, the stock, the company and the stock, we pay a lot of attention to its barriers to entry. And as long as we see those moving up, and they are moving up, whether you're talking about battery technology, it's going to take a long time to catch Tesla. And what I mean by that is the traditional automakers. It's the only company with an AI that has designed its own AI chip for autonomous driving, taking a leaf from Apple's book. Apple was the only company to design a chip for a smartphone, a computer in our pockets or pocketbooks, and change the game. We think autonomous will change the game. And in terms of artificial intelligence, critical to success is high quality data. And it has more data, orders of magnitude more data than all of the auto and technology companies combined going after this space.
And again, that was our own Julie Hyman speaking with ARK Invest Cathie Wood. And coming up, from big deals to the return of travel, there's a lot happening right now in the airline industry. The former CEO of United Airlines, Oscar Munoz, lands on our set for a chat on the other side of this break.
All right, so that's Cathie Woods, you guys. I just wanted y'all to see, get a visual of her. We're gonna turn back into Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. She's still moving the market here.
That negatively impact our national security, human rights concerns, of deep economic integration with China, not going to a bipolar world, but clearly that's a danger that we need to address. I think with respect to the dollar, what countries like Russia are experiencing, you see the power of partnership between the United States and our allies, and the importance of the dollar, the euro, as currencies in which transactions take place, as a tool to impose sanctions that can be immensely costly. And there are countries that would like to invent a system that freed them of reliance on the dollar. But I think it will be a long time, if ever, before the dollar is replaced as a key reserve currency in the global economy. And that's fundamentally because of the strength and role of the U.S. economy, the strength of our financial system, the fact that we have institutions and law that and deep and liquid financial markets that makes investors all around the world feel safe in relying on the dollar as a store of value and means of exchange. So there will be a desire to avoid sanctions, to replace the dollar, but I don't think we will likely see that happen.
It's worth saying, too, that the dollar is over 60% of global reserves, so by far the largest percentage. I mean, what you're getting at in some ways is trust. Trust in a U.S.-led system, trust in a group of allies. I think this word friendshoring is very interesting. What does friendshoring look like? How might that change the way global supply chains work?
Well, rather than being highly reliant on countries where we have geopolitical tensions and can't count on ongoing reliable supplies, we need to really diversify our group of suppliers. And yes, friendshoring means, and you've seen this in action, that we have a group of countries that have strong adherence to a set of norms and values about how to operate in the global economy and about how to run the global economic system. And we need to deepen our ties with those partners and to work together to make sure that we can supply our needs of critical materials.
I would imagine the ESG regulations would create a tailwind for that too, yes, with new standards around environment, labor. You mentioned labor and the importance of modernizing trade and getting it right for labor, which of course, over the last 40 years has been one of the things that a lot of folks have complained about in rich countries, that labor got the short end of the stick. What proposals might we see? How might that be prevented in the future?
So I don't have a detailed roadmap to give you about how we should address these issues, but I think one thing that you may see and that I think would be desirable is for groups of like-minded countries that wish to adopt high standards, whether it's with respect to labor, the environment, privacy protections, digital treatment of digital business and services, that these countries might band together and form partnerships. They can be open partnerships that other countries can join, participate in, so that it's not a closed grouping, it's a plurilateral, but open grouping that we would encourage other countries to join. And so I think that type of development is something, the United States is certainly interested in that, and I think our partners will be as well.
Before we move on to food and fuel and inflation, I want to ask you just one more question about cooperation. The U.S.-EU relationship is crucial. We've seen the power of that in regards to sanctions with the war in Ukraine, with tax, which is an OECD deal, which you, of course, spearheaded. What other opportunities do you see right now for the U.S. and Europe to come together? I mean, could there be some kind of agreement on how to bridge the current energy crisis and yet push forward to clean tech? Could there be agreements around digital currency development, which is something that you've said has value, and the U.S. is, of course, looking at that?
I think all of those things. I think that Europe is very heavily focused because of the Russia-Ukraine situation on the need for more secure energy supplies, and the United States and Canada and other countries in our partnership certainly want to work with Europe to free Europe of its dependence on Russian oil and to make energy supplies more secure. Certainly, we've cooperated on a wide range of global issues where we have shared values. Climate change is certainly one of them. We have different approaches to climate change in the United States and Europe, and we'll have to work together to figure out how to coordinate our interactions so that we don't end up with dealing with trade tensions related to environmental policy. But without question, we'll work
closely with our European partners, and we're doing so in the international institutions to promote greater climate finance, to make sure that resources flow to developing countries, to make sure that we are better prepared to address future pandemics. Our cooperation is really extensive, and I think a benefit in a way, or at least one positive outcome of what's happening in Russia and Ukraine is the deepening partnership that you're seeing between the United States and Europe.
Very, very anxiety-provoking combination. The last time we saw this, we had riots in many countries. We had, a situation that led to the Arab Spring. What is your worry right now about the combination of food and fuel inflation leading to either recession or potentially political unrest?
Well, we're certainly seeing high inflation, and not just in the United States, around the world. It partly reflects the pandemic and supply chain issues that developed in connection with the pandemic, the shift in demand toward goods. But now on top of that, the fact that energy supplies are being reduced and energy prices have risen, that Ukraine and Russia provide more than 20% of global food exports. We're seeing skyrocketing wheat, corn prices, energy, also various metals, nickel, palladium we rely on that can goes into catalytic converters, can end up raising the prices of cars, a wide range of commodities. And, that's something that not only boosts inflation, it also diminishes demand as households have less to spend, having to meet the cost of more expensive putting food on the table and heating one's home. So I think particularly in Europe, which is most vulnerable, I worry more about recession prospects, but it is likely to be a hit to global growth. And for all those countries that already suffer from food insecurity, this is just a tremendous concern. I think I mentioned 275 million people in this speech who are vulnerable in the event that food prices rise. And so this will be an urgent concern for us next week to try to think about how we can stave off starvation around the world.
Yeah.
So it's really a grave concern.
Yeah, no, and the percentage of income that has to go to those basics is overwhelming in those countries. Let me ask you, I mean, you're in this unique position having held all the top jobs in your field. If you can kind of put on both your Treasury hat and your former Fed chair hat, we're at a very delicate, to put it mildly, moment in terms of, all right, you've got rising food and fuel inflation, even in a rich country like the U.S. that's hitting working people hard. You're starting to see anecdotally signs that folks are scaling back on some non-essential purchases. That could have a knock-on effect into the corporate world in areas, from industrials to tech. Rates are looking to rise. That's a tricky combination. How do you see the next year or two playing out, given all that?
Well, as you say, it is a tricky situation because we've had high inflation over the last year or somewhat more. We in the United States have a very strong economy and a very strong labor market. By many metrics, labor markets are as tight right now in the United States as they really ever have been in my lifetime, including the end of the 60s when the unemployment rate, I believe, drifted down below 3%. So we're seeing strong wage pressures coming out of a strong labor market, enormous job openings. But on top of that, inflation on top of that, coming from supply shocks from the pandemic, we now have to worry about bottlenecks from pandemic in China, where we're seeing, Shanghai put under lockdown and really, the potential for further supply chain pressures and, of course, food and energy. So the Fed is clearly on a path to try to address that. It's their job to bring inflation down. I won't comment on the strategy that they're going to use. That's their independent choice of what they think is right. But they have a dual mandate. They will try to maintain strong labor markets while bringing inflation down. And it has been done in the past. It's not an impossible combination, but it will require skill and also good luck. And I know that that's what they will try to accomplish.
I think we have time for maybe one more question or so. How are we doing on time? Let me just finally ask you, you've set forward a pretty ambitious agenda for a changing world, possibly a post-neoliberal world, certainly a more contentious world in some ways, but there's also a lot of opportunity to rebuild old relationships, to create new frameworks, which you've already done with tax, huge accomplishment.
Thank you.
In digital regulation, in trade regulation, to create a new world as the Bretton Woods thinkers did themselves. What would, going into next week's meetings, it's only a week, but what would success look like for you? What would you like to come out of those meetings and be able to say?
Well, I would like to see countries embrace the need for cooperation and take this moment as a wake-up call for addressing a set of challenges that have gotten us to a very critical juncture for the global economy, and to take from our success in sanctioning Russia to understand the power of working together. And we have worked together. We've really strengthened multilateral ties, and especially our ties with our European and G7 partners. And I think that has had a payoff. And these are very difficult challenges that we face. But I think strengthening our reliances, working together to do these, I hope that people are able during the week to feel the power of cooperation and to take it further.
Well, that's a good optimistic note to end on. Secretary, thank you so much for your speech, for your comments. Thanks to the Atlantic Council and for everyone being here today.
Thanks so much, Rana.
I'm going to turn it over to Josh now.
Well, thank you, Rana, for moderating that wide-ranging and fascinating conversation in 20 minutes. Madam Secretary, it is an honor for us at the Atlantic Council to have heard from you today and to host this special Atlantic Council front page. We look forward to continuing to work with you and your team in the days ahead. Now, this morning, you shared with us the ways in which the West is punishing Putin's economy for his brutal and ruthless invasion of Ukraine. And you made it clear every country has a choice before them. And I think that was an important message. And you also asked us to think beyond today. You explained how the United States, in coordination with partners and allies, can build a stronger global economy in the years ahead. And you reminded us of what is possible when international cooperation is directed at addressing both our immediate crises and our long-term challenges. These challenges, from competition with China to the pandemic to addressing climate change, will define the decade. And we are committed at the Atlantic Council to ensuring the right solutions come forward. The issues you highlighted today will continue to animate the work of the Geoeconomic Center. This week, we launched our Bretton Woods 2.0 initiative in line with many of the messages you delivered this morning. The goal is to help reimagine international finance for a new era. Next week, we will publish our updated version of our global sanctions dashboard from our Economic Statecraft initiative, and we will welcome finance ministers from around the world during the IMF World Bank spring meetings. 2 weeks from today, the Geoeconomic Center will host a flagship conference in London to explore the ways in which the United Kingdom and the United States, the primary architects of the Bretton Woods system, can deepen their economic partnership. And next month, we will launch major new research on digital currencies. The Geoeconomic Center is just part of the impactful work happening across 15 programs and centers at the Atlantic Council. So on behalf of all of my colleagues, thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here today and sharing your insights. I want to thank everyone from the Atlantic Council and the Treasury Department for their collaboration in making today possible. And I want to thank our guests here in Washington, as well as those watching around the world for joining us this morning. We hope you will stay engaged with us at the Atlantic Council. Have a wonderful day.
All right, man, that's it. That was it. That's Secretary Janet Yellen, excuse me, Treasury Secretary, that is. A good market mover there, man. She had said some things about inflation, and she mentioned the Fed is going to have skill, and it's going to take some good luck, she said. So I think people are going to try to digest that and see what that means. But let's tune back in and see what the United Nations Council meeting is regarding Ukraine, see what they're talking about here, because that's very important right now in moving the market here. And Johnny Depp and his trial is day 2 here, but that has nothing to do with the marketing. It's a really personal private issue, man. I hate they going through that, man. Domestic violence is not it, but man, yeah, man, it's not cool seeing Johnny Depp in that situation. It's cool to see Johnny Depp. That's what I was meaning yesterday on the live stream. If you watched the recap, I wasn't saying it was cool that he was in that predicament. I'm saying he's cool just to see. I haven't saw him in a while since the Pirates of the Caribbean, man. That's literally been, I think I was in middle school when I watched that, so haven't seen him since then. But man, yeah, man. But we're gonna get back on track here with the market right now. We got Marina Karkiali. I don't know if that's her last name, but she's speaking here. Let's tune in and see what she's saying about Ukraine.
Crimes committed in Syria, while positive, have also had limits, including how fear of retaliation for reporting to local authorities and the trauma and stigmatization of survivors of sexual violence impact the ability and willingness of victims to come forward. Mr. President, Syrians can no longer wait for justice. We encourage all UN member states to continue to pursue accountability under universal jurisdiction. But we are also looking to you, the Security Council, for help by referring the situation in Syria to the International Criminal Court. Despite 14 years of this Council's condemnation of the use of sexual violence in conflict, impunity prevails, not only in Syria, but in many other conflicts on this Council's agenda. This is often not because sexual violence has been inadequately criminalized or because perpetrators are unknown, but due to a lack of political courage. The Security Council must call on the Syrian government to respect international law, end attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, and ensure an immediate, permanent nationwide ceasefire. Immediately end torture, inhumane treatment, and sexual violence, including in places of arrest and detention. Release all arbitrarily detained persons. Allow unconditional access to all places of detention by international humanitarian organizations. Release the names, status, and locations of all detainees and a timetable of their release. To you, the Security Council, member states, and the UN, I urge you to refer the situation in Syria to the International Criminal Court. Adopt a resolution on the situation of detainees and missing persons that underlines the Syrian government's obligations under international law and reflects the priorities outlined by associations representing victims, survivors, and their families, such as the Truth and Justice Charter, including support for creation of a mechanism to clarify the fate of missing persons and supporting their families. Investigate and prosecute all perpetrators of sexual violence and ensure women's rights are at the core of all accountability.
Oh man, breaking news. It has nothing to do with the market, but Derek Carr, he signed to a 3-year extension with the Raiders. My homie, he a day one Raiders fan, apparently, man. So he excited right now about that. I know he going crazy.
Obviously, it's different than the cap hit. So the cap hits is what I'm excited to watch. Maybe Andy Rader talks. It's Luis Angie. Big shout out to you. Big shout out to all you guys, man. Almost over 450 of you guys. If you guys could hit that thumbs up button, I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Bill said this is great, but we need to either draft or sign free agent linemen so he can shine. And that's the thing, right? Is we need to shore up the right tackle position, because the right tackle position, and we're gonna talk about it.
That's what's up. I just wanted to let you guys know that. That's pretty cool, sports fans.
Via all original crossing points. Cross-border access is an indispensable lifeline for millions of people in Syria, the majority of whom are women and children. Pressure arms exporting countries to stop arms proliferation and prevent the use of weapons against all civilians. When people in Syria watch conflicts rage in Ukraine and other parts of the world, today, we are reminded of our own suffering and the abject failure of this body to stop the violence.
Huge pop right here on the SPY. SPY back above 440 at 440.15 here. Stocks picking up.
And call on you to take action. There can be no peace without justice. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Kirkutli for a very powerful statement. I now give the floor to Ms. Helena Berhanu. The floor is yours.
Mr. President, distinguished representatives of member states, and honored attendees, thank you for allowing me to bring the stories of Ethiopian women to the chamber of the Security Council. I speak to you today as an Ethiopian.
Huge pop. They're retracing 440 right now, so the bear market is slipping here. Looks like the fight might still be on, you guys. We're still in the bear market as long as we're below 441. But they're fighting here. It's at 440, so they got about $1 here to confirm that the fight is back on. The Bulls are still here to stay. But right now, man, they're fighting, man. The Bears are slipping out of their own market here. The Bull is trying to. It looks like the Bull knows the ins and outs on the woods now. He knows how to get back to the highway and the arena.
Perpetrated systematically and used as a tactic of war. It is framed as a means of reprisal and leveraged as a bonding tool for members of allied military forces. When the war first started, Blaine, a 21-year-old waitress from Badime, along with 30 other Tigrayan women, was held against her will and subjected to sexual slavery, starvation, and gang rape by a group of Eritrean Ethiopian soldiers who took turns with her. I documented many other stories like Blaine's during multiple visits to the region of Tigray before June 2021. Sexual violence was used to terrorize communities.
It's 11:02 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. We got about 28 minutes till the euro market closes. Well, keep that in mind. It's probably the euro just running it up here before they close. 440.20 on the SPY here is picking up. Stocks picking up with it, you guys. Amazon just crossed a huge bullish signal.
Second, sexual violence is ethnically motivated. A Tigrayan woman was fleeing the conflict zone with her children. Along the way, she encountered the Amara militia, who separated her from her family, gang raped her, and inserted a hot metal rod into her uterus. They declared that a Tigrayan should never give birth. Similar incidents of rape with claims of cleansing Tigrayan blood and mutilating women's bodies to prevent the birth of more generations of.
Triple Q's picking up here. SPY, big pop right there. 440.65. Uh-oh. I think the Bears are about to slip out of the market, you guys. They're about to give the fight right back on to the Bulls here.
Violence has often been perpetrated in front of family members. An Amhara woman was beaten and raped in the presence of her.
440.62 here. 440.71. Market picking up here. Bulls are back. 440.75. 440.79.
And boys were also sexually assaulted.
We're going up here today, you guys.
In Samra, town of Tigray, 600.
Whoa, huge pop on Amazon, 3,050.
Some completely naked, while Eritrean female soldiers mocked them and took pictures. And fourth, women with disabilities and other vulnerable communities have.
The fight is about to be back on. We got about 20 cents left, you guys. The Bulls are definitely here. They're back. The Bull left the woods. He said, fuck this. 440.88, 440.96. We got about 4 cents, and we're about to enter that fight, you guys. Round one. Play ball.
Has made it difficult to document the impact of the conflict in minority communities, and especially those living in disputed areas on the northern.
440.97, they topped out here. They're retesting it. They're coming backwards. Amazon is ripping here, though. They're gone. They had enough. 3,052. 3,070 or 80 is definitely coming here. They're up 1.1% now. They got about another 1% to give here to the open market. They told the public this 3 days ago. So you was already warned. 440.97 is the top here, you guys. If we touch 441, Bull versus Bears are back. The fight is back on. It's that simple. Don't be tricked out of here. Charts and numbers. Pay attention. It's happening. I know volatility's fast. It's like fuck. But just snap out of it. Do something. Think. 440.68 here. So they could be topping out here. We might still be in the bear market. They might just be edging them here. The Bears might just be edging the Bull here. It might be a trap. Stay calm. But at the same time, no, 3 cents away from a fight is very close now. So keep that in mind too. Keep that in mind too here. It could have went either way since this morning, and it's showing you that right now. But time is ticking here. This is part of the Euro market right here. You got to keep that in mind. The Euro closes about to approach us here at about 11:30 a.m. So be prepared for that. The United States is either going to buy up here with the Euro, or they'll bring it back down into the channel here. That's everything for our stocks and ETFs. So keep that in mind. But we look like we're getting a retest here in the air. 440.60 here, green candle in the air. It's not wanting to pull back those gains that it just literally gave about 5 minutes ago. So it's actually holding those gains. So stay cautious, you guys. Stay cautious. Think, though. Think. Don't do nothing. Don't statue it.
Afar and Amhara have attracted international attention. Women from other communities across Ethiopia, specifically from that of the Oromo, Gumuz, Konso, Kamant, and Somali, specifically Ogaden, continue to experience conflict-related sexual violence, including by state forces, without any attention from the international community. Mr. President, members of the Council, the central theme of today's open debate is accountability for sexual violence. Security Council Resolution 2467 recalls the critical role of national investigations. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and UN Office for Human Rights were able to conduct a joint investigation, which was limited in scope and analysis. But unfortunately, and more broadly, we have witnessed deliberate delays of investigation, withholding of information, failings of the justice system, and destruction of evidence, including statistical records, and harassment and detention of journalists by the Ethiopian state and allied parties to the conflict. As we've seen in other contexts, and in the spilling of this war into the broader northern.
So they consolidated sideways chop here in the air here. It looked like it was about to break out of the bear market, but it's consolidating right under 440.97 here. 440.55 right here. It's consolidated in the air. It's about to get some sideways chop action here. So it looks like they're gonna fight right here where they know the bear market enters here. This is the entry at the bear market. So you know how it is when you're going to a fairground and you gotta pay that ticket here. This is where we're at. We're at the front door of that bear market right now. We're at the fair here. You gotta put that ticket in and to get by here. If they can't pass that, give them that ticket. It won't go by. So keep that in mind. But other than that, the market is in the green here. The Nasdaq's up 1.25%. The Russell 2000 is up 90%. The S&P 500 is up 50%. The Dow Jones is up 30%. You guys, looks like we got some breaking news here too. This caused the pop here. CNBC breaking news here. This might cause it to rally right now. We got some breaking news. It says Delta ends $200 monthly health insurance charge on unvaccinated employees after COVID-19 cases drop. So they might have had a huge pop there on the market. Amazon's going 3,057 on Amazon. 3,058 on Amazon, you guys. They're about to go up 2% here. They're really running right now. The SPY's holding up here. The stocks are moving now. Tesla's on the high here. Amazon's on the high. Tesla 1,000. Mr. 1,000's back. 1,001 must if we trust. Man, here stocks are picking up, you guys. So yeah, looks like Delta Airlines, that's big because a lot of these stocks invest, they invest with the airlines. Think about it. They got to get their packages shipped. They got to work with Delta sometimes. They got their own airline industry. So that's pretty huge there. That's breaking news. That's causing the market to go up right now. But we're still not seeing a break above 440.97 on the SPY. So we're paying close attention here to the ETFs and the stocks, but the stocks are rallying, man. The stocks are kind of just doing their own thing. Amazon's up $40, you guys. That is your leader for the day. The Google's up $28. Booking Holdings Timeout is your real leader today, up 60. Chipotle's up 45 here, so we do have some stocks up here today right now. Looks like we got a lot of competition between the highs of the day here today between Chipotle and looking like Google and Amazon and Booking Holdings. These are your top leaders here for today. This is what's rallying the market so far here today. But if the other names start to pick up here, Shopify's up 21 here, you guys. So that's the market. Tesla's up 15. So see what I'm saying. Oh, Ulta Beauty, woman empowered. $417.50 Ulta Beauty. Haven't seen them there. That's all-time highs. I gotta be. Haven't seen them there in a while or never. Let me check the charts. That looks like an all-time high there, ladies. Yeah, that is, you guys. That is near all-time highs, Ulta Beauty. Shout out to the women there. They're getting their hair done, nails did. Tesla's picking up, you guys, $17 here. Snow's up here, $2. Tesla's picking up. Shopify's picking up. Amazon's gone. They're gone. Forget that. That's squeezed there. They're $45. Almost about to be 2% here. $3,061. There you go, you guys. I warned you. You could have brought a call. You had a chance. Definitely had a chance about at least 10 minutes ago. 11:11 Make-A-Wish. It's over. Bulls got their wish on that Amazon there. It's gone. Now, the key is if it breaks 3,100, it will rally. So keep your eye on them. Keep your eye on them. They're going to go up another 20 here, more than likely, but they're going to try to take it to another 40. If it gets to another 40 and it gets past that, Amazon will see a $100 bid today, you guys. So keep that in mind. It's a stock split still, and they can do whatever. 20-1 stock split. Remember that. They can do whatever. They can do whatever. They're the leaders. They're the leaders. They're the leaders. You follow. You don't short. You follow. You short when they short. But other than that, you're good. Other than that, Amazon, they're dangerous, man. And I'm just speaking on their behalf because LCAOD, we know a lot about them, ladies and gentlemen. But right here, we're still listening to this live briefing here, United Nations. They're just talking about women and peace and security, and it's all in Ukraine, man. It's all in Ukraine. It sounds not bad today, though. They actually sound like they're trying to help the cause here. SPY's holding up its gains here. About to break out here and become that fight, that bull bear market. We're about to have to share the market again here. It looks like with the bulls, the bears have taken over and they're about to share the market back with the bulls here. That's what's approaching us right now, you guys. It's happening. It's breaking right now. 440.80 on the SPY right now. It looks like it wants to touch that 441 level. It wants it so bad. Target is up, you guys. Target's up $234. Target's on the high. So we got a lot of green across the board. T-Mobile's on the high, $134. We got a lot of green today. Roku's on the high. Qualcomm's on the high. Green all across the board. NVIDIA's on the high, 221. SPY's breaking out, 440.84. Amazon's picking up. Amazon's picking up here. Boeing's on the high, 182. SPY's on the high, 441. Oh, it just broke it here. Our new high today, 441, 3 cents. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. New market, ladies and gentlemen. A bull bear market. Bull bear market. We officially are sharing the market with the bulls. Be very cautious. It can go either way here. Amazon's picking up 3,062 here. We're sharing the market again, you guys. 440.89 on the SPY here. They're fighting. They're fighting. It's a bull bear market again. Welcome. It's a two-sided market. It's a two-sided market. I repeat, alert. It's 11:14 a.m. I'm telling you this. This is the Stock Market Live. We're LCAOD. It is a bull bear market. It just entered it. 441, 3 cents. The bulls have full control again right now. Now, the bears can still take back control, but the bulls got it right now. 3,065 Amazon. They're picking up. They're up 50. Everybody's going up here, you guys. Everybody's going up now. Apple's picking up right now. Google's picking up. Everybody's picking up here. They love to buy. Remember this, if you don't know nothing. They love to buy big tech. They love to bash big tech stocks when they're going down only. Now, when they're going down only, they bash them. They love to buy that bash as well. Keep that in mind. Remember that now. They love to buy when big tech is red. They flood it every single time, ladies and gentlemen. 441, 6 cents here. 441, 12 cents. SPY's picking up here, breaking out right now. Ulta's picking up here. Everything's picking up. The Lulu's on the high, y'all. Lululemon is on the high today. That's a lot of green here. Microsoft's picking up. I'm seeing a lot of discounts, too. It looks like the green is only beginning. The green is only beginning. We got earnings season approaching. It looks like the market stroked off JP Morgan earnings. So we're going to be depending on the next bank. 441.18 on the SPY. New high today. So we're going to be picking it 441.22. Here we go. They rally. I'm trying to talk. They going up. They're moving that needle higher. They must get hear me. They know what's going on. They know we're all analyzing this. The SPY's picking up here. Market's picking up. Nasdaq's up 1.45%, you guys. They're leading the way here. The Dow's up 35%. The S&P 500 is up 65% here. So as I was saying, they started moving the needle. The bank earnings here depended a lot on it, but as you can see, JP Morgan got brushed off. They're moving up here. Now it's going to depend on Goldman Sachs next here. Goldman Sachs is very, very key. Very, very key to the next level here. Because if Goldman Sachs is okay and not that bad and they brush it off, the SPY's going to be right back at 446, guaranteed. We're going to be right back in the bull market. The trend just going to reverse that fast. Why am I saying that? Because you got big tech earnings approaching. You got Netflix approaching next week, ladies and gentlemen. You got Tesla. Elon Musk report his earnings next week. What do you got? You got the bag or not? You get it? So the market is about to be moving here. There's going to be a lot of opportunity with a lot of time here ahead of you. No need to rush anything. Just warning you for what's ahead here. But we are in a bull/bear market now, you guys. We're at 441, 8 cent, 10 cent on the SPY. 441, 22 cent is the high. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to tune back in to the briefing here. I just want to let you guys know the trend just changed in the matter of 17 minutes ago. They were just changing the trend. The market makers just live changed the trend. The media is not going to tell you this. They're going to tell you this after the fact when they about to run it here. They're running it right now. They're going to tell you when they're running it. But it's going to be too late by then. They'll probably hit the sell button. So as of right now, Amazon's up 1.7%. They have a 2.1% implied move. So Amazon's at 3,067 of $50, meaning they're going to hit that implied move whether you like it or not. Now, when they get there, they're either going to keep going or you will see this thing channel back in. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 11:18 a.m. We are depending on the euro close here in the next 12 minutes. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune into the briefing. I'll talk to you guys in 12 minutes. SPY's going up, 441.26, new high.
From communications, and therefore unable to tell their story. seek the hope and indeed the support they need. And that is why it was important to us today, the United Kingdom, and I thank our ambassador and her team in this regard, to invite the first Ethiopian civil society representative to brief this Security Council on the situation in northern Ethiopia. And what's more, to hear directly from you, Helena, an Ethiopian woman who has been integral to feminist youth movements and who has recently worked with communities across the country who have been affected by conflict-related sexual violence. The United Kingdom government has committed more than £7 million to support survivors in northern Ethiopia and improve national accountability systems. And we will also continue to work to provide expertise to build capacity to hold perpetrators to account. And I welcome in this respect, the gauntlet was thrown down, but from our colleagues from the African Union, I pay tribute to the African Union's leadership on conflict-related sexual violence. 30 African countries now have a national action plan on women, peace and security, providing the very essential framework for addressing this issue and women's political participation in conflict-affected contexts. It's essential. Mariana, again, made that point. We have, within the UN framework, SRSG Patton and I discussed this, we have within the UN family incredible mediation networks of women. We need to ensure that expertise, those insights, are deployed directly, not just in resolving conflicts, but in actually building sustainable peace. Sadly, again, we've heard from Mariana of how rape is being used and continues to be used to destroy the lives of many Syrian women and girls by various parties to the conflict. And the United Kingdom continues to support and provide support in that area. £4 million through its Conflict Stability and Security Fund has been used in response to that crisis. We've also strengthened the medical documentation of attacks in accordance with international standards and improved support services for survivors. And I am absolutely convinced that the Marath Code will be an important contribution to enhance that collection of evidence. I was also pleased to see the first conviction for conflict-related sexual violence in Syria delivered in Koblenz in January. Let me assure you, as we look around the world, the United Kingdom will also continue to support Afghan women who face some of the highest rates of violence in the world and are watching the progress made in recent decades unravel in front of their eyes. And let us also send a very clear message to those who seek to suppress women's rights, who seek to suppress the rights of education for girls. And yes, that is a message clearly for the Taliban to hear. Islam as a religion based itself on equality for girls and rights for women. Islam is clear. Are you? Empower girls, educate girls, empower women. The evidence is in front of you. Societies prosper, nations progress. We are also pushing to integrate services for all survivors of gender-based violence, including sexual violence, into Afghan healthcare provision. And that's being informed directly by the people who know best. Many leaders, Afghan women leaders, who are helping us on this important agenda. We are also working with the International Rescue Committee, the UN Population Fund, and others on programs to protect women and girls and provide access to gender-based violence services. Colleagues, members of the Security Council, we are collectively shocked at the abhorrent testimonies we hear in every conflict. But today, as we sit here, the abhorrent testimonies which are emerging from Ukraine, the reports of rape and sexual violence committed by Russian armed forces must be properly investigated. And that is why the United Kingdom has worked with partners to refer the situation in Ukraine to the International Criminal Court, to establish a commission of inquiry through the UN Human Rights Council, and with the support directly of Ukraine, to establish an OSCE mission of experts. In March, we announced an additional £1 million in funding for the ICC to help uncover evidence of war crimes. And let me put it simply and starkly. Sexual violence, rape, it's a vile, vile stain on humanity. Wherever it occurs, whoever the perpetrators, it is our collective moral duty. Indeed, it is our absolute obligation to work together, to help survivors, and do all we can to stamp it out. And as Nadia said, we must work together to provide the routes and avenues to see justice for survivors. To perpetrators, we must send a very clear message. A clear message not just from the Security Council, but every person in every society must be determined to send that same unequivocal message in all its clarity. You will be found. You will face justice. Justice, you will be held to account. And finally, to the survivors, to those who are here and the courageous survivors around the world, thank you. Thank you for the hope that you provide in the face of such challenge, in the face of unimaginable consequences you have faced. Thank you for your courage and conviction to carry on. Sexual violence is not just a crime against you, it's a crime against our common and shared humanity. We stand for you, and we will always stand with you. Thank you. I now resume my function as President of the Council, and I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Linda Thomas-Greenfield, Permanent Representative of the United States and member of President Biden's Cabinet. Your Excellency.
441.56, high today on the spy, you guys.
This very important discussion today. I also want to thank Special Representative Patton for your remarks. The United States is proud to support the important work of the SRSG.
Amazon about to hit that implied move.
And most of all, thank you to
1.96 Amazon. Here it comes. You guys get ready. I told you 2.1% all week over there at the Amazonians. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
Deliberate tactic and conflict. It is used to terrorize, to destabilize, to break communities and people down. Its impact ripple out far beyond survivors, and it fuels instability. Unfortunately, this unspeakable practice is not new. I was recalling as you all spoke in the early 90s, attending meetings with Somali women who were victims of violence in Somalia and hearing their horrific stories of rape and their plea to all of us to support them. And here we are today, hearing those same pleas from all of you.
Oh, yeah.
The same acts of violence are still being
in the money. SPY going up, you guys. 441.74. New high today. 441.75 on the SPY. New high
here.
Of today, we're back in the bull/bear market.
And girls in Ukraine from Russia's brutal and unprovoked war. And we cannot forget or look away from the way rape and sexual violence have been used as a weapon of war in Ethiopia and Syria and other conflicts around the world. This council has spent a great deal of time discussing these issues, noting them with great concern. Well, now it's time for us to act. As we heard today, expressions of concern are not enough. First, we and all governments need to hold perpetrators accountable. We must do more as a global community to actually implement the international commitments we've all agreed to, as Ms. Patton said to us.
We're already done. Was that close enough there towards everything that the Bulls needed to accomplish? Or are the Bulls done, ladies and gentlemen? Or do they feel like that was close enough to everything that they needed to accomplish? Or are they done? Let's find out right now. It's 11:28 a.m. The Euro market is about to close in 2 minutes. This is the United States Security Councilwoman speaking on our behalf.
Collective to do everything we can to ensure perpetrators do not get away with these acts of conflict-related sexual violence. And that means strengthening quality, ethical, and effective documentation efforts. We caution against any action that would duplicate or dilute the efficacy of our existing Security Council mandates and legal frameworks. We have the tools we need. We just need to use them. We cannot let ourselves get distracted from the urgency of accountability, especially in those settings where we continue to receive reports of conflict-related sexual violence. After all, holding perpetrators accountable is not only the right thing to do, it deters others from enacting this violence in the future. It strengthens the rule of law. It makes reconciliation more likely, and it makes inclusive and democratic transition possible. Second, we must defend and empower survivors through a survivor-centered approach. That means listening to survivors, responding to their unique needs, and providing the resources and legal support they ask for and that they need. We have learned just how important it is to create a supportive environment to avoid re-traumatizing those who have experienced conflict-related sexual violence, and to ensure that...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the European market is closed. It's 11:30 a.m. Let's see what the United States want to do. They're in full control now. All eyes on us.
And we hope break...
Give the move about 20 minutes. They're actually getting to the action here today. The volatility is dying down here, chilling out, going down, but stocks taking advantage of it, as you see.
Them is the clearest and the most powerful way to empower survivors to become agents of peace and voices of change, as we see from our colleague Nadia across this room. And again, Nadia, thank you so much for bringing your voice to us today. Third and finally, because all gender-based violence is rooted in gender inequality, we must advance the empowerment of women and girls in all of their diversity. To that end, the United Nations and all member states should apply conflict-sensitive and participatory gender analysis to our interventions and to our work. We need to ensure we are addressing the underlying societal norms and power relations that, when combined with weak or absent state institutions, lead to gender-based violence. We need to advance gender-sensitive early warning and response, and we must persevere in our promotion of the meaningful participation of women in decision-making roles, especially in conflict prevention, resolution, and peacekeeping processes. When we integrate women and girls into atrocity prevention efforts, we do more to prevent those atrocities. It is that simple. In the long term, the best defense against conflict-related sexual violence is an equal and just society, one where all women and girls have respect for their human rights, and where we enjoy equal protection under the law, where we have timely access to justice, and where we have the educational opportunities we all deserve. As the late Secretary Albright used to say, democracy is a parent to peace, and common sense tells us that true democracy is not possible without the full participation of women. So let us make democracy possible. Let us build those just and inclusive societies. And in the meantime, let us hold perpetrators accountable, take a survivor-centered approach, and integrate gender equity in everything we do. And as Nadia said, survivors don't want our pity. They want justice. They all have made, all of the women who spoke today, they all have made recommendations to us today. Let's pay homage to them.
So see some slight movement here, more towards the upside, 441.86. Hope you're not going anywhere on the SPY here, because it's only going up. The United States is buying it up here too, you guys. Remember, this is still a dip here. We just re-entered the bull market here. Getting refreshed there, but we're still in the bear market. It's half and half sliced here. but it's going upward.
Secretary General Pramila Patten, and to the civil society briefers for your very valuable statements. Time and time again, we hear in this chamber how sexual violence is being used as a tactic of war. And every year, these reports put into stark relief how we continue to fall short in effectively addressing both the immediate effects and the root causes of conflict-related violence.
441.98, 441.98, 441.98 on the spot, new high of the day.
This is completely abhorrent. I therefore wish to thank the
ladies and gentlemen, on the spot,
for focusing this year's open debate on accountability as prevention. And I want to thank
Is the bears slipping? Are we about to go back into a bull market? Yeah, because 446 we are. And numbers don't lie here, you guys, at LCAOD. So we're just paying attention here to charts and numbers. Yeah, charts and numbers here. 441.99 is the high of the day right now. Keep in mind, Euro market just closed. It's only been 4 minutes, 5 minutes. The United States is in full control. Full control. So this is their market now. This is our market. This is us. We're doing this here. We're the leaders right now. We got the momentum of everything. What we're going to do, we're going to bring it back down. We're going to bring the spot back down here. So the bear market, channel it in, make it fair. Or is we feeling like the Euro market here today, as you can see from the opening. We feeling like the European market here. They just closed here 5 minutes ago. We're about to find out here shortly, man. We're just trying to figure it out right now. This briefing's still going on. Let's check and see if we got any other briefings. This briefing is probably going to be going on all day. It's moving the market all day. I'm starting to notice here now. It's a long, long briefing. They're talking about a lot of stuff there, but just dealing with Ukraine, though, and the Russia situation. And, you know, the United States is involved, saying that, you know, they're trying to help Ukraine. We all know that. But it's just affecting the market because it seems like the United States wants to help, but they don't want to fight. That's just what it's starting to seem like. Well, it's been that way, but it's starting to get more noticeable. Man, just keep in mind the market is just going to be moving. Very volatile because of that briefing here. So we're just trying to catch all the coverage here as we watch charts and numbers here. It looks like we got breaking news, or it went away. We can refresh and see if it comes back. They CNBC sometimes do that. They put up breaking news and delete it. The Dow's up 63%. The S&P 500 is up 74%. The Nasdaq's up 1.55 here. The Russell 2000 is up 1.20%. The VIX is down 8.12%, down $22.29. So the volatility really is calming down here. That's why we entered the bull market here, and we're sharing it here again with the bulls and the bears. Bitcoin crypto market. Ooh, didn't even think about that. Forgot. 41,000. So you just made a quick 1,000 just now today? Because I just saw them at 40. Wow. So yeah, crypto's floating here, you guys. So crypto's back above 40,000 at $41,177. So that's pretty high there right now. Ethereum is up $3,000, $3,102. So they just had a little pop there too, a little momentum, $3,120. So come on, man, like it's just crypto is moving the market here too. Here, I'm noticing that here. There might be some crypto news here. We need to check here. Eventually, I'm gonna check here. But right now, we're just watching this briefing here and seeing that it is moving the market, and there is nothing else going on. So it must be that briefing that is moving the market, ladies and gentlemen. From the White House later, I'm sure we'll have either Secretary Jay. We may not. We really haven't seen him this week. we might see Secretary Jen. We might see Biden. Oh, no, looks like we're going to see Secretary Jen at, oh, look, they got her coming out right at Power Hour. So be prepared for that. It's 11:38 a.m. right now. Right now, we're in the midst of the Euro market close and the United States taking over here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's tune back into this briefing here. We got Jen later on after lunch. But that look like that might be all today here. Might have some more briefings roll through. If we do, we'll catch them and we'll pull them up here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune back into this briefing.
By the USD's office and echoed by UN Women, UNFPA, and civil society. The scale of the resources is far from equal to the scale of actions needed on the ground. Council members and the broader UN membership must join forces to ensure that the UN and CSOs have the necessary expertise, financing, and access in place. President, a final point. We all recognize that the elephant in the room is the lack of political will. By sending a strong, collective signal through all Council's decisions and in our dialogue with conflict parties, we must remind them of their obligation and influence their actions. And we must insist on women's full, equal, and meaningful participation and protection from violence, not merely as an end in itself, but as a prerequisite for peace and stability. I hope this Council will send a strong signal today, clearly condemning any and all use of conflict-related sexual violence. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Lord Ahmed, I would like to begin by thanking you and welcoming you for chairing this important open debate. We are delighted that the UK has joined the Shared Women, Peace and Security Presidency Commitment, and we welcome the growing number of signatories. I would like also to thank Special Representative Pamela Patton for her detailed briefing and the critical work of her office. I also want to thank Ms. Murad for her insightful briefing. The UAE has always admired Ms. Murad's courageous work, and we are proud to support Nadia's initiative, her non-profit empowering the brave Yazidi women of Iraq. I listened also carefully to the briefings by Ms. Karkutli and Ms. Berhano. Mr. President, sexual and gender-based violence is a despicable scourge, and this Council must do more to prevent it in conflict situations. When such violence is used as a tool of war, it exacerbates conflict and sets back progress towards inclusive, equal, and stable societies. As the rate of conflict and instability around the world increases, so too have the disturbing reports on the situation of women and girls in these settings. Women and girls in Afghanistan continue to be subjected to sexual slavery and rape. In Syria and Iraq, the heinous acts of Daesh continue to have an impact. At the Ukrainian border, women and girls are targeted by human and sex traffickers as they flee the conflict. And as we also heard today, the tragic experiences of women and girls face in many other conflicts. The United Arab Emirates, therefore, welcomes the focus on the structural prevention, resilience building, and accountability in the Secretary General's report this year. As members of the international community, the Security Council and the wider UN membership have a responsibility to prioritize prevention, ensure accountability, and end this horror. In this regard, we would like to make the following recommendations. First, the most effective response to sexual and gender-based violence is preventing it from happening in the first place. As this special representative has pointed out time and again, effective prevention strategies require addressing root causes, most notably structural gender inequality and harmful social norms. This includes strengthening women's and girls' resilience by ensuring they enjoy equal access to public life, education, and economic participation, recognizing and understanding their role as active agents of change
and dynamic members of society is thus the first step in prevention. Second, accountability needs to be pursued by upholding and strengthening the rule of law. There is a transformative period following conflict and crisis to strengthen the capacity of relevant national institutions, such as law enforcement and the security sector, so that they may better uphold the rule of law. Capacity building, if coupled with the deployment of gender and protection expertise that focuses on a survivor-centered approach, can be a critical tool to establish a system that promotes accountability. Third, the international community must hold non-state armed groups accountable for conflict-related sexual violence, not least because they are increasingly central actors in conflict settings. Grave violations of international humanitarian law and human rights law require accountability. A strong tool for the Security Council to achieve this is to include conflict-related sexual violence as a standalone designation criterion for sanctions and to list individuals and entities whenever they are responsible for the commission of such acts. In this regard, we welcome the recent decision made by the Council to designate the Houthis as an entity, including for perpetrating a policy of sexual violence in conflict. Efforts like these contribute to the prevention of and response to these crimes on the ground, and Council members must remain consistent in their approach. In conclusion, there is no justification for the fact that conflict-related sexual violence remains a reality. The Council, the UN, its member states, the private sector, and civil society must work together and make it a priority to eliminate these crimes once and for all. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to the representative of India. Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the outset, we thank the United Kingdom for convening the open debate on this important issue. We also thank SRSG Pramila Patten and all other distinguished briefers for sharing their insights. In the last 3 decades, the international community has played an important role in fixing accountability for conflict-related sexual violence, thereby sending out a strong message that sexual violence has no place in the civilized world. The prosecutions of conflict-related sexual crimes by the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia and for Rwanda, UN Security Council resolutions on sexual violence, and United Kingdom's Preventing Sexual Violence in Conflict initiative have contributed to addressing this complex and sensitive issue in its entirety. Despite this progress, it is indeed distressing that sexual violence in conflict situations continue unabated amidst a culture of impunity as a tactic of war, torture, and terror in armed conflicts, especially by non-state actors. Again, despite the robust framework put in place by the Security Council since 2007, with the launching of the UN Action Against Sexual Violence in Conflict, the levels of compliance by parties to the conflict remains low. Majority of the parties listed in the Secretary General's annual report on conflict-related sexual violence are persistent perpetrators who continue to commit or abet sexual violence in armed situations. This must stop. The Council must focus on identifying and bridging the implementation gaps to prevent the atrocities and facilitate the rehabilitation and reintegration of survivors. Mr. President, my delegation wishes to highlight the following 6 issues for the consideration of the Council. First, national governments have the primary responsibility for prosecuting and deterring such crimes in conflict situations on their territories, even if these are alleged to have been committed by non-state actors. Member states should ensure effective prosecution of sexual violence as a self-standing crime. Second, upon request, the UN must assist national authorities in developing capabilities to strengthen their national legal frameworks and related structures for speedy investigation and prosecution of perpetrators. This should also be a priority in post-conflict situations to address holistically the structural and cross-cutting gender inequalities that perpetuate sexual violence. Third, the member states must adopt a victim-centered approach to preventing and responding to sexual violence in armed conflicts in line with Resolution 2467 that seeks to strengthen justice and accountability and calls for a survivor-centered approach in the prevention and response to conflict-related sexual violence. States must ensure adequate focus and resources for comprehensive and non-discriminatory assistance for victims of sexual violence by providing for medical, psychological, social, and legal services. A key starting point in strengthening the accountability process is by addressing the endemic stigma attached to survivors of sexual violence and fear of reprisals by offenders, thereby helping them to come forward to speak to investigators and testify in court. Fourth, terrorism and violent extremism conducive to terrorism continue to be the biggest global threat to peace and security, with women suffering disproportionately in the resulting conflicts engendered by them. Sexual violence, primarily directed against women and girls and increasingly among men and boys by terrorists, remains a cause of concern. The nexus between terrorism, trafficking, and sexual violence in armed conflict needs to be broken. Fifth, the sanctions regimes and other targeted measures by the Council need to be strengthened to utilize their full potential to deter perpetrators of sexual violence in armed conflict. Last but not the least, the member states must provide a conducive environment for the participation and inclusion of women in political processes and decision making. India has moved ahead from women's development to women-led development. We have been advocating this idea for lasting peace in our neighborhood, including in Afghanistan, in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2593, especially relating to women, children, and minorities. Mr. President, in 2017, Prime Minister Modi joined the Circle of Leadership that was formally established by the Secretary General at the high-level meeting on the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse in the United Nations operations. India has also signed the Secretary General's Voluntary Compact against sexual exploitation and abuse. India has the distinction of sending the first all-women formed police unit contingent to Liberia in 2007. This unit mitigated incidents of crime against women, deterred sexual and gender-based violence, and helped rebuild safety and confidence among the Liberian population. In this process, it also operationalized the spirit of the landmark Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security into action. These courageous Indian women patrolled Monrovian streets at night, taught Liberian women self-defense skills, and conducted classes on combating the number of women peacekeepers. We also support increasing the deployment of women protection advisors for effective monitoring, analysis, and reporting arrangements on conflict-related sexual violence in the field. To conclude, India reaffirms its commitment to actively contribute to a collective endeavor in effectively tackling sexual violence in situations of armed conflict. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil, Your Excellency.
Many thanks, Mr. President. It is highly regrettable to be here today calling once more for an end to an utterly unacceptable crime committed most against women and girls, but also against men and boys. Sexual violence in conflict destroys the social fabric of communities and inflicts long-lasting psychological trauma, having a direct bearing on the resilience of peace and on the prospects for sustainable development. Perpetrators, be they state or non-state actors, terrorists or mercenaries, should now be thinking twice before they commit such crimes. But they do not stop. They continue because they know that most probably their actions will go unpunished even though they are committing well-known violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law, abhorrent acts prohibited both in times of war and peace. Today's briefings and the latest report of the Secretary General serve as stark reminders that the fight to end sexual violence as a weapon of war, as a tool of intimidation and social control in conflict and post-conflict situations is very far from over. Mr. President Lord Ahmad, Brazil thanks the United Kingdom for organizing today's debate and the briefers for their comprehensive presentations. In addition to that, we take this opportunity to commend Special Representative Pramila Patten for her work and her office for the crucial role they play in international efforts to combat sexual violence and conflict. We also thank Ms. Nadia Murad, Mariana Karkutli, and Helena Berjano for their testimonials. They show us the strength of the committed work of victims themselves and of their organizations on the ground. Addressing the prevailing culture of impunity for the crime of sexual violence in conflict is paramount, not just as a means of reparation, but also of delivering justice by making perpetrators accountable for their crimes. It is also, as experience shows, an important tool to prevent the horrific scenarios described by the aforementioned reports and a myriad of other accounts. As Ms. Simmers Bauhaus told us on Monday, and Ms. Pramila confirmed today, red signs are now flying all over as allegations of sexual violence are reported in the context of the conflict in Ukraine. Brazil reiterates its calls for urgent independent investigations of such allegations and welcomes the participation of UN women experts, skilled and experienced, to investigate sexual violence, abuse, and exploitation in the works of the Commission of Inquiry of the Human Rights Council. This council should respond appropriately to all allegations of sexual violence in conflicts under its agenda. This response must recognize the problem and strengthen, whenever appropriate, the mandates of peacekeeping operations and special political missions as to promote real changes on the ground. Recent reports in South Sudan offer a horrific account of sexual violence being used as a weapon of war and remind us of the grave consequences of widespread impunity for sexual violence in conflict. The recent approved Resolution 2625 on South Sudan, which renews the mandate of UNMISS, expresses serious concerns at those ongoing reports and underlines the urgency of timely investigations, not only to support accountability, but also to provide assistance and protection to survivors. It enables UNMISS to curb sexual violence within its core directive for the protection of civilians. In fact, UNMISS may use a variety of means and areas of deployment to deter, prevent, and respond to sexual and gender-based violence, including by facilitating access to organizations that provide services and support to survivors. But having such provisions in the Council's resolutions is not enough. This Council must urgently address the funding shortfalls that prevent it from delivering a satisfactory response. And that includes having the resources, for instance, to continue to deploy women's protection advisors to bring behavioral change through engagement with the parties to the conflict. It is also essential to guarantee that pre-deployment training of UN troops and personnel includes capacity building to recognize and respond to sexual violence in conflict, including on early warning and risk mitigation. Troops should be trained to help foster an enabling environment for surviving victims to seek support and for perpetrators to be persecuted for their crimes. Peace agreements and post-conflict arrangements hardly ever deal with the situation of those who have been subjected to violence during conflict and its aftermath. With the support of the Peacebuilding Commission, this Council should continue to advocate for the inclusion of references in peace agreements, consider the imperative to, ideally at least, eradicate all forms of sexual violence, especially against all women and girls, and of provisions related to accountability for gender-based violence. Promoting full, equal, and meaningful...
So we're back in the bear market, you guys. The United States is fading us here back into the bear market. So this is that bull/bear market I was telling you guys about. So be very cautious here. We're still in the bear market now. It just flipped on us. They got the trend. They got the trend quad witching on us, you guys. The trend is witching on us. It's going both ways. It's a bull/bear market. It means it's performing as a kangaroo here. But the indices are green here, so they're indicating that it might be bullish. So a lot of you are getting caught at the top buying those calls. Oh, man. But hold on. Anything can happen here. Just stay patient here. Euro close is still affecting the market here. United States is in control. Like I said, they are fading it so far since the Euro market closed about 20 minutes ago. They just faded it sideways back to 440.91. Right now we're at 441 here. So we're entering. This is the entry to the bull market here. This is the entrance for the bull market, 441. So they're fighting again. Once again, stay calm, stay patient. Anything can happen. Amazon is still going to move 2.1% tomorrow, regardless, and maybe by today, regardless. So at the end of the day, that's what that is over there at Amazon. So a lot of opportunity, a lot of money to be made, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune back into this briefing.
Turmoil, women and girls are the main victims of sexual violence. The most fundamental protection of them is the prevention and resolution of conflicts so as to eliminate the breeding ground for sexual violence. The Security Council should make good use of the toolkit entrusted by the UN Charter, increase investment in political settlement of hotspot issues, and make more efforts in peaceful means such as negotiation, good offices, and mediation. The UN political and peacekeeping missions should also, based on their mandates, play their due roles in early warning of conflicts and protection of vulnerable groups. Second, combating terrorism so as to eliminate violence against women by terrorist and extremist forces. In recent years, terrorist groups, kidnapping, and human trafficking, as well as sexual violence and exploitation, have become increasingly rampant. Many alleged perpetrators of sexual violence in the SG's report are actually terrorist groups listed by the 1267 Committee of the Security Council. The international community should closely integrate the elimination of sexual violence in conflicts with the fight against terrorism by adhering to unified standards and jointly combating all terrorist and extremist forces so as to end violence against women and girls. Third, amplifying the she power and actively supporting women's development and empowerment. Sexual violence in conflict is closely related to the root causes and deep-seated imbalances such as gender inequality and underdevelopment. The international community should tackle the issue of conflict-related sexual violence in an integrated manner within the overall framework of women's empowerment and development, striving to eliminate gender discrimination and differential treatment, removing the development gap faced by women, and promoting synergy between women's endeavor and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is essential to continue to amplify women's active position, participation, and transformative power in the field of peace and security, and actively support women's effective participation in peace processes, peacekeeping, and peace building. Fourth, upholding the leadership of countries concerned and supporting their efforts in pursuing accountability. The countries concerned have the primary responsibility for preventing and combating sexual violence in conflicts and protecting women and children of their countries. Based on respecting the judicial sovereignty and the leadership of the countries concerned, the international community should provide targeted assistance in rule of law, security, and humanitarian fields. Assist the countries concerned in providing timely protection and assistance to victims of sexual violence in conflicts, and step up capacity building of judicial organs so as to bring perpetrators to justice and bring justice to victims. Mr. President, Ms. Nadia Murad is a survivor of sexual violence by the Islamic State terrorist group. Her tragic experience is heartbreaking, while her tenacity and courage awe-inspiring. For over 7 years, she has been advocating for Yazidi survivors like her. All she asked for were 2 words: accountability and justice. In East Asia, there is also a group of victims of sexual violence in conflict who have been living with nightmare memories but have not been able to get justice even till their death. This group is the comfort women forcibly drafted by the Japanese army during the Second World War. During that period, hundreds of thousands of women and girls from China, the Korean Peninsula, Southeast Asia, and other countries and regions were forcibly conscripted by Japanese militarism as comfort women and became prisoner in hell. They have experienced horrific sexual and violence, both mentally and physically. However, to our indignation, for decades, some forces in Japan have stubbornly adhered to misconceptions and kept attempting to deny and whitewash the history of aggression. As recent as last month, some of the textbooks approved by the Japanese government once again blurred historical facts through word games, attempting to downplay and evade the historical guilt of forced recruitment of comfort women. We solemnly urge Japan to face up to and reflect on the history of aggression, handle issues left over from history, such as the forced drafting of comfort women in a responsible manner, bring justice to the victims and survivors, and being accountable to the people of the invaded countries, so as not to further lose trust from its Asian neighbors and the international community. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of China, and I now give the floor to the representative of Albania. Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for organizing this open debate on this crucial issue. And the number of speakers by itself speaks of the paramount importance that the UN member states accord to this issue. We were moved by the powerful message from Ms. Murad, and we thank her, as well as Ms. Karkutli and Ms. Berhanu. And again, thank you, Mr. President and UK team, for bringing these important voices in our discussion, a testimony of how much we need to hear the civil society in the Council. Mr. President, we all know where we come from on this issue. For a very long time, conflict-related sexual violence crimes have not been recognized as crimes against humanity and war crimes, and as such were only rarely prosecuted, or not at all. Thankfully, this has changed in the course of the last 3 decades, but on the lower side, atrocities and conflict-related violence based on sexual orientation continues to persist in many parts of the world. Sexual violence continues to be used as a weapon of war and terror to punish civilians, terrorize communities, break up families for the sheer sick choice of perpetrators. Women are raped, men are tortured, girls are exploited and sold, children are born to rape mothers and end up being excluded by their communities. This is what has or is still happening in many war theaters from Tigray to Syria, from Myanmar, Afghanistan to Yemen, but not only, and the list is much longer. There is unfortunately a new situation where, as the days go by, we see new gruesome pictures getting out of the darkness of the war in Ukraine, and we hear new chilling testimonies of women and girls raped by the Russian aggressors. Only 2 days ago, the executive director of UN Women, speaking on the situation of Ukraine, said in this chamber, and I quote, that they were increasingly hearing of rape and sexual violence. It was a stark warning of what is to come. In a remarkably well-documented investigation, an example of excellence of the kind, the New York Times tells a part of a story of Bucha, this landscape of horror. The evidence uncovered shows that Russian soldiers not only killed recklessly and sadically in revenge for their defeat. There is more. There is this woman held as a sex slave in a cellar before being cold-bloodily executed. Ukraine's ombudswoman speaks about horrific cases of sexual violence of a group of women and girls kept in a basement of a house for 25 days, and 9 of them are unwillingly pregnant now. By committing such despicable crimes and systematically denying them, as we hear, perpetrators kill twice. This is the only so-called nobility of this war. We know the lie is the backbone of every dictatorship, and Russia has made it its flagship communication tactic. These crimes must not be left unanswered. Perpetrators are being identified, and they must be prosecuted and convicted. Mr. President, All parties to conflict, whether they are state or non-state actors, are bound by international law. While in the past sexual violence has often been seen as a byproduct of war, it is now recognized as a war crime and a core security challenge. It is outlawed by many international legal frameworks and Security Council resolutions. So, and here I echo SRSG Patton's question, why it is still so widespread in conflicts from Ukraine to Myanmar, from Afghanistan to South Sudan? Why some state actors still do condone sexual violence as a means of warfare? The unacceptable and deploring reality is that despite collective efforts, conflict-related sexual violence goes largely unpunished. We have the law, but there is a lack of proper implementation. We express outrage, but we end up with little action, and this is what must end. Mr. President, coming from a region which in the not-so-distant past has been the stage of major conflict and human suffering, we have witnessed how sexual violence was used as a tactic of war against civilians. Sexual violence was a despicable weapon of war, an instrument to humiliate, widely used in the conflict in Kosovo in 1989. This horrible crime has left a profound imprint on survivors and in society alike. While the conflict-related sexual crimes committed in Kosovo have regrettably never been included in the Secretary General's report on sexual violence and its annexes, we commend UN Women for its work in assisting and training the Kosovo authorities to investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate cases of conflict-related sexual violence and address their legacy by integrating a survivor-centered, human rights-based approach. Because the voices of more than 20,000 abused women and girls during the conflict in Kosovo must be heard. Just like all voices of all survivors of sexual violence anywhere in the world must be heard. In this respect, we commend SRSG Patton for the publication of the anthology In Their Words, Voices of Survivors of Conflict-Related Sexual Violence, which contains 150 powerful and heartbreaking stories of the survivors. Reading their words, one understands the destructive force and the dehumanizing nature of this horrendous crime. It doesn't just harm a single individual, or a single family, or even a single group. It negatively affects entire families and communities, erodes social and political stability, and undermines economic progress, as you, Lord Ahmad, rightly put it. Mr. President, if we want to finally end this universal scourge, we must be able to do more and better, and that is by taking action. First, we must prioritize prevention, and we can contribute by including the prevention and response to conflict-related sexual violence when we design and renew mandates of peace operations, what we do here in the Council. The deployment of women's protection advisors has proven to be very effective in ensuring more timely, accurate, and reliable information regarding conflict-related sexual violence in the field. Second, and everybody agrees, we must improve and strengthen accountability. Ensuring accountability by putting an end to impunity for violations and abuses must be our priority. We strongly support the work of the UN team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, as well as the model legislative provisions and guidance launched by the Office of the SRSG. Albania welcomes the steps taken by some countries and the universal jurisdiction in their national courts and encourage a more coordinated approach among states towards this end. We will be very pleased to follow the Murad Code for collective evidence, because only evidence leads to accountability, and accountability helps healing wounds. In the Council, we should incorporate sexual violence as a standalone designation criterion for targeted sanctions when we cannot do better than that. The message should be one and clear. No one that has promoted, used, or plans to use sexual violence as a tactic of war will escape justice. And finally, we must ensure effective and secure participation of civil society, as it was the case today, in particular women's organizations, in efforts to address conflict-related sexual violence at all stages, including reparation and rehabilitation. And we must protect women activists, including women human rights defenders, journalists and peace builders, and those working directly on conflict-related violence from any reprisal. I will end, Mr. President, with this. Spending time to only condemn such crimes is not an option. We must take concrete actions in the entire chain of steps, prevent violence, protect individuals, punish perpetrators, and provide redress to victims and survivors. The legal framework is worth only if it is implemented. Otherwise, it is just...
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 12:13 p.m. We got Wall Street lunch break approaching. You know that. This briefing still going on live with the United Nations here, talk about Ukraine situations. But the puts are up here, 10%, 442 target. That's what they're saying right here in the chat. 107% gave up another 20% on calls. Fine with it. Come on, it's all level. Same as past 2 days. This shit is just fucking easy now. So, yeah, man, that's just what people saying here in the chat here. But just keep in mind, we're in a bull/bear market. It can go either way here, but the bulls just got to regain their strength here the first 3 hours of the day here so far. But it's starting to fade here since the euro closed. United States, we're in control here. We're part of the fade here. We're causing the fade. We're the only ones blocking it from going up here. Don't know how long that's going to happen here. It looks like they might even try to press it higher here today. Looks like they really might try to fight it here higher. Just keep in mind, 442, 443 will push it closer to the bulls there. It'll push it higher, close to the bulls. So it looks like we're retesting the high right now, 441.33 here. Stocks picking back up here. Amazon still holding their gains up 1.7%, trying to get to that 2.1% implied move there and fighting very hard to try to get there. Yeah, man, that's all you really see right now. Just a fight. Just a fight. You're seeing the day traders getting their action here and the swing traders getting their action here. And if you don't know what that is, just tune in. I can let you know what they mean here, what I mean by that. Let's see here. We can go over that real quick while we're sitting here. All right, so a day trader versus a swing trader here is the topic with LCAOD today. I've seen a lot of you guys ask the difference between that in the chat. So I can tell you just beginning. Nothing wrong with it. You got to start somewhere, man. You really do. So Elon Musk's Twitter stake could boost cryptos to value the stock or both. That's headlines coming across. Elon Musk's Twitter stake could boost cryptos or devalue the stock or both. They're saying here now. So Elon Musk just got a lot of briefings just rolling through everyday headlines with anything with him. No, he gets tired of seeing his name in media. But Bitcoin's picking up here, 41,355, up 1,200 now. Amazon's picking up here, 3,070. Apple's even picking up $170. Apple's on the high right now, you guys. So big tech is looking really bullish here today. Adobe is up here, Adobe Technology. Got Google up here. But yeah, man, let's get into what day trading versus swing trading is. I can break it down here real quickly to you guys before we go to lunch. Get that out the way. Then we get into the word of the day later on. It's still early right now. It's 12:17 p.m. Wall Street lunch break is approaching. It means LCAOD lunch break is approaching, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to take a break of the day. We're going to probably just play some music during the lunch and continue to watch the charts and numbers. I don't see any briefings besides this one that's been going on for about 2 hours now. I don't know if you guys want to still keep watching it. So we're going to just play music and watch the charts and numbers during the break. But it is an important briefing, but we probably heard enough of it. That's the only thing that's moving the market here today. They're just really talking about the Ukraine situation, but it's actually moving the market up here positive so far. But Amazon's up here 1.87% here, so they're almost at that implied move, up 3,072 here. We're just trying to see if we can get a break because Ethereum's on the high. They're at 3,100 here, so we're trying to just see if we can get Amazon near to that level because we do see the competition between Amazon and Ethereum, stock versus crypto there. But we're just watching all the correlations, man, here across the board at LCAOD. right. All right, day trading versus swing trading, you guys. Okay, I'm gonna go over day trading first. I'm gonna explain to you what day trading means. This is free game here too with LCLD on the live stream, you guys. If you want to sign up, visit the website www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. Get you signed up, get you filled out, and you know what I'm saying, get you straight. You understand what a stock and an option is, crypto, all that good stuff. You want to just make some money, just get signed up, www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com, ladies and gentlemen. The website is on all of my social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, all that. You get it, whatever. But, okay, I'm going to tell you free game right here because you see the cover anyway before you click the link. Day trading. Trades held for only a few minutes to hours. So if you're day trading, your trades are only held for only a few minutes to hours. Let me read that again. If you are day trading, your trades are only held, come on, chat. Your trades are only held for only a few minutes to hours. Do you understand that? You gotta comprehend that. You get that? You got it. Good. Cool. That's good. That's what you should understand when you're day trading. So when you're day trading, you're not planning to hold it for 6 months, 2 years, or 3 weeks, 4 days. You're just really holding it for a few minutes to hours. Now, day traders do have it unlimited too. If you can day trade, you have it unlimited. Meaning if you have a certain amount in your portfolio, you can day trade unlimited. You need on certain platforms, they offer different requirements. So depending on how much money you have, you can access these unlimited day trades. So you got 3 to 5 trades per day. That makes you a day trader. If you make 3 to 5 day trades per day, that makes you a day trader. Nothing wrong with it. It's a strategy to make money. It's day trading. You can literally get the money that same day, that same minute, that same hour. I hope you're following along here. I'm giving you free game here on the live stream, you guys. LCAOD. 5 minutes to 15 minutes or 30 minutes, 1 hour time frame used for charting. So that's what so when a day trader is trading, obviously whatever he's buying, say, example, he buys FedEx. He's going to look at FedEx on the 5-minute time frame chart, 15 time frame chart, 30-minute time frame chart, 1 hour. That's the highest he's going to go. Now, he's going to be a day trader is actively keeping track of trades. So a day trader is also because he's only watching it or she's only watching it for that little bit of time. Amazon just broke here, you guys. 3,080 here, 2.14%. Oh, man. There they go. They just hit the implied move, you guys. Amazon's there. So look, a day trader is actively keeping track of trades, meaning they're only in it 3 minutes, maybe an hour, whatever. So they're gonna monitor it. They just want to be in there for the day. That's what a day trader is. That's what it is. So that's the strategy you can use. Now, swing trading versus that. Market's picking up here. SPY's picking up 441.77 versus that. Swing trading here. Trades held for at least 1 day up to a few weeks. Meaning you can swing a trade here. For example, I can buy Datadog. And I want to buy Datadog. And I want to hold it for at least a day. I want to hold it for at least 2, 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks, 6 weeks. That's swing trading, ladies and gentlemen. You're holding it for at least 1 day up to a few weeks, meaning you're putting some time on it. You'll buy 2 weeks out. You'll put some time on it. The date is farther out from where it's at. You trust it. Swing traders usually use about 3 to 10 trades per week. You can swing as many times as you want because that's unlimited. You usually probably want to swing. It depends on how much money, how much leverage you have, how much equity you have, money you have in your portfolio as well too. You can swing unlimited there. But you can swing as many times as you want. 3 to 10 trades per week, though. You're a swing trader. If you're swinging at least 3 to 10 times with different companies, at least that many trades. Each company is a trade. So every one you buy, that's a trade. So if you're buying at least 10 contracts and you're swinging them, you're a swing trader. They usually look at the 1 hour and the 4 hour daily time frame used for charting. And they check in, they trade a few times per day. They're not really monitoring it like that. They trust it. They kind of like look at it from a different perspective. They know they got time. They trust the time. But yeah, that's the difference, you guys. That is the difference, you guys, between a day trader and a swing trader. So I hope you guys following along. If not, if you missed it, catch the recap. If not, you ready, you heard it, you ready to sign up. www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com, ladies and gentlemen. And the market is in the green. The Dow's up 48% here. The S&P 500 is up 77%. The NASDAQ is up 1.61%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.36%, you guys. The VIX is down still 7% here, down to $22.55. So, man, a lot of green here. We're very bullish here. We're in that bull/bear market here. We're retracing the top here. I'm seeing a double top pattern here. It's still early. We got Wall Street. Oh, 442, 3 cents. Just broke it there. New high of the day. We got 5 minutes left till Wall Street lunch break. Looks like they're going to run it on up here into lunch here today. They might sell it off after this 5 minutes, but it's going up as of right now. Well, it's 12:25 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. We got 5 minutes to Wall Street take lunch here, and LCAD going to take lunch for about an hour today, man. Since it's so chill and we're just watching charts and numbers, we're going to play some music during the break here today. SPY's on the high, 442, 8 cent. New high right now of the day, just today, 442, 8 cents. Oh, man. Oh, man. SPY's going up here. This is a rip your face off rally. Amazon is going nuts, you guys. They're over their implied move. They're feeding the market now. 3,084, up 2.26%. They're way higher than their implied move now. Their implied move was only 2.1. Damn, they got 2.28 now. It's going up here. 2.29. It's going up higher. Amazon just got all the money in the world, don't they? I would just be buying if I was somebody. I don't know, man. We don't know, man. But look, lunch is coming up, you guys. So stay tuned for that. Look, crypto market's looking good here. Oh, man, Bitcoin's up here. Ethereum's up here, picking up. It's wonderful, man. It's a wonderful week here. Wonderful week here. Today's Wednesday. Get excited, man. The week's about over with. The week is about over with. Oh, I do have some breaking news, too. We're not going to go live tomorrow, you guys. We're going to shut the live stream down here today. Today's the last day for this week. Due to Good Friday here, LCAOD has been doing really good, so we're going to just shut it down here after today. We will be back Monday, though, for sure. Next week, going to be a lot of action. We're going to be having everything ready, action-packed for you on site there, man. And really, we're going to have, we got to get the computer iMac updated here. I got to get this updated so you can see what I'm seeing here. If you notice, you guys ain't been seeing what I've been seeing. I've just been reading it out here to you guys. But, you know, I'm usually, you guys want to see stuff. I know that, so I show it to you. Yeah, man, just want to let you guys know that that's breaking news. LCAOD will be closed tomorrow and, of course, Friday due to Good Friday. But, yeah, we're closed tomorrow, you guys. But if you do want to make any, if you're in the, you're a client in the portfolio, just hit me direct if you got any suggestions you want to do tomorrow. The market will be open tomorrow, but LCAOD will be closed. So you can do, if you feel the need to do something, just hit me. You know how to reach me. But other than that, you guys, wanted to let you know that about to go to lunch here, you guys. So stay cautious right now. The market just shot up today, man. 442 here, 8 cent the high. We're back in the bull/bear market. The bulls retraced their gains from yesterday. So the bulls are back here. They're not done. They're letting you know, like, hey, we're not done now. We ain't going to just give it up that easy. That's what the bulls just made today, the statement they just made here the first 3 hours. So it might not be done, man. They might take this thing higher today. 443 would be max pain for the Bears at this point. So if the spot can reach 443, yeah, it'll be over here for the Bears at this point. They're going to try to definitely retest 446, and stocks are just going to continue to go up. And statistics are going to be right again, you guys. April is a bullish month. They did say that. They didn't say when. So keep in mind, it could be towards the end of April. It can be now. They did say May was a bullish month. So it can even be next month. We really don't know. We're just kind of waiting. Just having patience, and that's what pays. But we do see the market makers getting that needle scratching here, though. They are paying both sides right now, and that's really good because I see opportunity all over the board, man. But other than that, y'all enjoy y'all lunch, man. The market is in the green right now. Like I said, Wall Street lunch break is approaching. Let me call out the market indices here. We're going to take lunch. The Dow is up. It says on my screen, I'm seeing that the Dow is up here. Oh, it says stocks rise. Breaking news, stocks rise as earnings report. Earnings season kicks off. NASDAQ up 1.5. So that was earlier. So it looks like the Dow is up 52%. The S&P 500 is up 73%. The NASDAQ is leading the way up at 1.61%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.29%. And the VIX, the volatility, is still down here at 7%, you guys. $22.54. So the market is bullish. Straight green across the board. Be careful. We're going into lunch here. It's 12:30. We will be back in about an hour at max. So that's 1:30. I will see you guys shortly. Enjoy your lunch. Be careful. Be cautious. Make the right decisions. If not, the best thing you can do is hold. We will see you guys in about an hour. Enjoy your lunch. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
Go Stizzy. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a Beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money. Spend the money, make this money, just lend this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this check, this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, running up, checks, running up. Alright. This busy chasing bag on this, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga. Goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that fit. But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money and watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that eye on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that student life, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent, you gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real, you always show me phony. It's just reality now, my shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it, your family gon' have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it, so play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it, then that's some rap, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up. But you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
Oh, cool.
What's this one?
Yes, sir. 442.
Still power, right? I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. Alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and bitch she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back and shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a hundred, baby girl, from I thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going in circles crying on your life. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making bad. Hit my phone and let me know if you right. If if you ride or not. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Finesse. Finesse.
Mira, Acuity Man.
Finesse. 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 One right. Go Spizzy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the cake. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
It's a day trade. It's a day trade. Need that little profit, you can take that profit out, put it on your cars. That's the phone bill you just made right there.
I can't get it. It's plugged up. I can't get it out. I can't get it out instantly though.
Oh, you don't have to rob with a card? Oh, but it's okay. Send it to your bank.
It's in the negative $30.
Well, don't you know that?
Right, I'll be owed $30.
Yeah, that's a payment. You pay. You just want to do that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm gonna have to pay the phone bill with my buying power basically.
Never gonna put it this way. can always lie back. There's another day. More day. Plenty more day.
But it's a long term. I got a long term.
You brought back in on the hot.
Long term.
But you still on the hot. I feel you might keep going if it's look at the chart. It might really just keep floating up here today. Real. Look at
It's
the chart.
really low for real, yeah.
Top left is the spot.
I know.
I'm saying like
I was just looking at it on my phone and everything, and then looking at other charts and stuff. I'm thinking
it is spot right here, top left.
yeah, I wouldn't mind having a long term.
Who gave it right there? Oh, it is. Okay, good. Find some water. You want the water, brother? You want some hair already? Stop putting stuff in your head, man. I'm about to cut all your hair out. You want to get bald head? Put something else in this head. Get the bald head. You want to say the thing? Say the wheel. What you want? What? I get no soda. Where your cook? Where your cook? Like, why would you do that? You're running the food in and you have no shoes on. You roll your toe, but that's going to hurt. I'm warning you now. Be careful. Can I get a cup for you? You share that with him. Where your cup? Get a cup.
Because I don't want to reset my iPhone. So this is one more. I do, yeah, and I actually have like, and then so the same things I have on this phone is on that phone. So this one is
One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah.
I'm trying to get away from
hard today.
yo fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from
3009.
yo fuck bitches. Fuck bitch. Oh ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? And got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these peasants. Trying to elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm trying to double up on some bus, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap and trying to bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cry, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just trying to stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just trying to maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Oh boy, you ain't going up, nigga. Right, going up, nigga. Right.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga, talking, listening that. I ain't even listening that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking this bitch. Fuck nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water, yeah. But niggas always running up, get potty trained. We don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. Fuck niggas always run their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gon' be the one to let you down. They didn't see that then, but I see that now. Some of all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill but Lexus, enough to go around. Ain't chill but Lex, the tree merry go around. Get how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth. Live your life and hope turn to run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. That's the shit I'm not like. That's Facebook. That's the shit I'm not liking. I'm looking at cars and charging for 90. That's crazy. I was talking about Facebook. I ain't nothing doing. I'm talking about the market. That's Facebook. Shit I'm not liking. Excuse me. Like Facebook, people don't like that. Why are you texting me from that?
Because she has an Android. So if I gotta go with this. Cool. Mom, Daddy. Daddy, this is out.
Hmm?
Out.
Okay, I'm gonna get it. I'll tell him I said stop right now, alright?
He gonna fix it. Daddy gonna fix it.
Oh, the TV up?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said somebody's messing with you.
No. He gonna fix it.
No, nobody messing with you this time. Alright, that's surprising. You growing up now. They ain't nobody bothering nobody now. So you just want me to fix the TV?
Yes.
Alright. Maybe you need to learn how to fix it from now on.
Daddy, I want to be again.
Do you want to? Too advanced. You'll be touching me all the time.
Hey, I'm with JoJo off the doja, chopper scene like Billy Ocean. In the streets just like an ocean. I'm a shark, gotta watch my motion. I hit it in slow motion, and you know I'm fucking toting on the block with my motherfucking soldiers.
I'm on the block with the soldiers, on the block with the shooters. Boy, they toting big gun, they scared to use them.
I'm with Savage blowing cabbage and he shooting like a maverick. Me and JoJo steady pacing like a Pacers. Like the Pacers, we gon' chase him, we gon' hit him with the laser. He gon' have to jaw down and erase him.
Glock 23 with the laser, boy, I ain't gon' miss you, but you know that shit is gon' fucking tape it.
I'm rolling gas, this man like piss.
Gon' fucking tape it.
I smoke gas, this smell like. Hey, I'm with JoJo off the doja, chopper scene like Billy Ocean. In the streets just like an ocean. I'm a shark, gotta watch my motion. I hit it in slow motion, and you know I'm fucking toting on the block with my motherfucking soldiers.
I'm on the block with the soldiers, on the block with the shooters. Boy, they toting big gun, they scared to use them.
I'm with Savage blowing cabbage and he shooting like a maverick. Me and JoJo steady pacing like a Pacers. Like the Pacers, we gon' chase him, we gon' hit him with the laser. He gon' have to jaw down and erase him.
Glock 23 with the laser, boy, I ain't gon' miss you, but you know that shit is gon' fucking tape it.
I smoke gas, that smell like piss. When I see the bitch I diss, I don't really got time to taste it. But if you see, I'ma take it with these bands. I make it turn the thing to a model while I bake it. He gon' bake it, he gon' shake it. I had a little cuz come through and fucking take it. He gon' take it, got that clicker. I sing it to your motherfucking maker.
Good gas, good lean, nigga roll good beans, bad bitch, fat ass, and she like to lick the team.
She can't roll with the team unless she toting on the beam. And I got a bad bitch for the team. Pass it off like Elliot, who store it up and he gon' hoop. Swear to God on truth. When I shoot, you gon' shoot. We gon' lace you like a boot. You already know how we fucking do.
How we do what we do, Magic Game, we the crew. Got your boo, and she rolling on that boo, ayy. Yeah, my niggas, we got lean in the cuts. Hey, dirty up, double cut, nigga, what the fuck? Like fuck is up. If you wanna bust, I don't discuss. Just up and bust.
We up them poles, underlay, let's go. Got shooters up the road, my niggas, they gon' scold. Hey, and that's for sure, and that's on bro. I gotta take care of the fam, gotta get it how I go. Gotta get it how I go, get street them the bros. So you know I'm coolin' with my fucking loads. Major gang, that's for sure. We gon' send them at your nose, you talking slick, we gon' send them at your throat. Gang.
Oh yeah, Maja. This the one right here.
I'ma go harder.
Now that's a wave of destruction that's easy on the eye.
I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I'ma go hard. 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 I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you. I cannot fuck with you snake bitches. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. I cannot fuck with you snake niggas. Y'all be asking for handouts. It ain't no handouts in this game. You will get blammed down. Use a clown if you think my pockets ain't sound. Use a clown if you think my money ain't going around. Ferris wheel. I got the deals. I got the Zans. I got the pills. What you wanna do? Don't squeal. If you squeal, you know the drill. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. You bitches hating like niggas. You niggas is acting like bitches. That's why I don't fuck with fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake bitches. Cause y'all ain't getting no money. Niggas ain't getting no money. Walk around looking like dummies. Still walking. My money talking. My pistol sparking. The loudest barking. What you wanna do? What you wanna say? What you wish could? I don't give a fuck about your flagging, boy. You get popped just for trying to flag a toy. I cannot fuck with you fuck niggas. I cannot fuck with you fries. I cannot fuck with you guys. You still using iPods. Upgrade your podcast. I am not gonna tell you no more. I ain't gonna tell you again. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I cannot fuck with you fake niggas. I'ma go harder. I'ma go harder. Duck like Vince Carter. Cut you like a barber. You niggas is barbecue. Cause y'all ain't sauced up. Y'all ain't sauced up. Y'all ain't sauced up. You go harder. I'ma go harder. Let it go harder.
Now that's a wave of destruction that's easy on the eye.
Spizzy go harder.
You sold here. And you brought here. Now I gotta get above here.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
Fuck no, what's wrong? Why you beating Crips?
Cause I got my teeth whiteners in.
Okay, but look at this. It just mean basically it gotta go up there whatever date you got. Just know that this is where you chose to enter. This is what it has to do. That's very risky.
Yeah, it is.
That was really stupid, but it's actually going up. You got another day trade? Can you get out?
Yeah, I can.
Double. You might need to do that. Look, because it looks like it's gonna retest that.
Yeah.
Double it.
That's why I
At
bought
least
back
get
in
out.
because I have another day trade for it.
I see niggas always talking about the game.
Hey, beer hug?
You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. You wrote it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I told it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. I seen the statement. And you told it. You a bitch, and I just know it. You a bitch, and I stole it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch. You gon' talk to them bitches. Laying up with them hoes. You ain't getting no digits. I'm out here in the trenches. Trapping up with the Migos. I'm moving out of beans. I know I'm living. You can tell me I ain't getting it. I've been doing this every year. You don't see my money here. You don't see my money. I'm switching up cars every year. Yeah. I don't give a fuck. What the fuck they wanna talk about? What? What's up, nigga? I got the 32. Nigga, I ain't no snitch. You a bitch. Your bitch snitched on me. Damn, set me up. Got me in the fucking shit. Now I wanna fucking kill a bitch. I don't wanna kill a dog. I just wanna say I don't even love the bitch. She love my dick. She just love my dick. So she got addicted and she got a trip. Dog. So I told the bitch take another route. She a snitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a snitch, and I know it. You a statement, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it. You a statement, and I know it. You a bitch, and I know it.
Yeah, who a snitch? Not me. Who a bitch? Not me. But I seen you on that paperwork, and I seen you telling niggas about that paperwork, and then you turned around and then you told on me, and then you told on me. What the fuck? Hold, homie. The fuck? What you gave me was old, homie. Don't act like you ain't old, homie. Slay me, and I spray me. Nah, come and spray me. Shoot your shot. This ain't raid, roach. I smoke your ass, roach your ass, put you out, then roll your ass, then mow the grass, then hold the last. Yeah, one rack shit. I'm just looking for a one rack bitch that ain't snitching. Like that nigga bitch. Got a name on my paperwork, like I'm in trail. Type of shit is that? Send that bitch to hell. Oh snitch, fucking bitch. Got that 30 on my hip, and I'ma hit at that bitch. And if you run up, I'ma punch your ass with that dick on that stick. Yeah, that 30 is gon' hit on your shit. Little bitch. Pussy.
You found it? They got my old phone. The little green phone. They probably do. They were probably ready. He's so crazy.
No, I was saying nobody was talking. Nobody said your name. You said.
No, I said to you.
Oh.
Where did you go? Alright. You about to wait, because I definitely gotta brush my hair real quick. She right there. Who?
Dude, what are you, an owl?
He said right there.
I said, where's my wayward child?
I gotta take my white jeans out. Oh, we're both wearing white blue jeans. I was about to change, but I'm not now.
Wait, what?
Our jeans match. I can't talk because the white ones are in. But we match.
Hey, baby girl. What's wrong? What?
Want me to call him?
You wearing these or you wearing them? You about to get your hair done or something?
Are you gonna pay? Okay, no, I'm not getting my hair done. That's why I'm doing my hair right now.
She gonna get her hair done? You just gonna watch her?
She's getting a cut.
Cool. So just see how they do. You might like it, get it done next time.
I don't want my hair cut. I want them to show me. I'm gonna just wear a curl. I'll straighten myself before Sunday.
So I'm gonna just pay the phone bill since obviously, you know, your card account can't.
Okay. You wanna pay now? Before I leave?
I'll do it when I can, yeah, in a second. I'm
in
still
that
on
call.
lunch.
I'm in that call.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Do it real quick. Yeah.
Smoking on pressure, you don't want no pressure. I done read up with the bags full of extra. If you want it in emergency, then I'ma stretch you. Tired of these little niggas tryna talk records. They must not know that they be checking checkers. Them checks in, now we getting motherfucking cheddar. Times getting harder, but my life getting better. Family tryna fuel, but I ain't even tryna guess.
Who you guessing? Nah, bitches chase a bag, and I been chasing bags, and bitch I'm blanking bag. I got that 30 on me. I hate to bust your ass. I love them big racks, so you can count on that. I'm chasing check off this pen and pad. I'm tryna get that money. I need that fucking bag. Lenny about that fucking bag. Stula ENT about that fucking bag. Yeah, I gotta get it, nigga. Every day $1 mission, tryna hit it, nigga. It's like a lick. A sticky nigga, sticky like a hit. Yeah, I did it, nigga. Don't call no hits on me, cause I'm a hitman myself. I don't give no fuck, cause I judge you like a ref. In the black and white, we black and white. It's a cold world. Have a night.
Smoking on pressure, you don't want no pressure. I done read up with the bags full of extra. If you want it in emergency, then I'ma stretch you. Tired of these little niggas tryna talk reckless. They must not know that they be checking checkers. Them checks in, now we getting motherfucking cheddar. Times getting harder, but my life getting better. Family tryna fuel, but I ain't even tryna guess it. Family tryna fuel, ain't tryna guess it. Ain't tryna get money, I ain't even tryna stress it. Ain't tryna stress it. I ain't tryna be caught with the basics. I'm just tryna prove or not be caught in the matrix. Smoking on this Astro perk. And y'all smoking on some nerve. It's that booth pack. Look like turds. I'm smoking on great. Word, that's my word. I'm getting bird. In like Larry Bird. I'm ballin', that's my word. I be switching up my words. But I ain't even stressing, I ain't stressing, I never stress it. I'm smoking on that pressure, pressure. Get it if you want it. If you don't want it, don't hit my phone, little homie. Straight like that, that's real. My nigga, I been in the field with that stem. You get popped for a cent. You get popped for a deal. Smoking on the pressure. No simply fuel with the pressure.
Yeah, I like that.
That's your
Top Squad. Yeah, crazy ass world, all this shit that's going on. I can't even lie. Real nigga, yeah, I do some wrong, but this shit that's going on ain't even right. Seeing people dying every night. Niggas fighting for their lives, trying to get the stripes like Adidas. These niggas spot your ass out like a cheetah. And they smoking on that reefer, niggas popping pills, lose their mind, blow your top, run up in the house, shoot everybody for that fatty wop. These niggas tryna ball while I'm a jock. Yeah, I'm on your ass, put blood in your shoes, call your ass a red sock. And I ain't from Chicago, but my niggas blow. Yeah, this the Windy City, Shotsbury, what they throwing up them foes. They kicking in your doors, they fucking all your hoes, and they stealing all your weed and all your coke. I cannot tell these niggas sit down. Shit, sometimes I'm provoked. Wanna run up in the house and slit these niggas' throat. It's hard to be different when you see the same shit. Niggas on the corner, niggas scheming up a lick. Other niggas whipping up a brick. Shit, bitches popping pussy, man, this some sick shit. This the shit that we see every day. I don't know what to say, so my blunt, yeah, I blaze. Sometimes it get hard to look further. Man, I be worried that a nigga might come and serve me. Or the feds, yeah, they might give me 30. This bitch I'm fucking with, yeah, she might do me dirty. Police get behind me going fast, yeah, I'm swerving. Young nigga spinning, getting cash, yeah, I'm splurging. Damn, this the life that I chose. This the hoe that I chose. And I ain't doing no blow. But the niggas that I'm with might set me up, shit, I don't know. That's what's going through my mind every time that we roll. To go and roll, you never know. Look at motherfucking Alpo. Look at Kanan Lynch. Nigga, you come up with, be out here trying to fuck your fucking bitch. Look at nigga boss. Man, fuck this shit. This shit crazy. Niggas out here fuck this shit, man. Niggas out here lost their motherfucking mind. Got that bag in here with me.
Shadow.
Sorry, if that's your bitch, I'ma fuck her. You can keep her out, cut her own cuff. Hot box, and we rolling up that bubble. Cause we strong, I forgot to take your bitch out. Sorry, that's your bitch, I'ma fuck her. You can keep her out, just cut her own cuff. Hot box, and we rolling up that bubble. Cause we strong, I forgot to take your bitch out.
forgot to keep your bitch out. Play it cool right now, she got her lips out. Playing with the gun, had to make her pull the clip out. Oh, you talking shit, show you what your bitch bout. One call, took a ride, cause I'm pissed off. She on my side right now, cutting my dick off. Left the hood drop, weight like Rick Ross. Make her bend over like a hip toss. Watching me count money, make her get off. And she treat you like Roger, nigga, get lost. You bought her shit and I seen her in it, so you lost. Send her back when she get on my nerves, tell her get lost. But I'ma still be alright. Got a Delta bitch rolling up, so I took a flight. Breeze through state in your own lane. Streets hotter than Orlando when you ball like Major Payne. No Martin, I'm calling all this Tommy. She like my bankroll, so I flex like Johnny. And I got her wetter than a tsunami. Throw that ass up, origami. Sorry, if that's your bitch, I'ma fuck her. Shut up. I just cut her own cuff. Hot box, and we rolling up that bubble. This weed strong, I forgot to take your bitch on. Sorry, that's your bitch, I'ma fuck her. You can keep her, I just cut her own cuff. Hot box, and we rolling up that bubble. This weed strong, I forgot to take your bitch on. This weed strong, I forgot to take your bitch home.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from lunch. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We back, man, and the market looked like it pushed up here during the lunch here. Wall Street been back for about 22 minutes. They pushed it higher here. Amazon's at 3,094. They topped out at 3,098. So that resistance is really strong at 3,100. Really, really strong there, you guys. But the market is going up, man. It's very bullish, man. Bull bear market still, but very bullish right now. Bulls got a lot of momentum. 442.81. The market is in the green here. We're back from lunch. I think we're waiting on Secretary Jen next. The VIX is going down, you guys. So volatility is going down here. Triple Q is going up. Yeah, a little bit of a short squeeze there, man. They brought the dip again. The Bulls stepped up and did it again when the numbers were where they were at. The Bulls stepped in and brought that dip again on all of the stocks, man. The video's on the high here. 220 here, the video. So everything's up here right now, you guys. Everything's up here, but we are at a wall of resistance. You can tell. So Max Payne is approaching 443 for the Bears, but they're fighting to not let it happen. But it's getting very close, man. It's getting very close. This might be just all day upward momentum here all the way till power hour. That's when Secretary Jen talks here. But the Dow is up 81%. The S&P 500 is up 97%. The NASDAQ is up 1.83%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.70%. The VIX is down 8.30%. $22.25, you guys. So the volatility is going down here. Bullish market right now. Bullish market. Supply prices rose 11.2 annually in March, the biggest gain on record. So supplier prices rose 11.2% annually in March, means for the year. And in March, the biggest gain on record. Stocks rise as an earnings reporting season kicks off. NASDAQ is up, ladies and gentlemen. NASDAQ is up, man. So that's where we're at here. We're back here. We're live. We're updated. That briefing is still taking place. I told y'all earlier was going to be probably going on all day about the Ukraine situations over there. Still going on, still taking place. Let's tune back into that for the time being here since we just got back here started. Amazon just touched 3,100. Oh, they're over there, Empire moving. It looks like a short squeeze officially here. They're mashing the gas here. If they break that 3,100, they're gone here. I see about 3,150 next in play, you guys. Amazon is rolling here today. They're picking the market up here. The SPY is up here right now. Everything's up. The SPY's up out of the channel across the upper band, up above it here. So is the triple Qs. Everybody's doing good so far today, man. This is exciting here. This is exciting to know you got some bulls out there that's going to buy that dip and supports the U.S. They support the United States, you guys. You can't bet against your own country. Remember that. You don't bet against your own country. When your country's betting against itself, then you bet. Other than that, when you see that it's about to stop, you stop. You get on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let's tune back into this briefing here and see if we got any more briefings, but let's tune back into this one, man.
Violates human rights law and international humanitarian law. The ICC can contribute to the fight against conflict-related sexual violence by developing and consolidating a gender-responsive legal framework and jurisprudence. The capacity of governments, judiciary, police, military, and civil society should be further built to gather evidence and strengthen prosecutions. Training to military and police personnel, peacekeepers, grassroots organizations, and human rights defenders on sexual violence issues remains essential. In conclusion, by adopting a holistic approach, we need to save and protect, but also we hope that victims, given all the support for their recovery, are transformed into empowered survivors and agents of change within their communities. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for her statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I speak on behalf of 64 member states of the Group of Friends of Women, Peace and Security. Our group is profoundly concerned by the persistent and widespread use of sexual violence with impunity by state and non-state actors in a great many conflicts around the world. The list of these conflicts is long, Mr. President, and it's been mentioned by several, including in the Secretary General's report. I think it's important that we bear them all in mind. I appreciated the comments from my colleague from Malta with respect to the situation in Ukraine. And we need to understand that the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has spoken of possible war crimes, breaches of international humanitarian law, and serious violations of international human rights laws. We strongly support the Secretary General's call for an immediate, independent investigation of the conduct of all those involved in the conflict. Mr. President, we call on all parties in all conflict situations to immediately cease all forms of sexual violence consistent with international law and with resolutions of the Security Council. Those responsible for such heinous acts must be held to account by national justice or, where that is not possible, international justice. Regrettably, for many victims and survivors, access to justice, remedies, and reparation is non-existent or painfully slow. UN member states must fight impunity through strengthening the rule of law. Our group strongly encourages the Security Council to incorporate and apply sexual violence as a designation criterion in UN-sanctioned regimes. We must redouble our efforts to dismantle all barriers that hinder survivors from safely reporting sexual violence and from accessing essential services, which include sexual and reproductive health care services, victim advocacy, mental health and psychosocial support, and legal services. We also reiterate the importance of ensuring universal access to sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights, as has been agreed in accordance with the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, as well as the Beijing Platform for Action. We call on all parties to ensure a safe and enabling environment for civil society, including women peace builders, women human rights defenders, to carry out their important work free of intimidation, free from violence, and free from reprisals. Mr. President, member states must invest in tackling the root causes of conflict-related violence. Prevention starts, we believe, with a commitment, first of all and foremost, to gender equality, with the empowerment of women and girls in diverse situations and conditions, the protection and promotion of human rights, and women's full, equal, and meaningful participation and leadership at all levels of decision-making. We encourage the Council to ensure that country mandates emphasize the prevention of conflict-related sexual violence and strengthen early warning systems through the deployment of women's protection advisors. Finally, it is critical that survivors remain at the heart of all of our efforts. We must recognize that survivors have different needs and may face multiple intersecting forms of discrimination. We must ensure that their rights are respected, that they're treated with dignity, that they're able to access justice, and that they can safely, fully, and meaningfully participate in decision-making at all levels. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi brièvement.
Mr. President, allow me briefly to say a few words on behalf of my country, Canada. We are convinced that we need to continue to support the work of the ICC, and when the court does not have a purview, we will continue to explore the means of ensuring accountability for these crimes. Finally, experiences of all survivors, including those experiences of the LGBTI community, remind us of the need to do one thing and one thing alone, and that is to hear. Our work involves helping them to rebuild their lives, to restore their dignity through justice.
Moment, if I could. I had the opportunity to serve as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy to Myanmar and to Bangladesh. I came to the camp in Cox's Bazar 3 or 4 weeks after the forcible deportation of nearly 1 million people, many of them women and girls, most of them women and girls. I had the opportunity to speak to a great many women who had been the victims of sexual violence. Sexual violence is not about sex. It's about power, and it's about violence, and it's about the abuse of patriarchal power. The stories that I heard have been repeated, and luckily, fortunately, people have been able to tell them to a great many people who have gathered evidence and who are gathering evidence and presenting this evidence. Tragically, this experience is going to have to be repeated in country after country after country. We have to take every possible step to stop this terrible abuse. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Canada for his statements. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting, so I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. And I also thank the interpreters for keeping going until this time. The meeting is suspended.
All right, looks like that briefing finally ended here. So it says they're going to be back at 3 p.m. So they're probably taking lunch there. But that's finally over with for now. Looks like Jen's going live here in about 87 minutes, it says. So, like, that's around 3 p.m. power hour. We did see the spot try to break out here. 442.84 is the high of the day. It's at 442.17 right now. So the market's still in the air. trying to break past that resistance. It's a strong bear right here to take it a little further into the bull bear market. It's going to be, you got to pay that price as of right now. You can't do that. You ain't getting past this bear. So that's what makes it still half and half here. But other than that, you brought the dip so far. You're a bull here for the day. You brought the dip. You're up tremendously, man. Gains came right to you. Gains came right to you here today. So good chance right here. A good time to be thinking about booking profits, you know, in that type of scenario there. And the market, it is fading as it's getting higher. I do see it trying to cross over and maybe make that mountaintop, but they might just keep it straight up here. No mountain form here today. It might not come down. You see what I'm saying? That could be the difference here due to theta expiration, option expiration coming in tomorrow at 3 p.m. And the market is closed Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Do want to remind you guys that Good Friday, the market will be closed. Majority everything will be closed out here. So, yeah, keep that in mind. So, man, yeah, man, $3,090 on Amazon. So they pulled back about $10 so far. 3,100 is the high of the day. We do know that now. They're at the high end of the day. They did the 2% move again. They're going to do this again tomorrow. So at this point, if they stay up and do it from here, woo, that's going to put you over 3,100 easily. Or if they come back down, we should expect Amazon to be a low 3,000 here by tomorrow expiration. So that's what we're expecting here. We don't know what's going to happen yet. Now, they can't give this 2% up before the market closed. Amazon, you just never know. That's what happened yesterday. But don't got to happen again here today. Like I said, they can hold it here and actually just go higher. Or wait till tomorrow to bring it down. However they want to do it. Just know that's the opportunity. That's the risk you're taking for the reward on Amazon. Bitcoin is at 41,000. So a little pullback going back to 40,000 here. At 40,995 here. So, yeah, NVIDIA is still chilling at 220. Netflix is coming down, 349, but still up 5 here. So, yeah, big tech still look good, man. Market still green overall. Industry still green, still bullish. Nothing, no sudden changes here. A little pullback so far. But every dip has been brought today for sure. So we want to see what's going to happen next here. But other than that, man, I would say calm. Another opportunity. Market's presenting itself here. Stocks in the green, man. Pick your poison here. Pick your poison here. They definitely got the printer rolling, though. People making money for sure. So we're going to take a quick break, though. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I'm on my fly shit. Hey, little boss that you can relate. You know what I'm saying? Bosses speak different languages. Big boss shit, yeah, young nigga winning. Lil' heart, wanna fuck me, come my team with it. Brought all of her friends, not a whole team with it. Patron sipping, can't you see a young nigga winning? Ayy, big boss shit, yeah, young nigga winning. Lil' heart, wanna fuck me, come my team with it. Brought all of her friends, not a whole team with it. Patron sipping, can't you see a young nigga winning? Ayy, I still stack them bankrolls, RIP the bankrolls. Loaded. If you try to take my bankrolls, trapping out of a Lexus. Got a bitch named Alexis. Say she sipping in Texas. I'm pouring up straight extra. That's on my fault. I never trust a hoe. Money bad, that's all I know. If you play with the game, I get you lined up like a cut from Flavor, nigga. I just stole it away. You know I had to take off. You know I had to show you the way. Money gang, that's all we do. We bag it up and sell it. Ain't no talking to the police. Fuck niggas, stay up out my way. You know we blow you. You know we ain't got no problem with blowing you. Wanna phone you. You know that. That's beat facts. Chop, I need that. Good pack, I need that. Good hoe, I got that. That good Joey's got that. Hey, and big boss shit, hey. And big boss shit, hey. Hey, look, big boss shit. Yeah, young nigga winning. Lil' heart, wanna fuck me, come my team winning. Brought all of her friends, now the whole team winning. Hey, Patron sipping, can't you see a young nigga winning? Hey, big boss shit, yeah, a young nigga winning. Hey, lil' her, wanna for me, cause my team winning. Brought all of her friends, now the whole team winning. Patron sipping, can't you see a young nigga winning?
Gang, 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 gang. Ain't shit changed. Still with the same niggas. How could race change? Hey, as soon as I walk in the building, the bitches that feeling, they pimping and dripping. The way the young rats living. Hey, I stack it and edit and flip it. Hey, my money is taller than midgets. The boy, what did you get? I run in your kitchen and get it. Hey, the pounds, nigga, and the pigeons. I let them fly like pigeons. I don't really need bitches. I trap in the slums in the trenches. Say, red run, my shit come on missing. We do the pad and we split it. The vibe of shit, we gon' get it. All of my niggas, we with it. Hey, all of my niggas, we with it. I just played the bitch with no 2K. She said she want top with no 2K. I ain't eating that pussy, babe. Hell nah, what the fuck you think? Hell nah, bitch, that shit stank like my motherfucking gas. Dang, that's trash. Been smoking on no gas, that's straight ass. Better get off your ass. Better go do the dash. In the phone, I'ma crash. I'ma do the race, no take K. But I blow the smoke all in your face. Till the bed, you was late. Hey, I gotta chase cake. Every day my birthday. Hey, every day's Halloween. No Chief Keef mask off screen. Hey, hit you with this red beam. 30 in the hollow tips. Why these niggas running lips like some damn bitches? Y'all some hoes. Y'all gon' get exposed, get erased. I'ma leave the race. Hey, hey. And I'm still with the gang. Ain't shit changed in the slums with major gang. Blowing propane off that 93. I can't see. Got your bitch on her knees. She do whatever for
I
Poppy.
do whatever for the gang. Yeah, she gon' claim major gang. Nigga know we rain. Bullets let on rain. Saying little nigga, you ain't no shit though. Big clips, long guns, yeah we blow them hoes. Bad bitch on her knees, she gon' use her throat. I ain't gotta tell her that little bitch, she already know. I smoke big bad with a nigga, you smoke little blunts though. Little nigga, I'm a hunchy honcho. Little nigga, I been getting to it, spinning it and flipping it, dipping it. I'm in the kitchen getting it, I'm spinning it. Yo bitch, she love persona nigga. Y'all ever winning nigga? Yo bitch wanna get rid of nigga. Yo pussy ass pretending nigga. I ain't really fuck with these niggas. Young nigga, I been winning nigga. Had to go up and get it nigga. Growing up, I been living nigga. Yo bitch on the nigga, she spinning nigga. I'm on the dick, she been spinning nigga. That nasty bitch used to go kiss her
Niggas hate it when we slide. Nina by my side. I know she gon' ride. That's my best friend in my eyes. So niggas be living lies. When the bullets start to fly, we gon' cook them like some fries. They get scared when niggas die. I don't leave without that iron, nigga. I ain't hard to find. I'ma take a nigga like can't let no pussy come take mine. I'm out here rockin' to earn my stripes. That mean your life is on the line, bitch. That mean your life is on the line. Gang, nigga.
Yeah, bitch. It's another one coming, man.
Disrespect, I'ma call this line. When I die, just meet that nine. When a song just hit my line. When a fight, just come outside. Full lead, but he out of luck. Like AD, give his ass a buzz. Put a brown in a double cup. Put a brown in a double cup. Big dog, y'all with some puffs. Ain't forget, I'm still gon' slide. Ain't forget, I'm still gon' ride. Run down, nigga, where's your pride? Boy, confused, go get him a guide. Little nigga, you can't hide. I can't retire.
I think he was saying he's saying take the short. He's saying like the signal is saying short for him right now. He's saying buy any put right now. It's about to fall back down. That's what he's trying to say. No, NVIDIA. The ticker symbol is NVDA. Yeah, you can really look. I think probably maybe like April 29th. Like you can give it a couple weeks, but yeah, maybe next week. Even probably take the chance if you got an opportunity on a day trade. You can take today for real. Like Yeah, I'm about to take the 14th and get out today. Yeah, that'll be it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's. Yeah, that's a good choice. That's what he's saying right now. He's saying that the sell signal is about to drop the price. That's what he's saying. So yeah, if it drops right now, it's 1:45. You got till 4 p.m. That's a good enough time, and you should make some type of profit off that. Yeah, that's what he's saying. So yeah, I was trying to figure out what he was. He didn't even say a date though. He didn't say a date. So. Yeah, he didn't say that. He just said take it right now. Yeah, but yeah, usually when he mean that, he definitely means it's probably about to come down like at any minute. He feel like. So. Look, I'm trying to fill up 0.75 and it just keeps going 75, 76, 75. No, it filled. It's right there. It's fight to the spies on the like it's channeling back in here. It's like coming down here from the high. Look, that bitch needs to die. Yeah, for real though. For real. Oh yeah, they go. Yeah, they sure squeezed a lot of people today. But it's still a straddle though. Like it can still it's still a bull/bear market. Like it can still go either way from here for real. So you just kind of gotta have patience if you got some time. But it might fall. It might fall by the end of the day. It's kind of look like it might do the same pattern as yesterday. But yeah, like it fell. Like yesterday, it went up. Like everybody thought it was gonna go down in the morning, but it actually went up. And then by like this time today, like 2 p.m. Like 3 p.m. it started to go down. Wow. Yo, let me ask you a question. Does Walmart and SPY think differently? Like Walmart does the opposite of SPY? No, the SPY and Walmart usually correlate. They do the same thing. So like if the SPY is up, then Walmart usually goes up. It depends too, because Walmart is in the Dow Jones category too, so they kind of follow them too. Yeah, Walmart is in the Dow Jones category too. So if you want to follow like the ticker symbol DIA, that'll give you like a good cool. I'm about to put that in my. Yeah, Walmart. DIA, yeah, DIA. That's the Dow Jones. That's where majority like Walmart money is based. So like however the DIA moves is how Walmart is moving. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's. But yeah, man, the SPY is coming down right now though. So hey, looks like we're. Okay, yeah, that's good. So yeah, if Aaron said enter now, then his sell signal is probably telling him to tell us that. So. Yeah, where does he get that sell signal? He probably pays for it on the app probably one of these apps or something like that. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, if you download these apps, they have that stuff. You can download this type of stuff and pay for it. Like I think it's like a monthly subscription and stuff like that. Okay. It Right, and you see, there's really no buyers. Nobody's really like picking it up here. Right. So yeah. So with that being said, like yeah, the Bulls they gonna run out of steam eventually, and they'll probably come back to a bear market. By the end of the day, yeah. And the video coming down right now, though, they definitely are hitting a sell signal right here. I'm looking at a huge red candle right here on the 2 hour. Oh, see what I'm. Yeah, it's coming down. Yeah, you're fine. That's a good play. Just kind of time it, and then book your profits when you get at least look over 25%. You should be fine then. Oh yeah, dang. Hey, how much time do you got left though? Oh. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's probably why. They gonna expire it at 3 p.m. So that's probably why it's barely moving. Yeah, the contracts when they got the dates on them, that means it's an expiration date and they expire at 3 p.m. on whatever the date it says. So if yours say the 13th, that at 3 p.m. it's gonna expire. Yeah, basically, because if not, and then say if it doesn't go down by 3 p.m., it's going to make it expire worthless. It's going to be like $0, $1. Yeah, exactly. So it's up to you. Yeah, it's up. Yeah, right, exactly. So, but I mean, yeah, exactly. If you wait, you can get something back. Exactly. So that's good. Yeah, it's how. Right, exactly. So yeah, that's how that worked. Yep. But yeah, man. That's the market is definitely like it's doing its own thing, man. These stocks. Yeah, they flip flop this news every day. Like they tell us it's bad, then the next day it's good, then it's bad again, and you just kind of gotta just follow the trend, basically. Oh yeah, the world is waiting on that shit. I'll be ready for like that shit too. Like when they just finally say the crypto is better than the U.S. dollar, I can't wait till they say that shit and just that shit just go crazy. Oh yeah, you're a smart investor. Oh yeah, but hey, this for the long term, you might be up 3 million. Yeah, that's exactly how you do that, and I mean. Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, you know how it go. Then exactly, it's never closes either. So you got to keep that in mind. So it's like, yeah, it's gonna explode one day when the government fucking stop trying to regulate it and stop shit. It'll explode when they join the team. Then it'll explode. It's coming though. It's good. They're gonna overpower that shit eventually. It's gonna come. I think Bitcoin can be like 100,000 in the next 2 to 3 years, man. I really believe that. Yeah, I really can see that. I'm telling you, like, cause I missed it. Like in 2020, I was so pissed. I had a group of people. Bitcoin was at like 8,000. I had like 4 people. I told them let's all go in. Let's split it. You know what I'm saying? It might run. A week later, the shit was at 20,000. It went from 8,000 to 20,000. I was like, fuck. And then it never came back down. That was in 2020. I was like, fuck. And then it was just like, damn. To this day, I just missed the opportunity. It's just been up. Yeah. But it's cool though. I just really feel confident in them. Though. I don't think they'll ever come back to like 10,000 ever again. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he clutch. Oh, he good. He good money. Right. He's different. Ooh, he is good, man. Cause I don't know.
Because think about it, like if he gets out at 60 and then goes back in at 40, it's still not gonna be good.
Yeah, nah, yeah, it won't be the same. He won't have that deal. He won't have that deal he got in for it all. You're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, nah, the longer he holds.
I get a Aaron said I get on the call, but I'm beside loud as here. Oh, he'll get it in the call, but he's beside our loud and he loud as compressors. Oh shit. Nvidia, I'm already 19%.
See, yeah. So yeah, Aaron called that nail on. He called that spot on, and then you brought it at the right. You brought it at the right time. This. Well, yeah, I feel you, but the spot is coming down right now from the high. So I mean. Yeah, maybe I'm about to say put some more time on it. I mean, I really feel like we're gonna sit the spot's gonna sit right here near 440 for a while just because we just got here within the past 3 days.
So what do you think SPY 436 put?
I think that's a great choice because that's gonna be the next right, because that's going to be the next level. Like, say if the earnings come out bad next week, because Netflix report earnings, right? So Netflix, Tesla, all of them report earnings, right? So say if they have a bad report, the spot's coming down. You can guarantee, you can bet your bottom dollar the spot's coming down like 430, 428. If those earnings reports are bad. Well, yeah, they base their reports off of each stock. So each stock report their earnings each quarter, every 3 months. And this is going to be the second quarter coming up here. So the first quarter, like all the companies reported bad earnings and they got clapped. That's why the market was down and it looked scary. It looked like it was about to go into a recession. And then out of nowhere here, mid-March, the market just popped back up like nothing happened. And now we're running back into earnings season, and you see the market is selling off again. So it's going to basically boil down to earnings season again here. If the company's got a good report, then the stocks will probably shoot up here, go higher. But if the company's about to report bad, then the SPY and all that stuff, the ETFs are going to come down. So yeah, you just got to be on the lookout for that, and then really don't get caught in the earnings tornado because I've seen people play it. Ooh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so you know the risk on that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, but I mean, you know, I played it too. I've lost. I've actually won some earnings like out of luck, really, because I was like, what the fuck? But I know how to play the earnings to like where I know the implied move. I don't actually know the direction, but I can tell you how like percentage wise how much they're gonna move either direction. So I can I can do a good straddle on earnings, but I can't tell you to really be exact because you know earnings is crazy.
Yeah, earnings is just like you don't want to fuck with that.
Yeah, type shit, exactly.
Let me see Walmart because I'm like I had this Walmart position and I was down like fucking 70%, and now it's only down 11%. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to like get out. Like it's for the 22nd though, so I still have some time.
Right. Okay. Let me check Walmart chart for you. You said you got some time.
I'm like in my car and shit with the kids and I can't even.
Oh yeah, now I understand. I got you. That's what I'm here for. I got you.
Thank you so much.
So right now, you said you got a Walmart call.
Yeah, call 160 for April 22nd.
Okay.
I'm down 10%. I was down 70 this morning.
Oh yeah, I'm about to say Walmart's on the high right now. They're actually breaking out here. They're at 157.50. They're breaking out right now. They're on the high. They got earnings coming up May the 17th. So if you got an April 22nd call, you should be fine because it's not nowhere near their earnings. And it looks like Walmart is doing good. They did have some positive news that came out with them. I think they got a CEO change or something like that. Yeah, or a CFO change. It looks, Walmart taps PayPal's finance Chief John Rainey as CFO. So they just got a new CFO. So it looks like the new CFO is like bringing in a lot of buyers basically. So Walmart's going to continue to go up as of right now. That's like one of your safe haven stocks right now because the market's so confusing. Like Walmart is like safe to buy right now.
Just go with fucking Walmart shit.
Yeah. So you should be good with that for real. That's really on the high right now too. It looks good right now. It's breaking out. 157.70 now. So we just went up 20 more cents. So yeah, you should be good with that though. Yeah, you should be good with that. I would just probably set a stop loss. I wouldn't probably let it get you back under 40% again though.
Yeah, no, I think I'm getting out. I think I'm getting out today though. Like if it goes, like I'm at 4% right now, so I guess that shit is running. But as soon as that shit goes, I'm just getting out.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I feel you. That Walmart is that type of place for real too. They like slow. It's the Dow Jones, so they kind of like trade slow. It's like a value stock. It's not really a growth stock. Oh yeah, let's check with Nvidia. Let's see.
On the 15-minute, it's falling, but on the 5-minute, it looks like it wants to go back up.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you on the 1 and the 5 minute, it's bouncing off the bottom, so it did touch 218.84, but it's bouncing off of that right now. Excuse me. So it might just be trying to find the bottom and still come another low here, lower lows possibly, but it is fighting right now, trying to get back to VWAP, which would be like 220. So if I was you, if you day trading it, probably just set your stop loss at about 220, 221. You know, just to you just see if it's gonna try to override you, if you try to go back up. But I think you should be fine right here. This might be just a little mini bounce, and it might come back down and retest the low. Yeah, you know, yeah, they do that. They do that shit a lot. So yeah, the SPY bouncing a little bit right now, but the VIX is also going up too. So that's telling me somebody's lying right now. They both can't go up like that.
So what? The Qs are different. Like Qs technically run opposite of SPY.
The triple Qs, no, they actually do the same thing as the SPY, but they more so correlate with the indice as the Nasdaq. So you know how you got the Nasdaq, you got the S&P 500, and you got the Dow Jones. Okay, so the SPY correlates with the S&P 500. The triple Qs correlate with the Nasdaq, and the Dow Jones correlate with the DIA ticker symbol I just told you about. Yeah, so that's how they all like big brother, big sister of one another type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they all correlate with each other. Yeah, I think you're fine right now. We're just seeing a mini little bounce here, like you said, could be a fake little breakout right here. I'm seeing the video make a red candle right now, so false breakout here. But yeah, it's not. It's a lot of resistance at 442 on the spot. So if they can't break above that, I think they're just gonna keep it right here below 440. I feel like, and it'll come back down maybe 438. So yeah, you should be fine. That'll bring the stocks back down. If they realize the SPY is not going above 442, then the stocks will not go higher, if that makes sense. So this would be a good opportunity to short right here too. That's what Aaron was kind of trying to say.
Yeah, like just get in now.
Yeah, this would be a good chance here. Or if you feel like, because it's the market been going up all day and you feel like it's going to continue to do that, this would be a good chance to buy the dip too. So to each his own at this point, but this is a definitely opportunity right here during this moment at 2 o'clock.
I just think it's been running all day, so I think it needs to have a breather.
Right, and I agree with that. That's what I'm thinking too, for real, because it went up, and ain't nobody really like making it rally. You know what I'm saying? I don't see no buyers flooding in and making it rally. I don't see no volume coming in. It's just like it's like a slow and steady, like holding in the air. But it's like, how much longer are you gonna continue to hold in the air?
Yeah, like how much longer can you stay up?
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me, for real. That's what it's been seeming like the past 4 or 5 days, for real.
This has been a fucking shit show.
It really has. It has, man. But yeah, just stay focused though, man. Really staying for the long term, be fine. But right now, the current trend right now is it's half and half market. It's a bull / bear market. I hate to put it that way. But that's just kind of what it is. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. They're fighting one another right now for a direction. Oh man, my boy, he good? He straight?
My boy Uzi not playing, bro. He said he lost 20K today this week dealing with this bullshit.
Damn, man. Shit.
Yeah, that shit is scary, man.
Yeah, that is, man. That is. I mean, it happens though. I mean, everybody know you gotta know your risk tolerance, you know. But I mean, fuck though. I hate that happened though, cause like I said, they just manipulate the news every day for real.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
Yeah, you just gotta kind of stay focused. You gotta distract out the noise. Stay focused on the charts and numbers. That's what I try to remind everybody.
Let me check. Oh well, I'll probably get back on at like 3 o'clock. But you think I'm good to stay my puts, right?
Okay, yeah, like I said, just set a stop loss on that NVIDIA. Like I said, don't let it cross over about $222, and yeah, you should be good.
Okay, so if I see it at 222, just get out.
Yeah, really, like about 221. Yeah, just go ahead and call quits because they probably gonna bounce it.
Yeah, because it's probably gonna bounce up.
Right. Right. What's going on, bro? Oh, we was talking about NVIDIA. She was saying like, what would be a good stop loss? I was saying if she see it over about 222, just go ahead and probably call quits.
Is it up right now? Did it go up from my VWAP break?
Yeah, it bounced off of 218. It's at 219.89 right now.
Hold on, let me chart it real quick because I don't want you to get out unless we have because we're about to get confirmation on SPY if we can hold down a little bit, reject it. But I'm watching SPY until I can get confirmation on SPY that we don't open a candle purple channel. I'm good.
Yeah. She's good right now. I'm telling her, but it just bounced a little bit. It could be a little false bounce, you know, a little mini bounce. That's on the 1 minute though. What time frame you looking at, Aaron?
I'm on 5s.
Oh, okay, let me look at the 5 then real quick. I was looking at the 1 minute. Okay.
Trend line, but we're back in the chop channel from the last 2 days. If we can break this candle to the same size as the green one, we should be all right. I don't have any doubt until we start an uptrend in this channel because this was all. Yeah, it's 2 days.
Yeah. I think this could be like I said, a little fake pop here and a little lower pattern, but it is at 220. Yeah, lower highs. Yeah.
We're red out of the channel and 2 pennies. We're red at 442. Oh my God, no! That's the one that did it to me. It's bouncing off Hikinashi trend line, but it looks like it's gonna just go into the channel.
Yeah, that's why I said that's why I told her to set her stop loss a little close because it's already moving upward. So and it's popping right now too.
But even at this look sideways, if we reject here, we're at a Quasimodo head and shoulders. Look at this. I'm drawing the trend right now for you guys, but head, shoulder.
Yeah, I see. I'm looking, Aaron, but hey, it is breaking now to the upside. The spot is picking up here. Stocks picking back up too, bro. I'm just looking at the ETF SU and the futures.
Here we go. I'm not scared.
Nah, I'm not either. But I'm letting you know though, this is resistance / support on the video at 220 level. They can either support this or they can reject this here.
Keep that chart. I think that's what's happening right now.
What you think? You think they're rejecting it on the SPY?
If we reject anything higher than this, it's going to be the top of the pink channel that I drew. And that's still head and shoulders. The Quasimodo part of the head and shoulders is when the second part of the head has a lower low.
Right. I see what you're saying. I see it.
It's pushing right now to the channel, but it's also on the back side of my blue trend line.
Yeah, it's pushing right now. 220, 30 cent right now. Yeah, SPY picking up.
Nah, bro, zoom out.
Zoom out. Let me zoom out.
Zoom out and look at that pattern, bro. Come on. This is happening right in front of us. It's happening right now. It
Head and shoulders, bro. This is the kill candle of the day. This two candles was a bull trap.
Oh, I see what you're saying now when you zoom out, right? Yeah, because I see the shoulder here, then the head there. The shoulder, the first shoulder is over here at 220, and then the head is 223, and then we're back at the shoulder again. I get what you're saying. So tell me this though. Get to 221, then what? That's still part of the shoulder, right? It's still might come down. Yeah. So you really just can't panic sell. That's all it is. You can't really panic sell. It might test 221. Oh, you good then, bro? You straight? Everybody good?
I got tomorrow. Oh shit! That just dipped hard. Should I buy it fourth? I'm only down 109. If I buy a fourth, I gotta set a $50 from here stop loss.
Right. I mean, yeah, starting the red candle right there on the SPY. Yeah, it's 209. Around this time yesterday is when the market started to go down. Y'all remember that. So let's see what they was like switch it up here from this time frame yesterday.
We're wicking, but I don't know if it's there's just no volume, bro. We're not pushing up on anything. We have no reason to move up.
Yeah, this is all market makers volume right here. I call this MM volume. Yeah, but when you really pay attention to the numbers, the SPY is not really that high. 442 ain't really. Yeah.
Look at that red candle. That's confirmation that there was no fucking room. That red candle matches the green one, puts us out of the channel, and we're like fucking 30 cents away. 17 cents away. Under 442 is the candle death. And put this candle under 442 with 4 minutes to go, which is a fuck ton of time, and it's a bearish engulfing.
Okay, big red candle right there on the 1 minute on the SPY. So they coming back down. It's starting to fade here a little bit. 442, 52 cent.
Look at my fucking trend line, Devin. Holy shit. Look at my blue trend and look where it rejected the wick.
Right. I see it. That's dope. Hold on. I just got a new one. I see it.
That's the trend. That's just the sideways trend. We didn't hold that, so it's a downtrend. Verified almost. Confirmed.
Well, almost. You're right, yeah.
Bearish engulfing in 10 cents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see it.
Bro, I just had the snipe of a fucking average down, dude.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nvidia coming down again. 219.93. 219.80. Nvidia is dropping.
Do I swing $478 worth of spot puts?
Where you swinging to? 440, 439? Yeah, that would be your best bet. Hell yeah, because that's why I feel like they're gonna try to close it, and then Uh-oh, SPY coming down here, and Nvidia coming down 219.64. I think she's taking a break.
It was shaking. It was just trying to shake. I'm telling you.
219.64 Nvidia. They're breaking 219.59. 219.55. Nvidia selling off.
Damn, I love being right.
Nvidia selling back off here, so it looks like they might retest the low. The low of the day on Nvidia so far. Let me zoom out. I want to be accurate with you guys. Looks like it's 214.62. That's a steep fall right there. So that's the low of the day on the video. They're only up $4, so they can easily turn red here. They're still in the channel below VWAP just a little bit. It's just hanging out right here. We're going to see Amazon starting to fade here. It looks like they don't want that 3,100 level. See here, we got any briefings going on? No, the Dow's up 77% here. The S&P 500 is up 82%, you guys. The NASDAQ is up 1.63%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.59%. The VIX is down here at about 8%, only $22.31. So we still got a green market so far, but not the gains really not moving, not going anywhere. They're just kind of just chilling out. So kind of just getting no action in the air, no buyers in the air here so far. But just chop, sideways chop. We're just kind of waiting on that fall here at this point. I think everyone is kind of anticipating that it's either going to fall or break out at this point. It has no choice, but that's just kind of where it's cornered. Yeah, that's just kind of where it's cornered. So, yeah, SPY's trying to bounce here. 442, 10 cent here. The video is pulling the needle back up here at 227 cent here. So they're really buying that dip right now strongly here for no probably reason at all. This looks like MM movement still. This don't look.
We rejected. We started the candle under and wicked up down off the Hikinashi trend line on SPY.
Right. That's what.
Then we'll push through the EMA, but we gotta stack candles.
Gotta stack candles there. So yeah, that's what it is with the video.
We need 3 in a row red. Like the same trend as last off the sell-off. We're still in a sell signal. If we push up here, we get a buy signal on the Hikinashi though. Super flat. Like these 3 candles, yep, here it comes. These candles trading sideways and just pushing the fucking price with nothing. Beta burning the shit out of everyone.
That's literally all they doing. Theta burn. Theta.
442 confirmation. People bought 443 calls. They haven't went in the fucking money yet. We're stacking 3 to the side. This is the same thing we did before we fell yesterday. Look back at the candles. I'm gonna find them for you. We need red on this candle to close it. Like, if this candle closes green, I'm not really sure what we're gonna do. And that sucks. So I've had a fucking great plan all day. No problem. Get your feet wet, bro. Get your feet wet. Oh, yeah? So you don't know our process yet? That's what I'm saying. It's different. You only work on the price of the car. You don't quote payment the rest of the lease. So you just start at your fucking full hop. Give them a price on the trade. They give you a rolling long. You negotiate the trade after that. If they work a bunch of grand, they give you profit. Rolling long. And then you negotiate the price of the trade, the price of the car, and you fucking sit into the box and they close them on things. So on that, so cars are tricky. They would be a 47. You just sit there and try to justify your price. That's when you say, well, I think we're pretty fair at $10,000 over, but Bureau's charging 20. Move because I know what the market justifies. CarMax is selling this same vehicle with 20,000 miles for the same price that I'm selling it for brand new. If I can't justify the price, I don't know what else does.
I mean, I usually miss by a couple hundred, not a couple thousand. So if you want a couple $100 discount, I can see what I can do. I'll work with you. But it's just, we don't miss that mark by 2 to 3 grand. And they're asking you all the payments. Be like, there's we're 50, you're asking me 47. That's still $7,000 over MSRP. You just it. So the 3 extra grand, it's not important. You're going to pay that regardless, right? Whether it be taxes, whether it be this, that. I want to help you out, but I can't say anything. That's just, keep those word tracks of like holding value. Because if you come back in 2 minutes with a commitment, it's $5,000 less than what you started at, they're going to fucking shit on you. You want to stay over there for 10, 15 minutes, even if you get the yes. And then when you get the yes, that $10,000 number, guys, you get that car, so I'm skipping behind. I'm not starting with anything. You just like to see that we have a buyer in front of us. Hold your breath. I don't know if he's going to take the deal. He's going to fucking on to me. Start writing up your deal. You get that lip smart, you get that. Once you get same shit. You just bring your paperwork back instead of getting your paperwork back from Alex hands you your folder, you get everything signed. Here you print your shit out. You got a lot of that. What? Buyer's guide, buyer's guide. Oh yeah, we did that there. That's the 26 seconds. The scandal's supposed to agree. Next question.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that is Aaron Thomas, your #1 car salesman in Florida. Y'all make sure y'all check him out, man. That's my guy right there. That's the homie, man. But we're gonna get back into the market here, you guys. Energy still green here. The SPY's pushing here, trying to fight, but looking very weak, man. They're fighting bad though. It's looking very weak though. But other than that, man, we're going to take a quick break here. We're waiting on Secretary Jen. She's about to go live in about 40 minutes. So, she's a market mover. So, we'll see what she has to say here today about all of this market volatility. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the quick little break here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
But right now, all I'm seeing is a flag, and it's pushing to the
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute.
Yeah, man, we do it all here at LCAOD.
Or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Baby, not anticipating all things to come. Everybody got blisters, souls, and bad decisions. We're trying to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loves the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay.
And what I'm feeling will pass, so what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at, I'm doing fine where I'm at.
Yeah. Wait, Stutter. You got. Yeah. 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 It's. Yeah, that's a big red candle right there.
Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes. Like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. No, baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
Exactly. Facts. Well, yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. We're under radar. Yeah. They're not on us, bro. I'm telling you. But they don't even do that. I'm telling you. If they want to, but that's the point. It depends on who you are, how much money you really got. That's what I'm saying. Like they really only go after like the top ranked celebrities. They're not really about to fuck with no little group like us. Oh yeah, yeah, well yeah. Well yeah, it builds up. It builds up history. Yeah, it does build history. Yeah, that's true though. Yeah, for real. Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah, they got his ass. He just got out recently, and he told his story. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. This is answer. Huh? What? Oh, somebody has a pizza at the door? Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Everybody good though, man. Just like I said, repetition, man. You in this for the long term. I mean, don't get discouraged. Don't get discouraged. That's the main thing. Derek. Nah, my name Devin. Yeah. Facts. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you can't, bro. You can't, bro. It's part of the game, exactly, bro. It's part of the game, bro. I mean, you're gonna always remember you're gonna take L's, but your wins are gonna overpower any loss that you ever took. So just remember that. You'll be fine, man. That's how I look at it, man. Everything good, man. But yeah, it is about when you enter though. Like you enter at a good time, you can exit at a good time. Okay, so Spot's coming down here again, trying to retest the 442 break. Yeah, remember I told you probably want to set that stop loss at about 220, 221, maybe 222, but it's probably a little too far at that point. But yeah, they actually are breaking out here. They went up $2 since about 30 minutes ago. So yeah, they done been up $2 in the past 30 minutes. But they just chilling right here. The SPY is trying to break back into the channel though, for real. The SPY is coming down right now. So it's a little confusing here. I'll probably hang tight in the video coming back down. SPY's at 442, 6 cent here. So we're in the upper channel. Just a lot of sideways chop, man. Remember, you got option expiration today on the SPY in 30 minutes. You got contracts about to expire in 30 minutes. So that's kind of what it is, too. They're delaying that. Theta milking time off the clock. Let's see here. We got Secretary Jen. She's still live here in about 27 minutes, you guys. So this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We are still live here, you guys. We're going to take another quick break. We're just still sitting here waiting on Secretary Jen. Like I said, she's the market move. She's going to move the market here shortly. Hopefully she has something to say here so it can break out of this little route that it's in right now. It's not really doing nothing here. We can tell, though, the SPY definitely wants to channel back in, coming back down to maybe 440, 439, or it's either going to stay up here and pop above 442.52, you guys. So The spot either wants 443 by the end of the day or it wants 440 here at this point. So just keep that in mind. We're in the middle. They don't know. They're trying to figure it out. But we will be back from the break, ladies and gentlemen.
Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't ever gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out, cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too, nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see it flying, you're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even questioned. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose. I've been worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your glass, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad.
Hell fucking yeah, I gotta teach you young, you know. Yeah, and they want to argue like, I just fed you, don't forget I fed you. What's the ticket symbol, bro? TEI. Oh, Camber Energy. I heard of them before too, yeah. Let me check them out. Oh, damn, bro. You can load this shit crazy, yo. This is at the cent level. Yeah, that's a, yeah, bro. Hell yeah. That's a real good play. Let me look at that all time. What's the all time? What is their all time? Well, let me see their all time high before. Just to make sure you can. Like, what the fuck? Why are they at 82 cents? This is like, they clap. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, what happened? I'm looking at the history. Damn. What the fuck? No way they was at 5,000. What the fuck? Hold on, bro. I gotta pull this up on the big screen. Make sure I'm not tripping. That's what I'm saying, right? I'm looking at this right now. That's not real, right? Is that real? Okay, yeah. In 2015, bro. Hold up. This charts. Yeah, I gotta look back. I'm looking all the way back because I'm just trying to see why is it at 82 cents? Are they about to go bankrupt or something? What's going on? Like they never gonna get a chance to ever get back to $1. It look like. Oh, okay, so they can. What the fuck? Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you're right. $1.38, almost $2. But what the hell? Yeah, that's a good play though. Looking at it like that, looking at it from 3 months out though. Shit, bro. That's right, and that's what I was about to say, bro. If you look, you said what? I'm looking 3 months out. I'm looking, hell yeah, 3 months out, bro. This is like a bear. It's bear flagging. Oh, you a Hawking spy? I can help you there, buddy. Let's see there. I told you, yeah, it is about to go up. Yeah, spy breaking out. I told you, it's breaking out or it's coming down here. But it, the, yeah, the high of the day is 442.84 on the spy. It's at 442.56 right now. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I be going back and forth. I watch TLT. I watch all of that shit, man, for real. Yeah, that it is. Yeah, you're right. All right, look. Let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this. What if the UVXY come down till about like $12.57? What that's gonna mean? Okay. All right, because I see a gap fill, a possible gap fill here. I'm looking at the chart. Okay. Okay, I was just making sure. All right. Well, yeah, definitely, yeah. Keep them on the charts. Yeah, the video's on the high. The video's on the high 221.50. The video's on the high here. The video's trying to get back to the upper channel here, about to break out. So yeah, they love this area. Like I said, 220 was an area of resistance / support. So it looks like they supported it right now. It is going up. They're supporting it. So let's see here. We got Secretary Jen. She's still about to talk in about 15 minutes. So I would just keep that in mind. She can bring the market down, you guys. They could be topping out here. I would just stay calm until you can really see the spot break above 442.84 in about 15 minutes. Jen is speaking. So she probably will either, she might bring the market back down, or it's going up right now. She'll definitely make it keep rallying at this point. So we're going to see here what she's going to do. But the SPY is breaking out right now, 442.70 here. NVIDIA on the high, breaking out on the higher upper end on the channel now, 221.85 NVIDIA. Little cap top end, 221.65 now. NVIDIA chilling out right there at the higher end now. They all chilling out. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not. I don't even think it's that. I just think the volatility. Yeah, right. Yeah, for real though. Yeah, the volatility can just freeze you too. Like sometimes it'd be like, oh man, like, whoa, what do I do? And it's like, facts. Right. That's real shit. I'm gonna take this call. I'm gonna reactivate. I'll be right back. Yo, what's going on? Okay, all right, let's go. Yeah, she's here. He already went to work. She's just here. We haven't discussed anything, but we'll talk about it. Yeah, okay. Right, you good. That's right. All right. All right. Market picking up. Lay two. Market picking up here, you guys. So the market is picking up. Market is picking up here. We're breaking out here. Jen is about to approach us here in 10 minutes. I told you she's a market mover. They're anticipating that needle for whatever she's about to say. They're anticipating that needle for her. Just keep that in mind. So like I said, when she talks, we're gonna really see what this is about. This could be a top here. Or like I said, it's going to continue to break out as you've seen all day. So it just yeah, this would be a great time to straddle here. If so, if you're, but if not, this is a great time to just really wait and see what she's gonna say, and then you'll really know the direction here. Confirmed going into Power Hour, you guys. Spots breaking out for 42.93. We're on the high for 42.94. They're moving that needle up, you guys. It's picking 442.95, 442.96, 442.98, 443. Can I get it? Can I get it? Can I get it? They about to they rejected, you guys. 442.98 is the top right now. They did just move that needle though. Yeah, yeah. LCAOD. hey, tune into the live stream. That's what I'm doing it for. I do it for my YouTube channel. But yeah. Hey, that's how fast they be moving the numbers, though, man. Right. Just skip some all that type shit, right? Oh man. It's crazy, bro. They really just moved the needle like that though. I'm not exaggerating, you guys. I'm watching the chart. So it's crazy right now, man. No, Amazon's at 3,099, y'all. They're moving up here. Everybody's going up right now. So it looks like they're trying to retest 442.98 here right now. It's at 442.90. So they're still on the high, you guys. Be cautious, be careful right here. It might break the 443. Now, if we get back to that 444, Aaron, you know about that deal, boy. You know it's going up. It's a magnet. It's a magnet upside up there at that. 446 is in play at that point. If we can break 443 and get to 444, it's going to magnet to 446, I believe. And we'll be right back in the bull market that fast. That's how much the volatility is moving, you guys. It's just turning the market. Yeah, me either, but the way they're moving this needle, they're making it that easy. Yeah, exactly. They're basically just telling you. Right, it's crazy. What was that? Yeah, let me zoom out on the 5 minute. Let me zoom out. SPY is on the high right now, retesting the high right now, breaking out 442.95 on the SPY here. Is breaking the high, 442.97, 442. Yeah, Amazon's taking off, you guys. 31.03 there. They're going up there. They're probably going to try to tag 31.20 there, you guys. So be ready for that next. 442 though, 97. 31.05. Amazon's going up. Let's see here. If the SPY can break 442.98, I think the stocks will continue to run here. Jen is about to speak in 5 minutes. They're running the market for her. Secretary Jen did it again. Oh man. She always just moving the market. She lied the other day, you guys. In fact, yeah, it does. It is red here. It's a doji so far. It is red. It's not looking like it wants to even test 443 today, but it is very close. So just kind of stay calm, stay cautious. Let's see here. The Bulls and the Bears are fighting here, ladies and gentlemen. They're fighting right here, 442.84. NVIDIA just topped out at 222.48. Tesla's on the high here. Okay, we're seeing two doji candles here on the SPY right now. They're getting blocked from 443. Yo. On the spot put, you got one more day. For real, yeah. I really. What number you said? 440. Did you say a number? 436 for one more day. Oh yeah, I really think I think that's still in play. That's still in play here. As long as the SPY don't go up towards like 444, you should be fine. That still to be actionable. Considering that you got 1 day left and it's going to be the last day tomorrow because the market is closed Friday, so the SPY can really just sell off tomorrow if that makes sense. So considering that it's really not going above 446. That range 436 is still in play because it did touch that yesterday. So I mean, yeah, there's still a chance. Yeah, if you hold it for one more day, yeah, I wouldn't tell you that you don't have an opportunity because you know what I'm saying. That's not the case. You do have a chance still on that for real. But it's just that if you want to take that risk, I mean, you know what I'm saying. That would be up to you at that point. But I do see an opportunity for sure, definitely. I think 435 would be the next low. Yeah, I think 435 would be a good The next low for the Bears. They're trying to attack. They're trying to get there. You know what I'm saying? So if the SPY, like I said, if the SPY set off tomorrow, say if the banks report in the morning, Goldman Sachs report their earnings in the morning, Morgan Stanley's, Wells Fargo. So all these banks report in the morning. Say if they got bad earnings, the SPY is gonna come down. So that's what I'm saying. It still can go either way here. The bulls shouldn't really be getting too happy right here, but they are having a rip your face off rally at Amazon right now. They up 3%. So it's just like certain stocks are eating right now, but not everybody. But the SPY can easily just reverse the trend, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's a good play, man. I wouldn't be discouraged. Yeah, at this point, that's how it's looking. The bank's either going to help or hurt the market tomorrow, for sure. Hey, I need to get everybody. I'm gonna get everybody's name right here because I'm just looking at numbers and I have no idea who's who. I got like, okay, hold on, let me see. Who I'm gonna call it out. 805. Who got an 805 number? I'm gonna give y'all my own nickname too, if y'all don't mind. Oh, 443 on the SPY. Just tagged it. 443 just touched it. Yeah, who got an 805 number? Okay, that's my boy. Okay, I'm gonna call Gino. I'm gonna call him G. I'm gonna call him G. I'm gonna call him OG. I'm calling Gino OG. Oh Jizzle. Oh Gino. Oh Gino. Oh Gino. Oh Gino. I got it. Oh Gino. That's what I'm gonna save him as. Oh Gino. Okay, thanks. All right, who is 617? Okay, thanks. All right, that's Das. Oh, Dolph. Like young Dolph. Oh, I'm about to call you motherfucking Dolph Junior. No, I'm gonna call you Market Dolph. Oh, Market Dolph. Yeah, rejection. You're right. Rejection on the SPY. Yeah, rejection at 443. Right. Yep. Good call out. Yep. Some stock. Yeah, stocks pulling back here. Yeah, just move around, bro. Get the blood flowing. Move around. Get the blood flowing. Don't stare at the screen. That's how you panic sell. You good, bro. Relax. You good. Wait, hold on. All right, hold on. Bro, let me get that name was funny. What's that name, bro? I'm about to call you that, bro. You said what would they used to call you when you was younger, bro? Dolph Ziggler. Dolph Ziggler. I'm saving that. Dolph Ziggy. I'm gonna call you Dolph Ziggy. Dolph Ziggy. I'm calling you Dolph Ziggy, bro. I fuck with that. Dolph Ziggy. All right, who got a 4-2? Who got a 423 number? 423. Tennessee. All right, I'm gonna call him Tennessee. I don't even know. Tennessee. All right, and then 501 is Max. Okay, yeah, money maker. Oh, okay. Who's 717? No, 717. Me. Oh, Natty. Oh, Mabel. Okay, I'm gonna call you. Okay. Ooh. I got it. I'm gonna call you Buttermilk. Ooh, Buttermilk. That's your name. That's it. Ready, man. All right, I got everybody saved now. We good. Yeah, spot. Yeah, Boeing. But yeah, Boeing got earnings coming up too. I was thinking about it. Yeah, they got earnings too tomorrow, bro. It's called a pre-earnings run up. No, it's in the morning. It's no, it's a matter of, I think it was this morning or it's tomorrow morning. You might be right. It might have been this morning. Oh yeah, it was this. It was this morning then. So this is post earnings. Yep. So yeah, that's earnings, and that's what I'm saying. Expect the earnings tomorrow to be the same way for the banks. Right. You said what, bro? You said growth stocks down what? Right. Okay. So like you saying like so for an example, you're saying like if Apple's going down, Goldman Sachs will go up. You saying? Well, yeah. Now you know what I'm saying. I was just giving you an example. I was just trying to like see what you're saying. Okay, but yeah, no, that makes sense though. Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. Breakout. Spots breaking out here. And look, Jen's about to go live, you guys. Jen is about to go live. The spies on the high here, 443.9 cents, you guys. The spies on the high. This is max pain for the Bears, though. Be real. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Don't get tricked out here. This is where you might want to stop your losses, because the Bulls can squeeze here. The Bulls can squeeze here. They already squeezed all day. They can just take it higher. They can just take it higher. So pay attention to these levels, you guys. 443.10 cents. Be cautious here. Think. Don't get froze. Don't get froze right here. Make a decision. Think. It's either fuck it or stop it at this point. Fuck it or stop it at this point if you're on the wrong side. $4.43.12. The spot's breaking out here. Amazon's on the high, 3,101.12. You guys, they're on the high here, up 3.20%. It's going crazy, you guys. Secretary Jen is about to approach the podium. They're bringing the market up for her. She must have something positive to tell us because the market is going up here. 443.23 is breaking out, you guys. Apple's on the high. Everybody's on the high right now. The triple Qs is breaking out 346.30 here. The VIX is going down. The volatility is going down. It's at $22. The VIX is down 9%, you guys. So the volatility is going down. Yeah, the whole market's great. Yeah, the card sector's looking good. Visa's looking good. Everybody's looking good today, man. It looks wonderful. Target's looking good. Upstart is on the high. Everybody's on the high right now, man. The market is very green. Oh, Bitcoin's picking up here. Bitcoin's back at $41,400. Bitcoin's picking up here. Even Ethereum's picking back up. Ethereum is picking back up at $3,105. So the market is on the high, man. Stock and crypto is moving up here. Amazon, $3,116. Amazon up $100 today. Oh, man. Oh, man. Amazon up $100, you guys. You had a chance today to make $1 million off of Amazon, you guys. They just went up 100. Oh, man. Can I get a horn? I need a horn off of that one. Oh, that's amazing right there. Oh, the spot tagged a new high, 443.27. This bull is not stopping. Woo! I don't blame him. He need to just flip sides and just cut the crap here. At this point, that's what they're telling everybody. Just buy a call and it's going. The market's going up. That's really what. Rug pull, yeah, that's true. It do seem like that. It do be doing that. You just kind of gotta wait for the dip because I mean the trend is like they're buying every dip. As you can see, they bought every dip today. So you gotta wait for that dip. You know what I'm saying? You don't really want to be buying on the high. When you buy a call on the high, yeah, you're right. It is gonna come down. You're gonna lose. But when you buy a call on the dip, you're gonna actually make some money. So right now is a good chance to be shorting it. But it looks like the shorts they're not getting that much of gains today. That's what the problem is. So the Bulls are just overriding the shorts today, and that's just the problem right now. So it looks like they're taking a dip right now. So it looks like an opportunity here. 443.13. They are pulling back here. The high is 443.27. No bullshit. I think the spot can really reach 445 by expiration tomorrow. At this point, it's only $2 more. They really can take it to 446 and plus. But I mean, at the same time, you know, the straddle's still in effect here. We are still in a bull/bear market. You got to be respectful here of both sides. I can still see it coming down. That's crazy. Yeah, Secretary Jen effect. That's crazy, man. Woo! Come on now, Buttermilk. Come on, Buttermilk. Let's get positive. And don't think that. It ain't going to happen. It's going to go up when you buy it. Trust it. Trust it. Dolph Ziggy, trust it. You got to trust it too, bro. It's going to go up, bro. Call it out. You know. Nah, for real, y'all. For real. Buy the dip. Trust it, you guys. That's what they're telling us. It's been going up all day. Literally no downturn today. You got to trust the process. The market has been selling too the past 4 and 5 days. You got to think about that too. It might just be oversold. Have y'all ever just thought about that? Like, it might really go back up. Especially if the bank earnings are good in the morning. Say if Goldman Sachs got the bag. I think you see what I'm saying? Yeah, you want to just buy some calls, man. Just trust it. I'm telling you. That's what they're doing. They just short squeezing everybody. I understand. Now sometimes you need to take a break mentally, bro. You good. You don't gotta just rush into it. You know what I'm saying? Time it up. That's what I'm saying. I ain't telling you to do it instantly. I'm just saying time it up. But read between the lines too, though. Read the charts and numbers. Don't let it trick you. Don't let it not think it's not going up when it is actually going up. You know what I'm saying? This Yeah, it's the Greeks and it's about your entry point. Back to the entry, like however you enter, it just depends. That's whenever you enter, that's the motion they gotta keep. Yeah, it is crazy, yeah, but like whenever you enter, they expect the motion to keep going on how you enter. Yeah, basically, I self-taught myself off of YouTube for real. That's a great thing to do. Like I learned off of YouTube from other people, and you know what I'm saying. It took me about 2 weeks to really understand what they were saying, but as I went on and started winning money, then losing it, I started to like, okay, I see what they're saying, type shit. Yeah, that's good. You probably a pro. You sound like a pro, man. You sound like I'm talking to a group full of pros. But I mean, you get better with time. SPY breaking out here. SPY breaking out 443.36 here. Still going up, you guys. SPY still going up. The market's going up, you guys. We're still waiting on Jen. She's about to talk here any moment now. 440. Yes, right. Exactly. We do not know what Secretary Jen is going to say. But right now, no, not yet. We're still waiting on her. She's trying to stall. Yeah, that must suck. Yeah, but yeah, Jen is definitely she's in the back right now trading her options before she walk out. So that's what's going on. We're waiting on her right now. And she's gonna step out here and tell us what's going on in the economy. This shit running. That's insane, man. Look, bro. You could have turned that 900 to 4. You could have turned that $9 contract to $40 today, bro. That's how much they gave up. Yeah, right side, yeah. Even when it had you up in the morning when you was down like 20%, you could have stopped it and flipped sides and you would have still won. That's what I was trying to tell you. Like, bro, just flip sides, bro. They about to go crazy. And that shit did. Amazon at 31.15, y'all. They not playing. Hey, SPY picking up here, 443.41 cent. 443.41 cent is the high of the day right now. They're still going up. 443.42 cent. The SPY's still going up. There's a lot of buyers stepping in now. We're getting a lot of buyers step in now. They're bidding this thing up. Investors are getting what they're asking for right now, man. 443.44, 443.45, new high. SPY just still going up, you guys. Haven't spoke yet. Let them know she's not out yet. She's still trading options. She still hasn't sold her calls yet. She's about to exit and put her buying power back in her portfolio. So just tell them to hang tight there. The market is still going up. 31.16 on Amazon. They're just still going up. They're up $100, you guys. Amazon is up 100 smooth dollars, man. They up $100.70. Oh no. They just got here. They've been going up all day. Yeah, nah. No, you thought they would have another 100? Man, I would have shut my live stream down if they I would have just went in a shell mode if that would have happened. I would have been so pissed. Oh man. But look, 443.52, the spot just still going up for real, y'all. They still just bringing the needle upward. Like, it's just going up right now. They're buying a lot right now. Zoom breaking out. We got Zoom breaking out. Oh man. Oh man. I really don't. I'm here with you right now. China's on lockdown. I don't trust China, so just I would wait till China get out there in lockdown. But to each his own, though. You know what I'm saying? But China definitely on lockdown right now. Zoom is a China stock, so I'll just be watching that type shit. But let's see, 443.52 is the high. Let's see, man. Snapchat dude. I'm also looking at, have y'all been checking out Facebook, aka Meta? I like Meta for a breakout. They got earnings coming up. For real, see what I'm saying? On puts. See what I'm saying? They paid a lot of money to the downside. I mean, they can do the same for the upside too, for real, if they want it.
had jumped like almost $20 maybe. And that plate that I had bought was worth 100 something. And literally, like I said, almost not even 30 minutes or 20 minutes later after, that shit jumped $20. And that plate came from $100 average. I forgot what average it was, but it was around 100. And it went to all the way to 900. It went to 800 average, almost to 900. Like, you haven't fucking had a damn you haven't had a motherfucking 1,000 play in a while. That play. I think we all haven't had. No, I know. I'm saying, like, niggas, nobody's having 1,000%. We need to bring those days back.
Yeah. Well, I really feel like earnings season is going to really bring that back. I mean, to the up or downside, it's coming. You know, it's just gonna have, I'm telling you, these earnings, y'all gonna see. These earnings is gonna move the market for sure. Like,
no, I do need to catch another, like, not even a couple, but I just need to get back to, like, my element. No bullshit.
It's coming. It's coming. Spot breaking out again, though, man. Retesting the high 443.52 cent. We still waiting on Jen. She still ain't said nothing. She's still.
The average was 2.46.
She's still holding.
Yeah.
Jen back there holding. Tesla breaking out. They broke 1,020, you guys. Tesla's on the high.
Oh, finally it broke out. I was wondering why that shit broke out. Amazon. You know what your puts, Uzi? Not necessarily, but I'm deep in Amazon calls. I'm still in a good amount of puts, but man.
Yeah, I know, man. That's just really all we can say right now until Jen bring her bright red head outside and say what's going on.
AMD looks nice.
They gonna sit right here and wait. Yeah, AMD do look like I like AMC. Hey, did GME ever announce what was their stock split gonna be, like the number?
I think it was
It was what?
They doing it quarter one or they did it was like I heard 4-1 split.
4-1 split? Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Alright.
That ain't shit, to be honest. Like, that's bad. That's bad in my opinion, but I mean, that's actually bad, to be honest. Why would they have a split if their company's not even that major? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not good.
I don't know. Yeah, these companies, I don't know, the ones they announcing the split, like this year, like with Biden being the president, it's kind of weird, bro. Like when Trump was the president and these companies was announcing splits, them shits was rallying. Them shits was going up crazy. Like, I don't know if y'all seen Tesla in 2020, they had a 5-1 stock split, bro. That shit was going crazy.
Yeah, after they had that split, that shit kept running up and pushing up. I mean, that's the same thing too. I think that could happen this time.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, for real, it probably can do that again. It's Tesla, for real. Yeah, we're waiting on Jen. Still. So Jen about to start, y'all. She running a little late today. She says she's sorry.
Of course she's sorry. They know what they do. They know exactly what they do.
She says she gonna begin shortly. They know exactly what they do. They know the market ain't gonna move until they come out.
They back there, Fed's talking about pump that shit. Watch. Oh, they're probably over there. They're probably out there talking about how they're gonna tank it because everybody's been cold. That's what I'm saying, bro. This shit looks like about to tank it.
Right. Something is definitely coming.
I'm not gonna keep doing this shit, bro. But I'm gonna keep buying more piece. I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to plan and be like, you know what, we're gonna tank it the next 30 minutes so these motherfuckers think that they're gonna. They've done this shit before, bro. The market has never, even when the market was normal, it has never kept running up and running up like. Well, there was its days and its times, but naturally, it has never kept running up like this without no fault. Especially before there's a Fed meeting, president by the top, some bullshit. They usually always pump it before they talk and everything, and when they start to talk, that's when everything starts to go down. And the next day after, everything starts to go down even more. I'm telling you, tomorrow it's gonna be super fucking red. Trust me. Mark my words. Mark my fucking words.
You might be on to something, bro. You might be on to something. Hey, the spot did just tag 443.58 though, so we got a new high right now. But yeah, they still just holding it up in the air, man. They still hold. The VIX is coming down $21.81 here, so the VIX is down 10% now.
So the VIX is down 10%. Yeah, this is not gonna continue.
Yeah.
Man, UVXY pump. Where's UVXY when you need it? I need UVXY. Like, UVXY needs to run the fuck up. Just go to 15.
UVXY. Let me check with them. Pro shares. They are at one. No, excuse me.
Bottom.
Yeah, it is.
Touched the bottom already. Like,
yeah.
It's at the bottom of the barrel. Like, it needs to go up. Like, it already touched the bottom of the barrel. Look.
Yeah.
See, look, even UVXY is looking like it wants to start to make some type of moves.
Yeah, it does. This dude look like a great, like, dip buying opportunity on the UVXY right here. It does.
I'm not trusting these people, man.
But you can't, you can't right now. You can't right now. Not until she say something. I wouldn't trust a thing right now.
She gonna say some bullshit. Even with the bank thing, I still don't want to trust it because, like, I feel like that's how they still get people. Like, oh yeah, the banks might do good, all this other stuff. Like, most likely, it's like a 50-50 thing. I'm not gonna say 100% things could look good, even if the banks do good. Even if the banks do good, shit might still not go up. You feel me? Like.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right, that's what I'm saying. We really don't know. Like, it's just like an educated guess. We just assuming that if the banks go up, the stocks go up. If the banks come down, the stocks go down. But like, yeah, they can really do their own thing, like the market already doing right now. For real though.
Man, you get rich off of puts, not calls. Really? Are you telling us now? Well, Aaron put me on with that shit.
Well, Aaron need to redo his research because if I ain't trying to be no asshole, but the calls are unlimited and the puts are limited.
But I mean, if you think about it, you have way more days to profit from puts than calls. Because you be wanting to, when you get in them calls, you be thinking that shit could go at least a day or two running up, pumping up, and it never, most of the time it never does. But with a put, you could definitely see yourself in, like, with a nice 3-day rally, that shit just keeps going down, and you gonna keep making money from it.
Yeah, nah,
you
that's
know what I mean?
yeah.
You can catch that shit from puts easy. With calls, it's always, like, no, it could set up and look like it is gonna keep going up for the next day, and the next day comes around, rub to it. You know what I mean? Like, you would never find, you have a higher chance of never finding that with puts.
Yeah.
Like, most of the time, it's gonna always go down more than it goes up.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I can't agree with that. I mean, you can always predict that a stock gonna always have some red days more than they just gonna keep going straight up like in a line.
Exactly, and that's what Aaron told me. That's what Aaron put me on. I'm like, it makes more sense now. You like, you don't like, you can't get like, you cannot get rich off of calls, bro. Cause I've been trying to do that shit for so long, bro. Like, yeah, there was times I came really super close to like making millions of dollars off of calls, but at the same time, I've seen with my own eyes, puts is where you need to go. Like, you can make 10 times more with puts by, and the thing is with calls, dude, you're always chasing something with calls. Like, that's the thing.
Nah, that's facts. That's facts, though. That's facts.
You always be chasing some type of thing. Bullshit. It's gonna go up and all this shit. But no, AMD definitely looks nice. Like,
oh, the setup on AMD, right?
Yeah, but already, I wish I caught it like 30 minutes ago.
Right, like, cause I wish I caught it this fucking morning at $94.
Oh shit! Yeah, oh yeah, that would have been nice.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if it could still keep the same,
Yeah, nah, they like to stay above 100 for sure.
Yeah, they still late.
Nah, yeah, they still late. They still late, Buttermilk. I got you. I'm keeping an eye on them.
They're probably waiting until we fucking close.
Yeah, they looks like they might be doing that shit because Biden pulled this shit yesterday. He was supposed to talk, but then he waited till the market closed. They sitting right here though. They just all sitting right there. Look like we just really waiting on Jen. She just still trading her options right now.
Look at how Tesla is set up. Tesla, like, that does not look right. But at the same time, it does look right. I don't know.
Yeah, look. Tesla got earnings on 4/20. That's next week. So just remember that.
That's a big lotto play for me.
You feel me? Like, that's a huge lotto play, but because you know that shit gonna move big either direction.
Exactly. That's the thing. Let's do a straddle, yo.
Yeah, that's your best bet. That's your best bet. For real.
Straddle. Like a put and a call, bro.
Yeah, by...
Wait, what? You can actually do it. You crazy? You didn't fucking put in a call?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you a pro, Buttermilk. You done got to a higher rank here. I'm about to give you a horn. Hey, the SPY's breaking out, you guys. 443.74.
Because your puts are gonna go up.
443.75 on the SPY. The SPY's on the high. The SPY's on the high, you guys. 443.75 here. Just tagged the new high today.
You gotta call, and then you be like, fuck it, let me do a put as well. But you gotta make sure that the fucking stock is gonna have high volatility, because if you do that, you're gonna lose on both.
Yeah. Yeah, it just depends. Like, okay, so like if you're playing the earnings, if you're playing the earning straddle and say it falls in your direction and you're in the money, whichever direction it falls should cover the loss, and you should make profit still.
Okay, I see. Okay, so whichever direction it falls is gonna cover the other one. Yeah, it's like a win-win situation.
Correct.
Pretty much.
Yep.
So what the fuck have people been doing this shit?
Well, people do it all the time, but the thing is, it can do.
No, people do it all the time, but the thing is that you can lose on both sides. Like,
Right, exactly.
go your way. And also, the problem is, it's just like, you gotta also think about it like this.
Smart.
People don't do it like that because it's not as much money.
Right. Right.
Because you don't make, if you make 100% on one, you're gonna lose freaking 40% on the other.
Right.
So you only make 60.
Right. So you're probably gonna walk away with, like I said, you're gonna cover your loss, but a little bit of profit. But sometimes it just depends. Like, say if it really fall in your direction and it, like, say you buy a put and a call, but it dropped really big, it's gonna pay you. It's gonna cover you and pay big though at the same time. So it really just depends, bro. You feel me?
Okay.
It just depends. But it definitely always cover it. They call that a cash. Yeah, it's called a cash secured put or a cash secured call. Hey, 443.86 on the spot. Just broke out. We're still breaking out. We're about to attack 444. Market's just going up. 443.90, you guys. New high right now. We're about to attack 444 on the spot.
Oh, wow.
3,120 on Amazon here. They're up, you guys. I told you that level was coming. So now that they're here, if they keep pushing higher, Amazon is going to try to go to 3,150 at this point. Someone has $67 million on the 3,150 call strike, and I think it was for January 2023. So they got a lot of time, and it's pushing up here. Yes, sir. Here, the market is picking up here, you guys. It's 3:35 p.m. here. We got about 30 minutes left. The market is about to close. Jen is really stalling us. She's late about 35 minutes right now. But we do still want to hear what she got to say. But right now, she ain't saying nothing but bullish. Buy calls. That's what she's telling us right now. The market is going up here. 443.93 on 443.95. The spot's picking up here. We're about to go to 444, you guys, right now. Amazon's picking up. Everybody's picking up, man. This is amazing. Apple's up 171. Google is up $48 right now. So all the big tech is looking good there. They're all up. Everybody's up. Microsoft's up $6 at 288. Microsoft looks good there on the high. Everybody's up here. Facebook's on the high. Everybody is up, you guys. So a little Chicle right now. They're pulling back there. That they did just top out at 443.96. We're still waiting on Jan here. The market is about to close here in about 20 minutes. So that's it right now, man. What a day, man. Wow, what a turnaround. The Bulls stepped up here today and showed that, hey, they're still alive. They're still here. This is still halfway to somewhat their market too. The rally in March is not done. They might want to really rally in April. We just don't know. We got a lot of earnings kicking off here, you guys. This earnings season can really bring this market up, I'm telling you. Or it's going to really bring this market down. We're still going to get our direction here. We're still not getting it. But it's fighting upward right now so far. Can still go either way. We're in the bull/bear market here. Still not talking, Jen. Where are you at? What color are you going to wear today? Red, green? Come on. Where you at, Jen? We're about to start a protest. She's talking live on any news outlet on YouTube. You can catch her on Washington Post. You can catch her on CNBC Live. You can catch her on Fox News Live, or you can just type in White House Live on YouTube, and they got a little channel. Yeah, because I mean, I'm telling you, if Jen come out here with some positive news, that market is going to fly up more here. So don't get it twisted. There's still an opportunity here. You can make money, but don't ignore the charts and numbers right now. The market is going up here, so don't ignore that fact. 443.91 cent here. It's retesting a high again. 443.84 here is coming down, simmering down, but it was still in the air, you guys. We're just, oh man, looks like Jen did it again, and we're waiting on her. That's what's pissing me off here, you guys. She got us waiting, and the market is just going up. We have no clue why the market is going up yet. She hasn't said anything. But we do know the NASDAQ is leading the way up here. They're up 2.28%. The Russell 2000 is up 1.98%. The S&P 500 is up 1.25%. The Dow Jones is up 1%. These are huge moves, ladies and gentlemen. The VIX is down 11%, down to $21.57. So these are huge moves here, you guys. A lot of volatility here, but it's to the upside. You know, the volatility is going down, so the stocks are taking advantage of it here. They're going up. 443.96 here is the high on the SPY. Triple Qs, 347.25 right now. So it's looking very bullish, man. Very bullish going into close today. We seen no downside at all today. The only downside we seen was at 9:30 a.m. this morning, sharp here at LCAOD. We got all the coverage here on the stream. You can catch the recap here. We're going to end the stream here. I guess when Secretary Jen get done talking today, we need to hear this. We need to see what's going on, what's causing this divergence to go up here. Yeah, man. And can it continue? That's the whole key here. No one wants to get tricked out here by these market makers going into a long weekend. So we want to see if this is going to really continue, or is this a top, ladies and gentlemen? If this is a top, oh, man, those put premiums will pick up in the morning. So keep that in mind. It can really still go either way. So just stay confident, really, and stay calm, stay patient. Patience pays, you guys. Patience pays on both sides. You just got to know how to straddle it. So everything's going to be fine, you guys. It's going to be fine. Relax. Oh, my God. Yeah, what if they say breaking news, briefing canceled? I'm going to be pissed off. Nah, they've never did that before. She's just stalling. It must be something going on. Let me check. Right, they do. They do.
Bring Trump back, bro. Like, for real. Exactly, like, what about even Donald J. Trump back? Like, bring that nigga back. That's my dog right there. Like, that's my homie. That's my. Yo, when that nigga was out here, the fucking market was gloomy.
For real, though. For real. You know?
Everything about the market when this nigga was out. I would have been a millionaire in this shit a long time ago. Like, I literally learned this whole entire market shit after this nigga left. After he left.
Oh. See, look, this how I guess I kind of got lucky. I learned it during before he was about to leave, like when the first stimulus came out type shit. That's when I learned. Oh. Hey, nah, that was still a good time though. I'm telling you, that was still a good time. The first stimulus, fuck yeah! I brought the Tesla stock split 5-to-1. I made my first $20,000 off of 1,200. Off 1,200, but yeah, Amazon. Oh yeah, that's a good now would be the time. They are rallying, and like this right here on Amazon, they got earnings coming up. This would really considerably be your bottom right here. Amazon can go to like 3,300, 3,200, 34, 3,500. They can really run. They can really run. I made a lot of money off them last year doing that. I made 5,000 turn to 50,000 off Amazon last year around this same time. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, follow the live stream. Right. I got you. I mean, I'm gonna start sending them here. I mean, I can text you personally now. I got y'all names and stuff, so I can text. I got you. But make sure you tune into the live stream, though. We live right now. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We waiting on Secretary Jen Steele. She's stalling us, y'all. Hold up. I think she might be here now. I think she might be here. No, well, it looks like she's about to get ready. They're moving around here. So they're in the White House moving around. She probably is about to walk out at any moment now. So just hold on, you guys. I'm seeing the pullback here, too, though. The SPY's not breaking 443.96. So it looks like we might have a top here, possibly. Just hang tight, you guys. We're still waiting on Jen. And as of right now, like I said, Amazon definitely just topped in. They're pulling back now. They just lost about $10 right there.
To actually get in 9 calls in March, and then damn, that would have been so damn. The amount of money someone probably had made from buying March and held the board.
Oh, are you talking about the recent rally in March? Yeah, I just made a quick 10,000 off of that. It did go crazy. I kind of caught it late for real, but I caught it like right on like last minute. I played Amazon and I played Tesla. I played Tesla. Really, Tesla took off. This when they was coming off the ground from like 800. They went from like 800 to 1,000. And I call them out because I can see, I got their implied move and stuff like that. So, like, I can see, like, how much they want to move each day. Because, you know, they move kind of fast. How do you get that? Well, I got, it's this little company that I follow. They, do y'all have StockTwits? Y'all ever heard of StockTwits? No. Well, yeah, download the app StockTwits. And it's like this little company I follow. They, yeah, I can give you the game on that. And then, like I said, I can, because you know these companies like Amazon, Tesla, they move so fast. Yeah, StockTwits. Twits. TWITS. Yo, we should start doing classes in this little group. Hey, we can, for real. We can, for real. We can get it. We can add if we can add some more people, we can really do it. Oh, the oil. Oh, let me see. I got you. U.S. oil. You talking about the U.S. oil? Those clothes that you left on the floor, you need to pick them up and put them where they were. Crude oil. I need to see how much a barrel is going for. Give me a kiss. You talking about the crude oil? Just the barrel. Like, how much you think, boy? How much is a barrel is going for? Was you playing? I need to buy you. I don't know about it that deep. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like on the like one of the ETFs, like the oil. No, not the ETF. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you're talking about like a real bear. I know what you're saying. Hey, why you doing that then? Where is Jen at? She is still prolonging us, man. It's about to be close. The spot just tagged 444, you guys, 4 cent. 444 and 4 cent, you guys. We're heading back towards a bull market, man. We're in a bear market still, but the spot's going up 444, 7 cent, new high of the day. Spot's picking up here still, you guys. Stock's still going up. Amazon retesting here. That was a little dip there. They're going back up. Uh-oh. It looks like we have... Is that her? No, they just letting the cameramans out. Okay. All right. You can tell it's getting there. It's getting there. They said they're about to begin shortly. Hey, Lulu's up 20 here, you guys. The market is super green today, man. Everybody's up. It's just going to be crazy. My profit day and losses is 105% on my fucking account. What the fuck? I'm getting back up in Amazon and GameStop again. Yeah, man. Yeah. You want to make some money, man. Like GameStop at $18. I actually like it. I should have started No, I know what he meant. 151 right here. I see GameStop, but yeah. Oh yeah, like this morning. She went up $2. Boy.
Let me get it right now, and then when it gets there, I'm gonna be like, okay, not finna fuck up. Yeah, but you wanna go on me or no? Sure. What are you getting in on? How much you wanna put down? Not a lot, man. I'm sick of this shit. So how much you wanna put down? What are you gonna do? I'm gonna do like a call or two. See how that's. I was thinking about putting 700 in each, to be honest. I'll stick like. You trying to put 5 or 4? Financially, you're like 400. I need to see a moment. Like, I need to see, like, something needs to tell me that this is going to continue.
Yep, and Secretary Jen is about to let you know. That she.
Things like that in your freaking legs.
He gonna let you know.
Okay, 400. Alright, I'm looking at.
Hey, though, you might have called it though, Buttermilk. You said she. Oh, here she go. Here she go. We're live, ladies and gentlemen. Secretary Jen, she got on blue.
All right. Couple of toppers to kick us off. Tomorrow, the president will travel to Greensboro, North Carolina, where he will visit North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University for a tour of their new Harold L. Martin Senior Engineering Research and Innovation Complex, which opened in February.
See that, right? Jen bringing the market down. Jen bringing the market down. Uh-oh.
College and university in the nation, and the largest producer of African American undergraduates in engineering and with master's degrees in mathematics, statistics, and engineering in the country. NCA&T is also the alma mater of EPA Administrator Michael Regan and 2 of the president's recent appointees to his board of advisors on HBCUs. Since January of 2021, President Biden and members of his cabinet have prioritized visits to HBCU campuses across the nation, and the Biden-Harris administration has invested an unprecedented $5.8 billion in these critical institutions, with more to come this year. The president will meet faculty and students who are studying robotics and cybersecurity, and I'll talk about how investments in the Bipartisan Innovation Act can help build on the remarkable progress we've made over the last year in getting our economy back on its feet through the American Rescue Plan, and in laying a foundation for an economic renewal that's made in America through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Throughout his visit, the president will highlight the...
Yep, Jen's bringing the market down, you guys. Be cautious. This could be a little dip, though. Just be cautious here. Let's listen and see what she got to really say.
How Greensboro's economy and educational institutions are reinventing themselves for legacy industries to 21st century.
We could have a little 10-minute rig here. We could have a 10-minute rig.
Which will make historic investments in R&D, innovation, and manufacturing in America. That means stronger supply chains, more manufacturing jobs, and lower prices for consumers as we break up the bottlenecks like semiconductor chips that have driven inflation over the last year. 473,000 manufacturing jobs have already been created on the president's watch. He wants to build on that success by passing the Bipartisan Innovation Act to create more good-paying jobs and lower prices for working families. Also wanted to note that today, during Black Maternal Health Week, Vice President Kamala Harris will convene a first-ever White House meeting with cabinet secretaries and agency leaders to discuss the administration's whole-of-government approach to reducing maternal mortality and morbidity. In December of 2021, Vice President Harris announced a historic call to action to improve health outcomes for parents and their young children in the United States. Today, the administration is making additional announcements as part of our continued response to that call to action. The announcements include 11 states and the District of Columbia working with senators.
So what it look like, y'all? It look like the market topping out. It look like she's wanted to top it out. They waited to the end here, and they got a 10-minute rig to the downside, maybe.
Birthing-friendly hospital designation, which would assist families.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. Be cautious. Be careful. That's true.
Of 2022. Final piece, and then we'll get to your questions. Since before taking office, the president and his team had.
Oh yeah, they got mad people into calls and shit. Now they're about to tank it.
That's what I'm saying. Now hella motherfuckers is up in calls.
Critical.
Motherfuckers is up in calls. Now puts could go up now.
Yeah, because they're trying to make that money back. They're like, fuck it.
That's literally what did I tell you the other day?
That shit happened to us with. Remember that shit happened to us with AMC.
Exactly. In my analogy, I told you the other day. Literally, I said, what is it?
And it earned some of the strongest public support of any Supreme Court nominee in recent American history, tying Chief Justice Roberts during his confirmation. This morning, the president announced his first round of judicial nominees since Judge Jackson's confirmation.
Nah, I know what you said. It's like an inverse, like reverse type shit pattern. Like they do the opposite.
If they're not making money like on the calls as much as puts,
Yeah.
they're gonna make a rally happen, and that rally's gonna make everybody buy calls.
Right.
And now the puts, now there's barely people up in puts, and now the puts are gonna make 10 times more money.
Hey, that's true. The SPY coming down, y'all. 443.25. SPY coming down.
Percent of whom are from the AAPI community. With that, let's get to your questions. I'll promise to read these.
All right, here go the questions. They about to ask her. They about to put the pressure on Jen. Let's listen and see.
On the president calling what's going on in Ukraine genocide, what changed? What did the president see? What did he hear in the days between saying these were simply war crimes and this genocide?
Well, he called it a genocide yesterday, not once, but twice, actually, because, as he said yesterday, it's becoming clearer and clearer each day that it is Putin's aim to wipe out the idea of being Ukrainian, that we're seeing greater brutality increase day by day. And some of that, I will note, is because we're gaining greater access to areas. We have more intelligence on what's happening in areas. Leaders are speaking out more about it. And frankly, there's also reporting about what is happening on the ground. But to give you some specifics, I would note that, of course, what we saw in Bucha was not an anomaly as Ukrainian forces searched towns that Russian forces previously occupied as they're pulling back and moving to the east. The mayor and the city council of Mariupol are reporting high numbers of civilian casualties. The train station attack just over the weekend killed more than 50 civilians. The UN has recently recorded 4,450 civilian casualties, all just since February 24th, and the real number, we believe, is likely much higher. The OSCE's Moscow Mechanism report today found clear patterns of international humanitarian law violations by Russian forces by targeting hospitals, schools, residential buildings, and other locations where civilians are sheltering. And we've also seen, I think, from the beginning of this, Kremlin rhetoric and Russian media deny the national identity of the Ukrainian people, and the Kremlin has launched a full-scale assault on the sovereignty of the Ukrainian state and its people. So the president was speaking to what we all see, what he feels is clear as day in terms of the atrocities happening on the ground. As he also noted yesterday, of course, there will be a legal process that plays out in the courtroom, but he was speaking to what he has seen on the ground, what we've all seen in terms of the atrocities on the ground.
And as a follow-up, might he call on Germany to impose a natural gas ban, given what he said?
Well, we've been in ongoing discussions with our European partners, including Germany, but it is a decision they will make, and the president certainly supports their right to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A question about the president's conversation today with President Zelensky. Did they talk about the possibility of moving U.S. diplomats back into Ukraine?
I don't have more details of that. I will tell you that our objective is to do exactly that. And we, of course, assess in a process that's led by the State Department, security considerations, who the right personnel to go back first would be. And that certainly is something the president would like to see. But I'm not aware of him providing an update on that today.
Also, President Zelensky tweeted that he and the President Biden, agreed to, quote, enhanced sanctions. What does that mean?
Additional sanctions, the consideration of additional sanctions, and that's certainly something we're continuing to consider, and the president conveyed that as well.
And then back to the question about genocide. Last week, Jake Sullivan was here at this podium. He said we have not yet seen a level of systematic deprivation of life of the Ukrainian people to rise to the level of genocide. So is it now the White House position that you have actually seen a level of systematic deprivation that would qualify as
Well, the
genocide.
president spoke to that twice yesterday, and of course, he's the president, and we are here to implement his views.
And then finally, has the U.S. or any non-governmental partner had any ability to assess with any greater certainty that any kind of chemical or nerve agent was actually used in Mariupol?
We don't have any update on that at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Following up on Nancy's question, did anyone know that the president was going to use the word genocide in his remarks? Remark or passing reference in a broader conversation about inflation?
Well, he's the president of the United States and the leader of the free world, and he is allowed to make his views known at any point he would like.
So it was not scripted then, it wasn't pre-planned?
Again, I think we shouldn't misunderstand who he
So the
is.
SPY coming down, y'all. The market is about to close in 2 minutes here. Jen did it again, brought the market down.
Another thing, there has been some reporting that the helicopters were not going to
Yeah, definitely a lot more.
back into the package. Can you clarify if the call with Zelensky was the item, was the thing that put those helicopters back in the package?
So
Yeah, for real though.
There's been some different reporting and confusion, so I appreciate you asking. We are, of course, in constant conversations with the Ukrainians, as is
Yeah.
evidenced by this
I
morning
mean,
and the 2-hour call that Chairman Miller.
Anything can happen overnight. Remember, like I said, we got option expiration tomorrow. So, I mean, yeah, we can wake up in the morning, the SPY be right back at 440, like nothing.
asked, and today they made clear they wanted them in, so we said, great, there are helicopters in the package.
The first bus of migrants arrived in D.C. today. Texas Governor Greg Abbott making good on his promise to send migrants to the president's doorstep. I think you previously called it a publicity stunt. Is that still the view
Company
of
that
the White
owns
House?
TikTok. That's a good question. Damn, I forgot the name of them. Fuck, I forgot that. I think it's an ETF too. I can look it up for you in a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
I remember they said they was gonna go
Destination.
public, and I was like, shit, that's been over a year, bro, since they talked about going public and all that shit.
I remember that too. I think Microsoft was trying to acquire them at one point.
Yeah, they was trying to buy them, and they said, nah, fuck that shit, cause they was trying to do a whole bunch of security shit, track people down. Like they was like, nah, we ain't trying to do all that stuff with y'all Chinese people.
Right.
We just
Yo, Uzi,
Yep.
I averaged down on SPY.
So how many positions?
I went
you have?
from 65% to 40.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, yeah. That's good because you can get that 40% back tomorrow.
Yep, and then just get that 40 tomorrow and call it a fucking day.
After I was already looking red, that's a good sign for tomorrow.
Yes, bitch.
Necessary inspections of trucks transiting ports of entry between Texas and Mexico are significant delays, which are resulting in
It
a
is.
drop
I'm
in
gonna find out which company it is now. It is a new company that do like I think own them. They did a partnership with them. I gotta look it up again.
officials and businesses are calling for the Texas governor to reverse this self-inflicted gridlock. I'd also note that CBP officers are very good at their jobs, and Texas DPS does not need to replace CBP at the southern border. CBP has conducted a record number of drug seizures with more than 900,000 pounds of narcotics seized just in FY 2021. So the economic impact here, something that people of all political stripes are calling for a reversal of, is something that we think is significant and we felt should be shouted out.
Last one. Does the White House still view inflation as transitory?
That is the view of the Federal Reserve and outside of.
Yeah, I just saw that update for real like yesterday. I was like, holy shit, fuck, that's cool.
And they'll tell you how much you would have lost from the time that you come in and everything. That's some crazy shit.
No, that's what I was trying. That's what I was gonna tell you earlier, man. But I was gonna tell you, yo, you should start trading like this on Robinhood, because Robinhood literally just gave a lot of money. I think I'm
gonna start using Robinhood instead of Thinkorswim.
Yesterday, that will be undergone and will happen. And he wasn't getting ahead of that. He was speaking to what he feels we see on the ground. But regardless of what you call it, what our objective now, as evidenced by the enormous package of military assistance we put out today, is continue to help and assist the Ukrainians in this war, and one where we see atrocities happening every single day.
Is there any concern, though, that
the president's views on things differing from what the actual policy is once it's gone through all those legal channels, that could be confusing to world leaders when the president's saying one thing but the policy isn't necessarily.
How would it impact the outcome?
Yeah, well, I mean.
Yeah, market closed. Market closed.
Region, other countries would treat that in a certain.
In what way?
I guess as far as how the way leaders would try, decide how they're going to respond to that. So, and I don't know.
Typically, a consideration of genocide takes years. I mean, look at.
Safe options now and track them, watch them without getting in it. So
in China, that took many years to call out. That hasn't meant we've provided a range of military assistance. What we are doing now is we're trying to prop up and support Ukrainian leaders. There are other, and the military, of course, there are other leaders who have, in the world, who have said something similar to what the president has said recently, because they're also seeing the atrocities on the ground. I don't know that it's changed policy or confused anyone. I think they're speaking all from what they are seeing with their own eyes as we look at the visuals of what's happening on the ground.
So you don't think it's in there. And then just a quick follow-up from a topic from last week. Following the president's exposure to House Speaker Pelosi, did he ever receive any post-exposure prophylaxis like monoclonal antibodies, which are approved from the FDA in certain circumstances for people who've been exposed?
If you're immunocompromised?
Immunocompromised, people at high risk. Yeah.
Because they didn't have to do that shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Robin Hood, they broke it down definitely. They make it easy to understand for real.
Yeah, and especially what they just added with the option watch list shit, they didn't have to do that. They did not have to do that.
Robinhood is, I have 500 shares of Robinhood.
You speak to whether the administration is considering.
Yeah, one day, they just got in the stock market for real. That's a great long term.
Restrictions the administration has imposed on Russia thus far.
Well, I think certainly we consider a range of options if countries don't abide by the sanctions we've implemented, right? And that is something we certainly will continue to watch. I don't have any projections of that, fortunately, at this point in time. I think she was speaking to what we've said from here a number of times, which is that in this moment where you have a dictator brutally invading another country, targeting civilians, you have to contemplate what side of history you want to be on. And that is true for any country around the world.
To follow up on COVID, is the administration concerned that COVID data is not picking up many cases that are confirmed by home tests, especially amid this uptick caused by the BA2 variant? And will there be a public education campaign to push people to report their positive results?
Well, we do certainly encourage people in many ways to share test results and contact their doctor because they may be eligible for Paxlovid or other therapeutics if they test positive. We also know that that a number of people who test positive are at home, just recovering at home. So we're certainly encouraging people to do that. But what I would note is that what the CDC continues to track very closely are cases that are reported where they've seen severe disease, hospitalizations and deaths. And those reports are coming directly from hospitals and states. And what we're seeing from those reports are the lowest levels of hospitalization since the start of the pandemic. So we certainly encourage people to report. Anyone who lives in this area knows that if you have apps on your phone, you often get apps about or alerts about close contacts, or if you've been near people, or calls from your county health people if there are reports in your neighborhood. We encourage people to do that, but our focus, as the CDC has conveyed over the course of last weeks, is really on severe disease, hospitalizations and deaths, what we can do to reduce those. We're fortunately seeing lower numbers, even as we've seen an uptick in cases.
Go ahead. Thanks. I spoke to former NSC Chairman Robert O'Brien on Friday. He says most Republicans and most, not all Democrats, are on board with the current Russian sanctions. However, he had two criticisms. He said that one, planes should be provided to Ukraine, and two, that full sanctions should be implemented against Russia and Putin immediately. Your thoughts and response to that?
I don't have a direct response to Robert O'Brien. What I can tell you, and I'm sure he's aware of this, or maybe not, I don't know, that we have implemented a more significant and crippling sanctions package, financial sanctions package, than has ever been done on any large economy in history. So I would certainly point to that. In terms of his view as a private citizen, I guess, at this point, on planes, we've spoken to that in the past. If other countries want to provide planes, we're not standing in the way. We've made an assessment about what the Ukrainian military needs. and what they are trained on to use, and what would be effective in the transport of it. That continues to be our assessment.
So the helicopters were on the table. Are U.S. warplanes provided to Ukraine, or even the mix from Warsaw, from Poland? Are they off the table completely?
We've never said they were off the table. What we've said is that we had concerns about the Polish proposal, about how they would be transported. And our military made an assessment about that, a risk assessment about the benefits and the risks. That assessment hasn't changed. We've provided helicopters in the past. But
around that, is there?
I don't have any more updates for you. Go ahead.
One more question on Ukraine. After President Biden said he does believe that Russia is committing genocide, the French president came out and said that he warned against an escalation of rhetoric. Do you have any response to Macron?
I don't.
On COVID and this extension, this 2-week extension of masking on public transportation, can you help us understand some of the science behind this? Why 2 weeks?
Sure.
What difference can be made in such a short amount of time?
Sure. Well, this assessment was made. I know there was a statement that was put out by the CDC, and certainly would point to that. But as they're continuing to monitor the spread of BA2, the BA2 subvariant, which now makes up more than 85% of U.S. cases, what they're looking at is that since early April, there's been increases in the 7-day moving average of the cases in the United States. So what they're trying to do is give a little bit more time to assess its potential impact, the rise of the cases have on severe disease.
That's why they waited till the market closed.
And there's statistical standpoint, the data gathering standpoint, is that 2 weeks would give them some additional time to do that. Now, at the end of that 2 weeks, they can determine what's next after that. But that is that assessment they made so that they could gather more data of the rise of the subvariant.
We then expect, or should the public expect, sort of more of these kind of short-term extensions?
It's a good question. I just don't want to make a prediction of that. I think it depends on how they evaluate and assess the data over the course of the next 2 weeks, and they're trying to provide regular, transparent updates to the public.
And it does seem that the president has been tested every 2 or 3 days for the past week or so. Any update on whether he was tested today?
I can check and see if there's an update and get that to all of you. He does have a regular testing cadence, of course, so that is determined by his doctor, and it's typically a couple times a week. Go ahead.
Thank you. A quick follow-up on the issue of the genocide designation. I think you just said that a legal process would be undergone, but I think the State Department spokesman, Ned Price, just said that it was...
Yeah, that's, yeah.
You have kids, right, Devin?
Yeah, I got a couple kids, yeah.
How many kids you got? Damn, you said a couple kids.
Literally about 3. I got 2, and then I got a stepdaughter.
Oh, that's good.
I got a son and a daughter and a stepdaughter. Yeah, I do school time. But one of them, they're about to start school here in like 2 months. So, and then the other ones, they about to get in preschool.
Well, no, I'm saying you do stocks full time.
Oh yeah, do I do stocks full time? Yeah, I do stocks full time. Yep.
Oh wow, so you're making how much you make a year for you to do that full time?
I really just started doing it. I just started trading options like 2 or 3 years ago. My first year I made 100,000, so really probably like 100,000 for real.
Damn, that's
it's not. It's really easy to make over 100 fans.
How? It's been fucking trying.
Well, you have to go through 2-3 year not punishment, but the beating that we went through for those 2-3 years. Like,
Yeah.
You go through beating? Hell, you
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah, hell yeah.
A lot of money? Hell yeah.
Well, I didn't really I'll probably say the most I put in it was probably like at least like maybe like 5,000 at most, 5,000-10,000. But I mean, other than that, everything else was just all profit. So
when I first started, I put over 15.
And you lost it and then made it back up?
yeah, like I first started with 1,200. I made like 10,000. Then I lost it, came back to like 1,200. Then I went to like 900. Then I went back up to like 4,000. Then it went to 20,000. So it was crazy. I've been all over the map.
Yeah, even for me too. Like, it was really crazy. But when I had first started too, though, what I started to do when I first started, my man's Javaz had put me on with this thing that he was doing with his friends. So what he was doing was there was this guy named I forgot his name, but he was really he was really up there type shit, but it was a low key. But what we used to do, what he used to do, and what me and my boy Javas used to do, basically, we used to spike stocks. We used to make stocks go up.
Stating personal opinion versus making a statement about U.S.
Do
policy.
you have an example of somebody who's confused? A leader?
Well, I think my colleague brought up Emmanuel Macron responding and saying, you know, the use of the language genocide he sees as rhetorical escalation.
President Putin is brutally targeting civilians and brutalizing a country right now. So this president, was speaking to what those atrocities are and what he is seeing on the ground. A number of other leaders have done exactly that. It does not change policy in the sense that we've seen these atrocities, unfortunately, for weeks now, and we're going to see more as Russia pulls back from parts of the country. So what our focus will continue to be, and the focus of leaders around the world, is to continue to escalate our military assistance, our security assistance, as we did today, in providing a range of weapons that we have not even provided to them in the past. And that, I think, is what the Ukrainians are most focused on, and I think the global community is most focused on, how we're responding and how we're helping them.
Could you explain, so if the U.S. were to legally determine that what is happening in Ukraine is genocide, what would the sort of legal obligations from the United States be at that point?
It doesn't change a policy. There would be an international effort to explore that and an investigation at an international level. Those often take many years.
And nothing has changed in terms of the president not wanting to send in U.S. troops to Ukraine.
Correct. Nothing has changed. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jen. Two questions. One on policing. In Grand Rapids, Michigan, police just released the tape of an individual who was shot and killed by police. I understand it just happened while you were on the podium.
Yeah.
You have not seen it yet. But I wanted to see if you believe the president will watch that, and the NAACP is now calling on the president to sign the policing executive order. Is there any update that you can provide about that?
Well, on the last piece, the president absolutely wants to do exactly that. And it has to go through, it just takes some time to go through a process, but his intention is absolutely to sign a policing executive order into law, or not into law, but sign it with his authorities. I would note that what we have tried to do from this administration, even while there was a stall in bipartisan action in the Senate, is to take actions we can with the authorities we have, like the Department of Justice banning chokeholds, or other steps they've taken with the authority they have to address it at the federal level. I've not seen the video. Thank you for prefacing that. I've not seen it yet. I don't have a prediction of if the president will watch it. I assume it is something that will be covered on television, and I can check and see if there's an update for you.
And then I just had a follow-up to MJ's question.
Sure.
When you're talking about the president, sort of, you know, and I should preface this by saying the world and we are all still getting to know this president. He has been around for a while, but we have not seen him in the role as president for a while. And so, can you tell us when should we interpret his words as his reaction versus U.S. policy?
He's the president of the United States. He speaks for the United States. There's also a legal review and process that is important to take place in the case of genocide or war crimes. So we're trying to provide as much information on that as possible.
Tips that you can provide, or any sort of, any giveaway is that this is the president talking about what he's seeing and his reaction as a human versus, the United States government is now going to do X, Y, and Z because I have determined.
I think what's important to understand is that determination, or whatever you label it, doesn't change policy. What we are doing right now in terms of the amount of security assistance we're providing, including the new package today, goes far beyond what we have done in many cases where we have called it genocide. So there is not a direct trigger in that way. And if that's helpful clarity for anybody, happy to provide it. But he is the president. He speaks for what our policy is, and I would take his words for exactly what they are. Go ahead.
To the Ukraine's President Zelensky said after the call that they agreed to put enhanced sanctions. That's something that did not come up thus far from you. Can you give us any guidance on what those enhanced sanctions mean? What does that mean?
Sure. So someone may have asked this earlier, which is, of course, fine. What he was referring to, and the president agreed, yes, we're continuing to consider a range of sanctions, a range of ways to hold President Putin, his circle, the economy, the financial sector accountable. There will be more to come, but that was part of their discussion today.
New specific
Not today. No, they just had the discussion. There's no new announcement today.
Has there been any increased conversation at all in terms of doing anything around the carve-out, specifically on sanctions on energy? There have been continued carve-outs on energy.
We haven't taken anything off the table, as you know, but I don't have any update on that at this point in time. Go ahead.
Inflation. Just one on Texas. Right before you came out, Governor Abbott announced that they're halting some inspections on that side of the border, and instead there'll be some inspections conducted in Nuevo Laredo, the Mexican state that borders Texas. I don't know if you had seen that or want to have a chance to respond to it.
Not yet, and I don't have an assessment on the impact, but I think the overarching view from not just us, but again, trade associations, officials, and businesses is that these are unnecessary inspections and that they are impacting the economy. I don't know I can't gauge from here what the economic impact will be, but I'm happy to take a look at that or have our economic team take a look at that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you, Jen. So I'm going to try again on the G20. President Biden has indicated that he wants Russia to not participate in the G20. We know that. We also know that he said that the forum cannot be business as usual. However, I'm hearing from G20 diplomatic sources that they feel that it's unfair to have the issue of Ukraine really overtake the forum, which has an economic mandate, and it does have economic goals, including pandemic recovery, sustainable economic development, and so on. So my question is the U.S. so willing to work with G20 partners to ensure that these goals are met and that the summit is held?
Well, the summit is in 7 months. Am I correct? Okay, so that's a lifetime. That is a lifetime in diplomacy, though, I will say. And it is not uncommon for events that are impacting the global community, as Ukraine is, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, to play a central role at international forums. And their economic recovery and rebuilding and reconstruction is going to be something that the global community is going to be involved in and address. But the agenda has not been set. I don't think we know at this point how dominant Ukraine will be or not be. It depends, I'm sure, on where things stand at that point in the world.
The agenda hasn't been set, but the presidency has already set these 3 main pillars, and they have nothing to do with Ukraine or Russia. So I guess what would be the administration's response to this criticism that say disinviting Russia or including Ukraine as an observer really just disrupts the summit's agenda as well as divide or create a rift among members?
I think I would say that Russia and President Putin have shown himself and themselves to be a pariah in the world. And the president's view is that he has no place at international forums. The inclusion of Ukraine does not mean it's only about the battle on the ground. We're going to need to rebuild Ukraine. Ukraine has just applied for EU membership. I can't determine for you what that will look like in the final stages, but there's a lot of topics that can be discussed. And Russia's actions and President Putin's actions make them a country and a leader that the president does not feel should participate in an international forum.
One question on China. So U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Tai said in a recent interview that in the long term, the China trade challenge will actually eclipse the crisis in Russia today. So is the administration concerned that the war in Ukraine takes away your focus and resources to meet the challenges from China?
We're not. I mean, how the U.S. government is set up, as you know, is that we have experts and in every area, right, working simultaneously at the same time. Yes, the war in Ukraine is a big issue that we're very focused on. This president is very focused on. There's an entire team focused on Asia at the State Department, the Defense Department, the National Security Team every single day that is not involved in that war. So I can assure you and assure everybody that we are able to walk, chew gum, and do multiple layers of diplomacy at the same time.
On the genocide.
Is that a GPS direction? I appreciate it. Is it? It's okay. I need directions everywhere, so I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Again, European diplomats, officials we are talking to are saying this escalation of words has an impact because it makes the prospect of future peace talks with Vladimir Putin very difficult or impossible. So is the president, by using such words, conveying the idea that there will never be any possible talks with Putin and that the only way the war can end is military capitulation?
No, and I would just dispute that argument or that notion. Peace talks is something we're always going to support. The president, Secretary of State, or National Security Advisor are always going to support, and we support the Ukrainians in that effort. I think it's unlikely that that President Putin is going to decide not to participate in peace talks because of some words that came out of the mouth of the President of the United States. He's going to decide to participate in them if it's in his interest.
The producer price index on inflation came out at the highest level that they've had in the history of reporting these events. This is the price that companies are paying for the materials that they need to make the stuff that they sell, right? So with the last 2 days, the inflation reports, does the White House believe that inflation has now peaked and we're coming back down, or because of these reports, do you think we're going to see even worse numbers in the future?
We'll let the Federal Reserve make projections about that. They have the purview over those projections. What I will say is that and we talked about this over the last couple of days as it relates to the CPI data, consumer price index, as opposed to producer price index for others. And what we saw, while energy accounted for 70% of the monthly inflation in March on CPI data, accounted for a substantial portion of PPI inflation as well. And PPI measures things like the cost of wood, metal, plastics, kind of materials like that. So it's not a surprise to us that energy is having an impact, is a driver of these numbers. Obviously, what we're trying to do is mitigate the energy impact and take steps to do exactly that, release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and other actions working to get more supply out into the marketplace. But, again, projections of when we're hitting a height and where it will look, we will leave that to the Federal Reserve.
So does the president then acknowledge any responsibility for the inflation that we're seeing now based on the decisions that he's made when he came into office?
Well, I would say, as the president has talked about quite a bit, there are a range of factors, including the pandemic, the impact on the supply chains, and our effort. And what we've tried to do from the beginning is take steps to address the supply chains. And we've had a lot of success moving more equipment and goods through ports, et cetera. We've also seen, given energy is such a significant driver of this data, an increase in energy prices over the last month plus since the invasion of Ukraine. That's factual. That's based on data that we have seen out there. So our effort and our focus has been to try to address it and take mitigation measures when we can.
Responsibility for his decisions, like some say the American Rescue Plan boosted demand when it didn't need to. Larry Summers was one of those.
Well, the alternative would have been that we would have gone into a massive economic downward spiral, and many Americans would have not had enough food to put on the table. So we chose the other path. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jack. Senator Schumer at a virtual event on student debt today said that he's talked personally to the president, quote, a whole bunch of times, and talking about canceling student debt. He said, "We're making progress, folks. We are making progress. The White House seems more open to it than ever before." Has the president had conversations with Senator Schumer, and is he, moving on this issue where he's more open to the idea of
the president's always been happy to sign a bill into law passed by Congress that would cancel $10,000 in student debt. There hasn't been any decision made about other executive actions.
He shifted at all his thinking? Is he, open to
He's always been happy to sign a law into a bill into law that canceled student debt. That hasn't changed. Good.
Thank you, Jen. The whole war against the Russian aggression in Ukraine, other than the few countries like Bangladesh. Bangladesh Prime Minister recently told at the parliament, though this parliament is not mandated by the people, she told that Russia stood by us at our bad time, and we are surely beside the country, beside the Russia. And she blamed USA not to help during the Liberation War in 1971. So what is your comment about this authoritarian Prime Minister's remarks in the Parliament?
I don't have any specific response to the Prime Minister. I would just say that what we're doing is encouraging every country to think hard about what side they're going to be on history.
Thanks, Jen. There was a new poll out today that showed the president's approval rating is still in the low 40s and that voters are still concerned about the economy. Is the White House seeing this as a sign that their message on the increased job numbers and all the infrastructure funding isn't getting through? I mean, the president has said he wants to see his accomplishments being sold. Is he satisfied that's being done, or is there talk of a pivot in messaging?
Well, I would say we understand some realities happening right now, including the fact that there is a war happening in Europe, and that is dominating the airwaves, which we understand and fully expect. And so the president has actually done a number of events on the economy in recent days and weeks, and will continue to. But our view as well, the world needs to understand and see how he is leading on the war. The world also needs to see, or the country needs to say, I guess I should say, how he is continuing to lead on the economy. And I don't know that that's a shift or requiring a shift. It's just a recognition that being able to continue to speak to our domestic audience about that is a huge priority, and his schedule tells the story of how much of a priority it is.
Hey, yeah, I wanted to ask about the migrants that arrived today from Texas. These were Venezuelan and Nicaraguan migrants who have applied for asylum in the U.S. Has the administration been in touch with these migrants or with the organizations that are assisting them, such as Catholic Charities?
The migrants who have traveled on the bus from Texas, well, they're all in immigration proceedings, those who traveled on the bus, and so certainly that would mean they're in touch with the appropriate entities in the federal government about that process, but beyond that, I don't have any other updates.
You have not been in touch with them to make sure that their rights are respected?
Well, that certainly is of vital importance to us, and as we've stated many times from here, nobody can forcibly be put on a bus. They would have to voluntarily be put on the bus, and if there are concerns about that, we would expect they would contact appropriate authorities.
Even if these migrants wanted to get out of Texas, do you find it troubling that the Texas governor used them as props to make a political point to the White House? Do you worry that this might reinforce the narrative that profiles undocumented people as criminals or bad people?
Well, I called it the other day a publicity stunt by Governor Abbott, and made clear that immigration policy and law is overseen by the federal government, not state governments. So I think I spoke to that the other day pretty clearly. Go ahead.
You know what? I'll be seeing a lot of these on Instagram.
Team focus on Asia earlier. Several Asia questions.
Sure.
There have been reports out of Japan that U.S., UK, and Australia have
buttermilk.
Japan to become part of AUKUS in the areas of emerging and disruptive technologies. But yesterday, the Pentagon said they could not confirm this, and also the Japanese government itself has also now denied this news. But can you just put this potential JAUKUS or AUKUS plus J?
JAUKUS, that's quite a name. I'm not sure about that. Yes, so I can. The reporting is inaccurate, or the original reporting, I should say, is inaccurate. As you noted, the Chief Cabinet Secretary of Japan has himself said it's not true, and our focus has been on finalizing a trilateral program of work on a range of advanced military capabilities that align our priorities, amplify our collective strengths, and accelerate the development and acquisition of leading-edge defense capabilities. But it is not a JAUKUS plan.
And another Japan question, if I may.
Yep.
Yesterday, some Japanese media outlets reported that arrangements were underway for Quad Summit on May 24th, just as President Biden had alluded on Monday, and that there were plans being made for a bilateral with Prime Minister Kishida the day before on May 23rd. Is there any part of President Biden's travel schedule that has been confirmed yet, including a potential trip to South Korea before or after the Japan trip?
Not quite yet. I will tell you that, of course, the president talked about how he looks forward to traveling to Tokyo in the spring, including for the Quad meeting, and hopefully we'll have more to detail for all of you soon. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Jen. I just wanted to ask a few Ukraine questions, if I may. A clarification first. Your list of weaponry that you put up on the screen at the beginning of the briefing, you had 11 Mi-17 helicopters. Generally, there are two versions of that helicopter. One's a transport version. The other one is an armed gunship. Which version are you supplying to?
I'm happy to get greater clarity from the Department of Defense. Obviously, because of the earlier questions, you noted it was, do they want them? Do they not want them? They were just added back in, so we'll see if there's more detail.
And then on sanctions, when I hear the possibility of more sanctions being brought against the Russian government, perhaps individuals in Russia, I'm just a little confused that you haven't thrown everything at Russia already. What's left, and why haven't you thrown everything at Russia already in terms of sanctions?
Well, there's always more that can be done on the sanctions front. Additional financial institutions. There's always secondary sanctions. There's a range of steps that can be taken. We have already done to date, as I noted a little bit earlier, the most significant and crippling sanctions package that has ever been done to a modern, like a big economy ever in history. So there's processes that you have to go through to consider, to evaluate the impact on the global economy, on our economy, whether steps and the assessment of that, and that's ongoing for additional options.
Final one, on a no-fly zone, possibility of a no-fly zone being imposed by NATO. Sometimes spokespeople like you, Jen, you say all options are on the table. Is that an option that is ever going to be on the table?
We have never conveyed from our end that it should be on the table.
Thank you, Jen.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I would like to ask you about the doc. But first of all, I know we've had a report that you may be leaving soon. How would you like to be remembered as White House press secretary?
Well, one day I will not be here, either to spend time with my kids or because the president fires me, hopefully not the latter. At that point, I'm sure I can reflect on that.
The WHO TG said today at the press briefing that the way the world is treating the crisis in Ukraine and the crisis in Yemen, in Ethiopia and elsewhere seems to be different. Is he wrong?
I don't know more context of
refugees, the way, like, I've asked you many times, why don't you grant TPS to refugees from...
Sure. Okay, that's helpful clarity on your question. That's a process that is overseen by the Department of Homeland Security, and an assessment is made through that process. So I don't have any updates for you on that.
Saying that, but are you not supposed to lead the way? Like, these are people who are suffering. Ethiopia is unstable. Tens of thousands of people have been died.
And we have spoken to that a number of times from here, from the State Department, from the Defense Department. All I'm conveying to you is that there are processes that happen through the interagency, and I don't have an update on the status of TPS designation. Thanks everyone so much. All right.
Finally, Secretary Jen is done. Finally. Woo! I can close my live stream. She just now ended, you guys. She talked about 30 minutes. She's done. I really didn't. I really did. I just be listening to see if she did say something about the market, but she really was just blabbling, like you said. There was really no pointers there. She really just was kind of like babbling, bro. Like, if you notice when she first started talking, the market came down. But, I mean, after that, she was just really talking about nothing. It had nothing to really do with the market, bro. She just killed milk time off the clock. Yeah, it can go either way tomorrow, basically. It can go either way.
Red on Spy tomorrow, I plan my proposal.
What's that?
Did you stay here once? What? Did you stay here once? Yeah, I'm 5'8". So no, I'm like 1,500. Oh shit. Yeah, you better make that shit back. It is what it is. If I don't, I don't. What? Well, that depends on how red we get. I mean, if she could get a fucking $500 ring or a $10,000 ring. Oh, so you're getting the 10,000 is like my low number. Oh, that's good. The one she wants is like 35.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it here. We're about to wrap it up here, man. What a day, man. What a day here. Like I said, tomorrow, man, LCAOD, we will not be going live. So I wanted to stay after hours with you guys here today. We're going to take an early vacation, but I'm going to still be in the group chat here. I'm still be monitoring the market tomorrow, but we're not going to go live tomorrow. We're going to end it. So I do wish you guys have a very good Friday here coming up, and happy Easter, man. This Sunday coming up. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Be careful tomorrow. Don't try to over leverage here. It's one day left here. The market is closed for Friday. Just remember that. And we're going to see which direction to take it. Right now, in the market close here in the green, up 2% or 1% everybody here. So looking really bullish here. They brought the dip today, man. What a turnaround. But short week, like I said, LCLD will not be going live tomorrow. So we will be back live Monday morning. It'll be a full week, and it'll be a fun week. We got a lot of tech earnings here next week, Netflix, Tesla. So we'll see you guys next week. But tomorrow the bank earnings do report. So you guys keep your eye out on that. And it'll tell you a lot. But other than that, man, like I said, y'all have a good Friday. Be safe. And have a wonderful Easter on Sunday. And like I said, LCLD, we're going to take a break here. Tomorrow, we're not going live. But we will see y'all Monday morning at 9:30 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a long weekend. What am I going to do? We miss you guys. Spending it with the family. Have a wonderful Easter myself. And enjoy my Good Friday, man. We'll kick my feet up. We'll still check in with the charts and numbers tomorrow, but we ain't going live. Man, but I'm going to see y'all Monday, man. I hope y'all had a wonderful week this week. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. And like I said, a wonderful Good Friday and a happy Easter, you guys. I'll see y'all Monday. Be safe. Peace out. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. See you guys Monday. Let cash accumulate over a day.